Press the awakening crystal. The next second, a dazzling purple light shot straight into the sky, leaving everyone utterly stunned. The old principal's voice trembled. Luke, mysticism, Fateweaver, D-tier talent, fate modification, can only be used once. Internally, I was losing it. What the heck? Fateweaver? The cursed occupation where every past inheritor went insane and died a miserable death? And the talent is just one-time use only? Around me, my classmates were all secretly snickering, thinking my life was totally doomed. Ha! Little did these mere mortals know what I had in store for them. The next second, my head throbbed painfully, filled overwhelming with an influx of destiny-related information flooding my mind. A golden message popped up in front of me. Major destiny event. Fate modification. Disappears after one use. Suddenly, it hit me. I can alter outcomes by just changing one word? Well, no need to hold back. With a single thought, I changed 1 to billion. Holy crap, this seemingly useless single-use talent just got turned into a billion-time use cheat, flipping my fate entirely upside down. As I was quietly celebrating, the crystal burst into another wave of radiant purple light. Then the system message slammed in my face. Unlocked divine skill. Fate perception. Ignored level 20 restriction and activated instantly. I checked my stats page, a surge of satisfaction washing over me. Profession, skills, talents, all fully activated. Fate perception would let me foresee risks. Now, if anyone dared mess with me, not a chance. Just as I was relishing in my newfound billion-time god-tier talent, a female military officer approached me with a tense expression. She said my Fateweaver identity was too dangerous and that I needed to register with the Night Watchers. I slightly nodded when, suddenly, a bone-chilling wave of murderous intent swept across the entire room. The next second, chaos erupted as the classroom devolved into utter madness. A masked female assassin darted out from the shadows in the crowd, plunging her dagger straight into Chow Pai's chest. Holy crap, turns out she'd been lurking in the group this whole time. Her mission? To assassinate highly gifted students. Without hesitation, she swiftly slashed through several more people in a frenzy. The military officers rushed in urgently, but the situation spiraled out of control. Students screamed and fled in panic, ironically giving the assassin even more room to operate. Blood splattered everywhere. Shrieks pierced the air. The classroom was reduced to hell on earth. And in that moment, the fate perception I just unlocked abruptly triggered. Scenes played clearly in my mind. The assassin would be driven into a corner, but before going down, she'd bypass all the officers and charge straight at me. Even the female officer couldn't stop her. Minor destiny event. You are attacked by the assassin. On the outside, I stayed calm and composed, but internally, I was howling with laughter. Ahahaha, really? I literally just got a billion-time fate modification perk, and you're setting me up with a free tutorial boss battle already? The assassin went berserk, lunging at me with insane speed. Her dagger gleamed coldly, aimed right at my chest. Panic shouts erupted from the officers urging me to run for my life. The dagger's tip closed in on my chest. It was seconds away from hitting. My life was on the line. I had to move fast. I activated fate modification on the spot. One thought, quick and decisive. I rewrote the fate prompt. From you get stabbed to you get groped. The absurd effect immediately took hold. The assassin's original motion, stabbing me dead center in the chest, was bizarrely forced to shift. Instead of piercing my chest, her hand went wide, and she ended up grabbing my chest instead. The room collectively froze in shock. Everyone went utterly speechless. Even the assassin herself looked dumbfounded, holding her dagger, completely confused as to why she'd made such a bizarre move. In the blink of an eye, the military officers snapped out of it and opened fire, riddling her body with bullets. As she fell to the ground dying, her hand stubbornly stayed clenched on my chest. Cool as can be, I pried her fingers off, rubbed my chest a little, and turned to the lady officer, speaking nonchalantly. So, about registering my profession? Doesn't seem all that necessary now, does it? After all, it was awakened in full public view. The female officer glanced at the corpse on the floor, then back at me. Without saying much, she just muttered for me not to leave Azure City for now and decided to postpone the registration. I nodded and calmly sat back down in my seat. You have manipulated fate. Fate points earned, +1. Internally, I was grinning ear to ear, completely overjoyed. Oh man, these fate points definitely have some deeper use secrets. I immediately dove into the system description. Modifying fate adds points, and spent points allow me to directly select the precise trajectory of any destiny. Not only can I rewrite single words, but I can even choose the ultimate ending. Everything in life can be controlled. No reason to get ahead of myself. I'll take my time exploring these mechanics. As I was deep in thought, a classmate suddenly stood up and started accusing me. He's one of the top 10 most dangerous professions. He must be handed over to the night watchers for control. The female officer instantly shut him down, showing no mercy in her reply. Another female classmate surprisingly stepped up to defend me, saying bluntly that with my looks, it was impossible for me to go mad. Solid logic, honestly. The old principal, massaging his temples in frustration, decided he didn't want to deal with this nonsense anymore. He handed out our graduation certificates and promptly kicked us all out to wrap up the ceremony. The moment I walked out of the classroom, the female officer reminded me that I could participate in Night Watcher expeditions next week. Apparently, if I perform well, I might get an official acceptance letter. I mentally took note of this before heading straight to grab some food near the school gates. Grilled sausage, bubble tea, fruit platters, I went all out. To top it off, I ordered braised pork with preserved veggies and some duck blood vermicelli soup. Time for a feast. Midway through my meal, my fate perception went wild, giving me urgent warnings. The fruit is moldy, poison resistance reduced. The sausage contains harmful additives, lowered lifespan. The bubble tea is expired, health degraded. The moment I felt a wave of nausea, an idea struck me. I couldn't let it go to waste. Time to rewrite fate. In a flash of thought, I changed poison resistance -5% to +5%, lifespan -1 day to +1 day, and health -5% to +5%. The effects applied instantly. Not only did the food not harm me, but my stats skyrocketed in the opposite direction. I even gained a bonus point of fate. Suddenly, it all made sense. Without hesitation, I entered full-on binge mode, treating this poisonous junk food as free buffs. Once I stuffed myself full, I decided it was time to head for a mystic realm. I have no big backer and no allies, but with my fate-altering powers, I couldn't just let this potential go to waste. I had to dive headfirst into a mystic zone. In Azure City, there were 3 beginner mystic realms. I went straight for the easiest one, Goblin Forest. Before setting off, I hopped on a bus to the weapons store to gear up. As a fate twister, I don't rely on brute strength. Guns, bullets, knives, machetes, leather armor. I bought everything I could. The leather armor was the priciest and nearly drained my entire savings. But preserving my life on my first mystic journey was my top priority. Just as I finished shopping and was about to leave, my fate sense gave me an alert. Some professionals in the store were chain-smoking like crazy. The harmful smoke was already impacting me, and my stamina was depleting. Everyone else in the store had long since run off, unable to bear the choking air. But as I stared at the fate notification, inspiration hit me like a train. I rewrote it, changed stamina attribute decreasing to stamina attribute increasing. The results kicked in immediately. My stamina started skyrocketing. My base stats surged like crazy, and I could feel the exhilarating boost. Without holding back, I stood in the middle of the smoky room and inhaled deeply. The more I breathed in, the greater my stamina grew. People around me were dumbfounded. Seeing what was going on, the female clerk even handed me a cigarette. I took it, lit up, and kept puffing. In just a few short minutes, I gained 4 whole stamina points for free. Feeling satisfied, I left the weapons shop fully equipped and made my way to the Goblin Forest entrance. No sooner had I arrived than a bald man blocked my path, insisting I buy a map of the mystic realm from him. I was already broke, so I ignored him and prepared to head inside. Immediately, my fate sense gave me a prompt. This guy now bore a grudge against me. From listening to nearby chatter, I learned that the mystic realms were managed by the vast Sea Guild. Buying one of their maps and turning over most of your loot to them was an unwritten rule. Since this man held a grudge against me, well, I decided I wouldn't hold back either. I rewrote his fate, changing the bald man bears a grudge to the bald but man bears a grudge. Sure enough, in the very next second, his pants fell down, flashing his bear behind to everyone around us. The crowd instantly erupted with laughter. Completely flustered, the bald man bolted toward a nearby bush, covering his face in shame. Without so much as glancing back, I strode confidently into the mystic realm. Passing through the barrier, I officially entered the Goblin Forest. The area was crawling with low-level monsters, goblins and some cuckoo birds. Ignoring the others who hesitated at the entrance, I delved deeper into the forest. But no sooner had I stepped into the dense greenery than my fate sense activated suddenly. A vivid image flashed through my mind. I saw a green ridge snake lunging out of the grass to sink its fangs into my leg. The venom would invade my body instantly. The fate notification was clear. Getting bitten by the snake was unavoidable. Venom would definitely enter my system. My mind raced. No, I have to rewrite this. With a single thought, I changed venom entering the body to spiritual essence entering the body. It would still penetrate my system, but its effects were worlds apart. I activated the fate rewrite. The people around me began yelling frantically, shouting about the snake. Green Ridge snake! Run! Yet I stood unmoving, calm as a veteran warrior, because I knew there was no dodging this. But this one bite could be a life-changing opportunity for me. The next moment, the Green Ridge snake struck, burying its fangs into my leg. Everyone assumed I was as good as dead. But to their shock, a brilliant white light of level up surged around me. Not only did I avoid succumbing to venom, but I also jumped straight from level 1 to level 6. My stamina shot up to an incredible 34 points. What a rush! But something felt off almost immediately. The effects of the spiritual essence were waning. Soon, I'd have to endure a backlash from the snake venom. Any further greediness and I risked serious harm. Recognizing my limits, I resisted the urge to push for more. Overindulgence could be fatal. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into chaos. Seeing me survive, they concluded the Green Ridge snake was some kind of mutated blessing snake that gave people fortune when it bit them. Their eyes burned with envy. Just then, the bald guy I'd embarrassed earlier came running out of nowhere. Still holding a grudge, he went berserk, screaming that it was all my fault, and bit down hard on his own wrist, desperate to gain the blessing. I had no desire to entertain him. I turned and left without a word. It wasn't long before the venom's backlash hit him. His face turned as black as coal, his lips purple, and his curses against fate grew louder, until he dropped dead on the spot. The others snapped back into reality, realizing that this so-called blessing wasn't something just anyone could benefit from. Without my fate-twisting powers, the Green Ridge snake would have been nothing more than a death sentence. Ignoring their wild imaginings, I pressed onward into the depths of the mystic realm, gripping a sharp dagger in one hand and an SMG in the other. Sure, the gun was a low-tier weapon, and normally it'd barely scratch high-level monsters. But thanks to my fate rewriting abilities, I could flip the script entirely. Before long, I set my sights on a group of 3 goblins. A level 7 axe goblin, a level 6 swordsman goblin, and a level 7 spear goblin. I opened fire with a few test shots and immediately triggered a fate sense warning. The bullets would only cause superficial damage. Reacting instantly, I rewrote fate, changing superficial damage to internal injury. As I finished rewriting their destiny, my bullets tore through their bodies with unerring precision, piercing straight into their hearts. Without hesitation, I emptied 2 full clips, killing all 3 goblins on the spot. My level leaped up to 8. My stamina and intelligence skyrocketed. I wasn't just a fate modifier anymore. At this point, I was basically a tanky damage dealer. What's more, I gained another 3 points of fate just for altering the outcome of combat. This was pure profit. Here's the processed translation of the given paragraph with its original structure and layout preserved. As soon as the goblin hit the ground, loot exploded out. A rough bronze spiked club, usable at level 3, with a straight +5 strength boost. Now that's a legit weapon. The bonus is absolutely insane. I swiftly grabbed the gear and leveled up while looting. Full throttle motivation. But I stayed sharp, absolutely no blind brute force here. Goblins are social creatures, so I made sure to avoid large groups and only target stragglers. Just as I was about to scout for my next prey, a sudden rush of rapid footsteps echoed, followed by howling. A massive snow-white wolf shot out of nowhere. A bloodthirsty silver wolf, a level 9 elite monster. This beast comes with frenzied charge, which skyrockets its speed. A close-quarters death trap. Fate sense instantly triggered, sending wild alerts. As it sped towards me, ready to pounce, fate notifications popped up. The wolf was about to charge straight at me. I smirked on the spot and altered the narrative in my mind. Changed the charge into bone spikes. The fate modification kicked in immediately. Within a split second, everything changed. Mid-charge, the bloodthirsty silver wolf's body erupted in a burst of bone spikes, turning it into a massive spiny snowball. It thrashed on the ground, writhing and howling in agony. Its pack froze in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Seizing the moment, I raised my assault rifle and unleashed an all-out barrage. The elite wolf met a gruesome demise, showering me with a mountain of EXP. I skyrocketed straight to level 9. Ecstatic doesn't even begin to describe it. And then I realized fate modification wasn't just a life-saving trick. I could manipulate monster abilities, tweak battle flow, bend everything to my will. Still buzzing from the thrill, I caught a flash of silver glinting on the ground. The elite wolf had dropped some loot, but I didn't rush in. The surrounding wolf pack was still glaring at me, radiating murderous intent. So I did the bold thing and cranked up the aggro. The entire pack howled in rage and charged. I used the same trick, changed their charge into bone spikes. In an instant, The entire wolf pack burst into bone spikes, writhing and howling in pain. It was utter carnage. I took my time finishing them off, mopping up the loot as my EXP bar climbed like crazy. Leveling up gets harder the further you go. But this haul was incredible. Among the loot, silver wolf boots, a level 9 silver tier gear, plus 20 agility with a speed boosting effect. I ditched my worn out shoes, slid into the new boots, and felt as light as a feather. My survivability just got a massive upgrade. After a quick breather, it was back to hunting. Not long after, I stumbled upon a group of 9 goblins. Archers, spear throwers, swordsmen. They had me completely surrounded. The goblins ranged between level 6 and 8. For a regular player, this would have been a tough survival challenge. I didn't even hesitate. I raised my gun and opened fire. Fate notifications popped up. My shots would cause surface-level wounds. Not okay. I instantly altered the result to internal damage. True to form, a single tweak made all the difference. The bullets pierced clean through their defenses, leaving the goblins staggering with critical injuries. Even one of the archers who tried to counterattack in defiance didn't last. I executed him with a few more shots. Laughing to myself, I pulled out my bronze-spiked club and began the cleanup. One goblin, one swing. By the time I was done, the entire squad was KO'd. Notifications cascaded as I leveled straight to 11. With the battlefield cleared, I scooped up the spoils. 2 bronze-tier items. A stamina-boosting bracelet and an agility-enhancing ruby ring. Basic quality, sure, but hey, it boosted my stats. Couldn't complain. Then, a strange fragrance hit me. Turns out the secret realm wasn't just crawling with feral monsters. It had rare spirit herbs and flowers too. Suddenly alert, I followed the scent carefully. My view opened up to reveal a small goblin settlement. Leading the group was a level 12 elite goblin beastman, accompanied by over 30 goblin guards. These guys were fiercely guarding a frostfire spirit herb, nestled in a crack between some boulders. I recognized it immediately. This herb was a key ingredient for crafting awakening potions, worth at least 3 million on the market. I glanced at my nearly empty pockets, a measly $5 left to my name. My eyes burned bright red with determination. This jackpot was mine, no matter what. Charging in head-on was straight-up suicide, so I decided to play dirty. The plan? Lure out the elite and pick my moment to strike. I aimed at the goblin beastman and fired a few shots, purposefully holding back on modifying anything. Its thick skin and massive HP soaked up the bullets, barely showing a dent. One shot was enough to enrage it, though. It howled and charged at me like a rabid dog. Using my silver wolf boots, I zipped around, keeping distance while aiming for weak spots like its eyes and neck. But damn, this thing was fast and crafty. I couldn't find a single opening and was forced to drag it out. And to make things worse, the scavengers from the Vast Seas Guild were hiding in the shadows. Those clowns had been eyeing the spirit herb for a while now. Here I was risking my neck, pulling aggro and setting up the play, and they had the audacity to sit back and laugh, treating me like some pro bono grunt. Feel free to let me know if you'd like it tweaked further. Here's your content translated into a natural and expressive American style, maintaining the original structure, paragraph formatting, and overall layout. Seeing the half-orc completely tied up by me, their entire squad charged forward. Ranged attackers flinging off skills like mad for suppression, frontline warriors with axes raised their shields to tank damage, and that balding, pudgy guy with the dad bod decided to leap onto a giant boulder, reaching out to snatch my 3 million. My face instantly turned as dark as a burnt skillet, and I started ranting internally. Here I am, a broke guy with literally $5 to his name, putting everything on the line to hold these monsters back. And you rich folks just mosey in to snag the loot? You kidding me? Where's your shame? I raised my gun, triggered fate modification with armor break reinforcement, temporarily forcing back the goblin half-orc horde, and roared furiously at the group. Get your hands off my stuff. The middle-aged man in the lead didn't even bother looking at me, sneering. And who the hell are you? His underlings chimed in with threats, promising to deal with me once we were out of the dungeon. My rage spiked instantly. Forget arguing with these thieves. I focused on the Icefire Spirit Herb and activated Fate Perception without hesitation. The future replayed vividly in my head. The man grabbing the herb effortlessly, making a clean getaway with his squad. The vision was crystal clear. Fate outright told me, the herb is destined to be stolen by him. Oh, I smirked. Let's see about that. I tweaked the text, changing stolen by to steals away. Now it read, you witnessed the Icefire Spirit Herb stealing someone away. You're furious. Fate rewritten. In the next moment, just as the man tried to yank the herb, he realized it wouldn't budge at all. With a sudden crack, the herb grew wildly, shooting up to over 3 meters tall. Its roots seemed to sprout legs, and its leaves wrapped around the guy like a vice. The boulder beneath them shattered into bits. The guy freaked out, attempting to escape, but nope. The herb ensnared him and sprinted with him straight into the forest. The scene was pure chaos. His guild panicked, screaming to save their leader. The goblin tribe spotted the runaway herb and joined the chase. It turned into a ridiculous dungeon-wide escape spectacle. Me? I just stood there laughing. Steal from me? Enjoy your little romantic getaway with the herb. Though the Icefire Spirit herb ran off, I couldn't deny it burned to lose the 3 million it was worth. Before I could give in to the pain and leave, something glowing in the rubble caught my eye. Digging through the shattered boulder, I uncovered a radiant red and blue mineral, and the moment I saw it, my pulse quickened. Icefire Profound Stone. 10 times rarer than the herb, a top-tier material for crafting, imbued with dual ice and fire properties. It weighed over 10 pounds. Market value? At least 15 million. Ecstatic, I swiftly stashed it away, ready to bolt, when fate's warning flared in my peripheral vision. A new future played out in my mind. An agile thief, cloaked in black, sneaking up and nabbing the Icefire Profound Stone. To rub salt in the wound, the guy even flipped me the middle finger. Oh, I was pissed. First they steal my stuff and now they have the audacity to mock me too? Fate's notifications were popping up like mad. The thief steals from you. I let out a chilling laugh right then and there, flipping the script once more by changing steals from you to you steal from the thief. Next second, roles reversed. Mr. Sneaky Thief confidently activated his steal skill, but instead of nabbing the Profound Stone, he ended up losing something far more personal, his freaking boxers. I glanced down, and there it was in my hand. An adorable pair of bear-patterned underwear. Disgusted, I chucked it aside. The thief froze, felt his now breezy lower half, and turned pale as a ghost. He yelled, demanding to know if I had stolen from him. I wasn't about to entertain his nonsense. Instead, I grabbed my bronze spiked club and swung it squarely into his back. Twice. Thud. Down he went. I rifled through his belongings and hit the jackpot. A rune-engraved spatial pouch brimming with treasures. Inside, 3 silver-tier weapons, 2 recovery potions, 1 experience potion, and a fat stack of 80 grand in cash. Even the storage pouch itself was worth a hefty sum. Stuffing all my loot inside, I felt light as a feather. There was also a detailed dungeon map, neatly marking elite mobs, boss locations, and resource spawns. Jackpot! Just as I considered finishing him off, I looked down, and both the thief and my spiked club had vanished into thin air. That slippery bastard. He'd crawled away while I was distracted. Yeah, it sucked to lose the club, but chasing after him? Pointless. A rogue with stealth that good wasn't worth my stamina. Besides, leveling up was priority number 1. Popping the experience potion, I downed it in one gulp. The icy cool energy surged through me like a flood. System notifications spammed my screen. I soared 3 whole levels, from 11 to 14 in one go. Checking my stats. Level 14. Strength, 36. Stamina, 58. Intelligence, 42. Agility, 36. Oh, that stamina was off the charts. A single punch could now snap massive trees clean in half. Forget relying on firearms. My sheer physicality was enough to tank anything. With my newfound boost, I set my sights on bigger prey, a dungeon boss. Pulling up the map, I locked onto the closest boss location. My mind raced with schemes. Slaying this boss would mean a huge surge in experience. Level 20 and Class Awakening were within reach. And who knows, I might even snag a full set of golden tier gear. Riches wouldn't just knock on my door, they'd bulldoze right through it. Without a second thought, I sprinted toward the marked location with everything I had. Meanwhile, the middle-aged guy who tried to steal the spirit herb finally staggered to a stop. But man, his situation was dire. Dragged to the forest depths by the herb, he watched it wither and die after draining all its spiritual energy. What did he gain? Absolutely nothing. Furious, he started cursing up a storm. His one consolation, he managed to slay the goblin half-orc, scoring a silver tier shield. At least his time wasn't entirely wasted. Too bad his bad luck wasn't over. All their reckless wandering had led his squad straight into the boss's lair. Before they could escape, out stepped the Goblin King himself, level 25. Charcoal black skin, horns curling skyward. His commanding presence slammed into them like a tidal wave. Hope this fits the bill. Based on their ragtag, barely alive squad, there's no way they're cut out to go head-to-head against this boss. Normally, you'd need at least 5 awakened profession users working together just to stand a chance. But now, every one of them is injured, barely holding it together, no match at all. The middle-aged man, screaming fight to the death, was really just looking for a way to bolt. He straight up sold out his teammates to save his skin. Splitting up might have given them a sliver of hope, but thanks to his betrayal, The whole team was plunged into a death trap. Too close to the boss. None of them could even move. The boss punched straight through solid rock, shattering their precious silver shield in a blink. The mage-type fighter was torn apart with monstrous brute strength. The scene was gruesome and downright horrifying. The 8 remaining members were completely desperate. Luckily, that's when I arrived. As I quickly pinpointed the boss's location, I intentionally raised my voice to get their attention. When they noticed me, they exhaled in relief. But the moment they realized I showed up alone, panic set in. They shouted at me at the top of their lungs, "Run! The Goblin King's close by. Coming here is suicide." I didn't even flinch. I was crystal clear about my purpose. I'm here for that boss. Perfect timing. I raised my gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The remaining survivors all thought I'd lost my damn mind. Just another idiot throwing his life away. But in the next moment, every single one of them was completely dumbfounded. The bullet struck the Goblin King square in the right eye with absolute precision. I knew immediately what had happened. Just now, I spent 1 point of fate energy. Finally, I get it. Fate energy rewrites probability, turning the miraculous into the inevitable. A regular shot couldn't pierce this boss's defense. But mine hit every time. The Goblin King let loose an ear-splitting roar, clutching at his wounded eye. Without hesitation, I fired again, consuming 2 more points of fate energy. By all logic, my second shot should have missed, but I didn't give fate the option. Its foot slipped on shards of the shattered silver shield, tipping its balance just enough for the bullet to land in its other eye. Blinded, both eyes gone, the remaining survivors could only stare, dumbstruck. This was their first time witnessing the full terror of a Fateweaver in action. This wasn't brute force or overpowering the boss directly, it was playing with destiny itself. As long as there's a sliver of a chance, I can make it happen. Guaranteed. I snapped at the shell-shocked survivors. If you don't stop standing around and move your asses, that boss will clean you up next. That pulled them out of their daze, and they bolted. The 2 mage girls tossed me a single-use spell talisman as a gesture of thanks before escaping. I caught the talisman midair and activated it without pause. The Goblin King, now utterly blinded and enraged, flared bright red as its body coursed with berserk energy. It activated a hidden skill, unleashing pure destruction. I countered by activating the explosive fire spell from the talisman. In a flash, roaring flames engulfed the entire clearing. The inferno reached its peak, roasting the Goblin King into charred blackness. When the flames subsided, a massive, gaping hole had been blasted straight through its chest. Onlookers froze in terror, watching as the boss, now blind and reduced to a mindless beast, staggered and crashed wildly through the area. Its blood splattered everywhere, forming toxic miasma. The sickly purple-black haze spread rapidly. I stayed calm, using my silver wolf combat boots to weave and dodge effortlessly. Occasionally, I squeezed off precise shots, chipping away at its health bit by bit. But the issue quickly became clear. Even breaking through its armor, its health pool was insane. Just as things got tricky, a new fate alert popped into my mind. Inhaling toxic gas reduces stamina. I immediately rewrote it, from stamina reduction to stamina increase. Suddenly, the poisonous fog worked in my favor. My stamina surged by 2 points, leaving me totally unaffected by the toxins. During a brief opening when the beast thrashed aimlessly, I hurled 3 fireballs in rapid succession, subtly adjusting their trajectory with a fate tweak. Each one flew true, blasting into the raw wound in its chest and detonating in a sizzling burst. The Goblin King's deafening death cries thundered through the air as it finally collapsed, motionless. The kill notification blitzed across my vision. Massive XP. I surged from level 14 all the way to level 20 in one go. Stat sword, strength 49, stamina 96, intelligence 52, agility 49. My stamina officially broke triple digits. Amid the ash and rubble, something golden glimmered in the debris. I dug it out, a golden fist of the Goblin King. Plus 50 strength, plus 20% strength amplification, and armor piercing. Jackpot. Just as I was getting ready to make my exit, a shadow lunged at me. A sneak attack from none other than that slimy middle-aged suit who sold out his team. Thinking I'm just some paper tiger, he flickered forward, driving a dagger straight toward my heart. I stood still, unbothered, letting the dagger strike home. It jammed against my chest plate. I shot him a cold glare. That's it? Not even enough to trigger a fate event. He froze, unable to comprehend what just happened. His expression twisted with pure disbelief. But my freshly boosted stamina made his low-level attack laughable, a mild scratch at best. I clenched my golden fist and swung. One punch obliterated him. His chest caved in, heart and ribs shattered. He dropped dead on the spot. Kill alert. Plus 10 fate energy for my first Kill. I took a deep breath, suppressing the rush of adrenaline, and stooped to loot him. Turns out he was loaded. Talismans, stacks of cash, rare crafting materials, skill books. I took it all. To cover my tracks, I casually rewrote the event. First kill became first pig slaughter. His corpse warped into the form of a massive boar, sparking gasps from the nearby witnesses who hadn't run far enough. As I finally approached the secret realm's exit, 2 men in black blocked my way. Demanding to inspect my spoils, they got straight to the point. Pay a 10% cut, protection tax. Like hell, I'm handing over a dime. I refused outright. The 2 brutes prepared to forcefully search me, but I activated Fate Insight, reading the situation ahead. Heian Guild attempting to extort loot. I casually edited a key detail. Extort became deposit. Suddenly, both men broke into a panic, fumbling over themselves to pile cash into my hands, claiming they were here to add to my fortune. Passers-by just stood there, utterly baffled. Here's the translation. This is the content of segment June 24th. Following your logic, I've processed the following content while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Below is the result. I seized the moment, grabbed the money, and bolted. The moment I got out of the secret realm, I went straight to the weapon shop, ready to liquidate all the treasures I'd collected. Pushing the door open, I walked in and dumped all the treasures from my storage bag onto the counter in one go. At first, the shopkeeper barely gave me a glance. Probably chalked me up as some rookie who wouldn't have anything worthwhile. But when he lowered his head and saw the table full of rare treasures, his expression instantly changed. On the spot, 3 pieces of silver tier equipment, a dual-element Icefire Essence Stone, and a pile of rare Secret Realm materials. Just these alone were valued at a cool 20 million. Even I was stunned. Next, I handed the credit cards I'd looted off the thief and the suit guy to the shopkeeper and asked if he'd take them. Holding on to these many shady source cards made me uneasy. I needed to liquidate them fast and secure the cash safely in hand. After a quick verification, the shopkeeper whispered to me, "There's 10 million on these cards. I can cash out 5 million for you." I immediately agreed. Heck, it wasn't even my money anyway. Getting a free 5 million was pure profit. Then the shopkeeper started appraising the rest of the items. For silver tier pieces, 3 bronze tier pieces, a 3-kilogram Icefire Essence Stone, plus various Secret Realm materials. Altogether, a whopping 25 million value. Adding the 5 million cash out and the cash the suited guy had shoved into my hands, I now had a staggering 30.5 million in total. Overnight riches just like that. Holding on to this jackpot, I didn't splurge recklessly. Instead, I headed directly to the firearms counter. I had to upgrade my gear ASAP. I made no pretenses with the shopkeeper, telling him flat out that I needed something with armor-piercing capabilities at minimum, but my priority was pure explosive power, literally. I wanted a weapon that could blow a hole through the ceiling. In my head, I was silently roasting myself. I'm playing straight-up lethal burst damage here. Who cares about piercing armor? As long as the enemy's quality of life is permanently ruined, I'm good. The shopkeeper saw through my maniacal playstyle in one glance. Without hesitation, he pulled out an OMG 95-27 shotgun and threw in some Dragon's Breath rounds. Dude, this thing was practically tailor-made just for me. I took the gun and casually checked its stats. Silver tier quality, usable at level 15, extra stamina bonus as a freebie, built-in explosive buffs with quick reload. Pairing it with the Dragon's Breath rounds was simply perfection. The power trip? Unreal. The shopkeeper's original asking price was 4 million, but seeing how extravagantly I was spending, he cut me a deal 3.5 million and even threw in 5 Dragon's Breath rounds for free. In my mind, I thought, with tens of millions in my pocket, this pocket change is nothing but a sprinkle. Deal. All of it. I paid in full on the spot and had him load up the gun with ammo right in front of me. Before leaving, I stockpiled another 100 Dragon's Breath rounds, just to be safe. After getting my new firearm, I wandered into the melee weapon section and picked out a silver longsword. A level 18 silver tier weapon plus 20 agility, with a sharpness effect and a hit-triggered light injury debuff. It reduces the target's movement speed and their recovery rate. I was so hyped I couldn't stop my inner monologue. Oh buddy, this is custom built for me, isn't it? That light injury debuff, combined with my fate modification ability, I can flip it right into a major injury. Enemies won't just be crippled, they'll be done for. This is a steal. The shopkeeper priced it at 12 million. I waved my hand like the big shot I was and said, "Sold." I stocked up on a ton of disposable spells, soldier rations, and emergency items too. Gotta keep the survival kit packed to the brim. By the time I stepped out of the weapon shop, I had only 5 million left in my pocket. I thought to myself, no more Secret Realm runs for now. I'll head home, rest up, and awaken my class tomorrow. By the next afternoon, I headed straight to the Awakening Temple. Finally hit level 20. It was time for my first class awakening. My heart was racing with excitement. Just how insanely overpowered will I become as a Fate Weaver? Will my powers over fate take a massive leap forward? The temple was packed with familiar faces. All classmates, lined up to preview their future classes. Apparently, before awakening, you could connect with the class statues to get a sneak peek at the future path of your profession. Pretty player-friendly setup. I watched from the side, eating popcorn, as someone touched the statue and triggered the vision. A late-stage class reality preview, complete with absurdly exaggerated effects. The sheer theatricality had everyone's blood boiling with excitement. Some girls in my class noticed me showing up late and offered to let me cut in line. I saw no need to be humble. It wasn't long before it was my turn. As I stepped up to the goddess statue, I reached out and touched it without hesitation. The very next moment, the entire Awakening Temple was consumed in boundless darkness. A scarlet moon rose slowly in the void, and an eerie figure bathed in blood-red light stood silently beneath it. The ground around him was littered with mutilated remains as countless monsters surged toward him with reckless fury. And yet, with a single motion of the pale-boned sniper rifle in his hand, he turned the carnage into a macabre symphony of elegance. Each pull of the trigger was accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion. Flesh and blood splattered wildly, matching beats like percussion. Life after life extinguished in sequence, with crimson lotuses blooming radiantly amidst the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. A carnage so brutal it paradoxically possessed a haunting beauty. In the end, the blood-soaked figure slowly turned around and offered a gentlemanly bow toward the camera. My heart pounded violently as an epiphany struck me in that instant. The core of the Fate Weaver was finally clear to me. The stage is set by fate, and slaughter conducts the melody. The phantom stepped out of the vision and locked eyes with me. System notifications flooded my screen. Mid-tier fateful event. You witnessed the death symphony and acquired the skill, life's rhythm. It hit me like a truck how overpowered this skill was. Within a 1-kilometer radius, no living being could hide from me, none. Holy heck, it directly eliminates my biggest weakness. Limited perception range. No one's ambushing me anymore. By the time I snapped back to reality, the class preview had ended. Everyone around me was giving me strange looks, full of fear and unease. The girls who'd been all buddy-buddy moments earlier were now hurriedly retreating, terrified of catching even a whiff of my ominous aura. I didn't bother acknowledging their reactions and marched straight to the temple's innermost chamber, head held high. Only then did they slowly realize I had just turned level 20. Turns out, I already met all the conditions for full class awakening. Walking through the dimly lit inner corridor, I crossed an invisible energy barrier and stepped into absolute darkness. Out of nowhere, an awe-inspiring statue of a goddess emerged before my eyes. A sacred white light scanned me slowly from head to toe, and my personal status panel popped right up. Class, Fate Weaver, level 20, awakening not activated. Skills, fate perception, life rhythm. Talent, fate alteration. Fate points, 65. The temple began drawing for an awakening quest, and, just my luck, the draw failed straight away. I mentally ranted like crazy. Is this class some kind of trap or what? Sure enough, the system smugly confirmed it. I'm the only one in the entire game with this super secretive class, Fate Weaver. There are literally no standardized quests for me. The next second, an ethereal voice echoed across the temple. Please select a class path, Fate Weaver. I froze on the spot, completely dazed and frantically questioning in my head. Class path? What the heck is that? None of the textbooks ever mentioned this. So a secret class comes with its own secret progression system too. Before I could even process, my fate perception triggered automatically. Right in front of me, 3 gargantuan pathways materialized out of thin air, forcing me to choose one. A system prompt popped up. Fate event. You stand at the crossroads of destiny. Choose one path. I snapped out of it immediately, growing serious as hell. I knew this was the pivotal moment in my life, the kind of decision you absolutely cannot screw up. I carefully analyzed each path, weighing their pros and cons in my mind. First, the path on the left, dark and eerie, littered with blood-red lotus flowers, culminating in the glowing words, Orator. A range-focused explosive playstyle, complete with sneaky traps and devastating damage output. It played exactly like my previous builds, pure glass cannon. High burst damage but zero durability. Hard pass. Next, the middle path. A sharp, translucent dagger materialized in mid-air, radiating murderous intent, while the air filled with razor-thin wires capable of slicing through space itself. Finally, 3 words shimmered into view. Silkbreaker. Hardcore assassin type. Built for narrow, high-stakes encounters. Insane burst potential but ridiculously low tolerance for error. Not my style, I hate those gamble-at-all builds. Lastly, the right path. A massive surge of battle intent slammed into me, raising my body temperature in an intense rush of adrenaline. Skulls and rivers of blood stretched as far as the eye could see, and I caught a fleeting glimpse of my own battle-worn form, thriving in combat, growing stronger with every fight. The final 3 words, Gatekeeper. Straightforward brawler playstyle, pure tank melee hybrid. Maxed out survivability and defense, built to endure and conquer. I mentally broke it all down like a pro. Orator brings range explosions, Silkbreaker is an all-or-nothing assassin, and Gatekeeper is pure battle-hardened endurance. All 3 are insane in their own way. It's just a matter of which to choose. I crossed my arms and muttered silently. Kids are the ones who settle for one option. I want all 3. Why couldn't I have a build that combines output damage, survivability, and compensates for my weakness in perception? Who says I can only pick one? Screw it, I decided to go full rogue. Refusing to choose any path, I stared at the system prompt and immediately activated my talent, Fate Alteration. And just like that, I edited one path into all 3 paths. The system instantly reacted with a new prompt, Fate-altering event. You stand at the crossroads and choose all 3 paths. You toy with destiny. Fate points plus 20. In the blink of an eye, the 3 colossal pathways merged into a single brand new road, unprecedented and beyond comprehension. I stepped forward, all surrounding illusions dissolving. The silhouette of the goddess slowly materialized again. Fateweaver class path selected. Destiny. Drawing Awakening quest. Success. Quest title. Defy the heavens. Difficulty. 10 stars. Requirement. Accumulate 1,000 fate points and survive. Time limit. 24 hours. I turned utterly pale, biting hard to hold back another internal meltdown. Are you kidding me? A 10-star difficulty? I've only got 65 fate points right now, and you want me to grind it all the way to 1,000 within 24 hours, all while keeping myself alive. This is straight-up hell mode. Regret wasn't going to save me now. I spun on my heel, quickly devising a game plan as I left the depths of the temple and re-entered the main hall, only to bump straight into Gu Qingying head-on. Her eyes locked on the 10 stars glowing above my head, and she froze in shock. Everyone knew the more stars you had, the crazier the awakening quest's difficulty. For someone to pull a 10-star task, that was flat-out record-breaking, the kind of nightmare-level quest no one dared even imagine. The entire room erupted, chaotic murmurs breaking out everywhere. Some people were still impressed I'd hit level 20 so fast, but that awe was immediately drowned out by the disbelief plastered across their faces. Every single gaze now fixed on the galaxy of stars above me. Gu Qingying cautiously approached and offered her help in a soft voice. I shook my head and refused politely but firmly. This was a fate-altering, solo-only exclusive quest. No one else could intervene, no matter how well-meaning they were. Stepping out of the temple completely, I glanced down at the countdown timer and felt my heart sink. Just over 20 hours left. I started weighing my options. Should I dive straight into a secret zone and brute force grind out those fate points as fast as possible? But then, I felt a sudden, icy chill crawl up my spine. I stayed calm outwardly, keeping my pace even, but my mind? Sharp as a blade. It could only be one thing. The group tailing me? A bunch of scumbags from Sea Haven Guild. It all clicked like lightning in my head. Was this what they meant when they said, fate cannot be controlled? Looks like my bad luck just walked right up to my doorstep. Yet instead of panicking, a sly grin tugged at the corners of my mind. I'd been wondering where I could rack up free fate points. Looks like these guys were volunteering their services. Perfect timing. Feigning a hurried escape, I quickened my pace, steering into a narrow side alley. Of course, they followed like pack dogs, unwilling to lose sight of me. I sprinted like my life depended on it, carefully navigating a safe route using my life rhythm skill. But not 10 steps out of the alley, a whole squad blocked me off completely. I cursed profusely in my head. Was my bad luck seriously this bad? These bastards had me locked down from every angle, front, back, and even the sides. This was beyond absurd. It was straight up malicious. Here's the translated version keeping the original structure, flow, and formatting intact. A quick count revealed 12 people in total, and none of them were pushovers. All were awakened professionals above level 20, a gathering of tough characters. One of them immediately crushed a spell talisman, conjuring a massive barrier formation in an instant, clearly to prevent the city's night watchers from interfering. Right in front of me, a fate notification popped up. Minor fate event. You are surrounded and will face an ambush. Seeing this fate notification, my first reaction was admittedly concern. It wasn't looking good. But the very next second, I broke into a sly grin and cheekily changed ambush to scarf. The system refreshed instantly. Minor fate event. You are surrounded and will face scarves. Mocking fate. Plus 5 fate points. The next second, the scene escalated to total absurdity. A burly bald guy with brass knuckles charged toward me, roaring, clearly intending to take me out with one punch and send me back to where I came from. Yet, in a bizarre turn of events, as his fist neared me, he somehow managed to wrap a snow-white scarf around my neck instead of delivering the blow. The entire crowd froze in collective disbelief, including the bald guy himself, who looked utterly perplexed as if questioning his entire existence. I didn't bother to be polite. Without hesitation, I raised my shotgun, pressing it directly against his forehead. His face turned pale. Just as he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, I pulled the trigger. A close-range shot of Dragon's Breath round roared to life, engulfing his head in a fiery inferno. He collapsed instantly, dropping like a felled tree. Destiny points plus 10. Secured. Casually stowing my gun, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, "Man, these Dragon's Breath rounds are something else. One shot and he's out." Didn't even give me a chance to farm more destiny points off him. The rest of the crowd stared daggers at me, cowed by my sheer brutality. But the Hanhai Guild members, clearly still defiant, quickly reformed their ranks. 2 shield warrior tanks stepped to the front, protecting the group of mages in the backline. A curses caster began channeling malevolent energy, while the melee fighters fixated their eyes menacingly on me. Their formation was tight, like they were preparing for a dungeon boss fight. Weirdly enough, their meticulous prep only fueled my excitement. My brain went into overdrive calculating strategies. The more people, the merrier. Destiny points incoming in bulk. I aimed my shotgun at the 2 shield warriors up front. These guys smirked arrogantly, activating their defense skills as holy light shields enveloped their bodies. Clearly, they didn't take me seriously. A vivid mental image flashed in my mind. If I don't tweak destiny, the Dragon's Breath round will get absorbed by the holy shield, its energy drained to nothing, doing no more than tickling their shields. Sure enough, a destiny hint popped up. Minor destiny event. Your shotgun blast collides with the shield, dissipates, and deals no damage. Feeling inspired, I tweaked it by changing the term collides to pierces through. The refreshed hint read, minor destiny event. Your shotgun blast pierces through the shield, then dissipates. Destiny manipulation achieved. Plus 5 destiny points. Without missing a beat, I pulled the trigger. The deafening boom erupted, reverberating throughout the entire alleyway. One of the shield warriors, still sneering, was caught totally off guard as he was blown backward with a violent force, smashing into a wall. As the dust settled, his once pristine silver shield now had a gaping hole in it. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Every onlooker inhaled sharply, their faces filled with utter disbelief. It wasn't just my bullet that hit its mark. The shield's so-called impenetrability was obliterated. The shield warrior, now pale as a sheet, stammered to beg for his life, but mercy was not on the menu. I blasted him again, flames consuming him entirely. I swung my shotgun toward the second shield warrior and fired. Same devastating result. Shield shattered, body hurled back, utterly incapacitated. Both their toughest tanks, their best frontline, their meticulously planned strategy decimated in mere moments. Holstering my shotgun, I then donned my golden verdant emperor gloves. One glance, and someone in the crowd screamed in recognition. It was a legendary tier artifact. Panicked, the enemy scrambled to switch their weapons. A group of 4 swordsmen immediately charged, closing in with their blades aimed to box me in with 0 avenues of escape. Confident I was finished, their strikes came fast and precise. I didn't bother with flashy moves, purely relying on destiny perception to predict and evade their attacks. Problem was no plans foolproof. One blade got through, slashing me hard across the shoulder. A destiny hint blinked in my mind. Minor destiny event. You're attacked by the sword. Your shoulder is slashed and wounded. Annoyed, I lazily tweaked it, replacing slashed with jarred. The updated hint read, minor destiny event. You're attacked by the sword. Your shoulder is jarred. The swordsman struck with all his might, expecting to draw blood. But not a scratch. My skin didn't even break. Instead, the recoil left him clutching his now numb arm, his face frozen in utter shock. I smirked, brushing off my shoulder. Instead of retreating, I advanced sharply. Grabbing his sword mid-strike, I yanked it viciously, throwing him off balance. Seizing the moment, I clenched glove of verdant gold in one fist and delivered a bone-crushing punch to his chest. His armor folded in on itself, ribs shattered, his body curling into a shrimp-like contortion. The glove's armor penetration effect worked overdrive, obliterating his defenses, mental and physical. The psychological toll alone shattered his composure. His spirit was completely broken. Grimly, I drew his sword and ended him with a swift strike. Destiny points plus 10. Wasting no time, I moved on to the next swordsman, using the exact same method. One punch to break armor, one sword strike to execute. Destiny points plus 10. The remaining enemies were now trembling with terror, visibly disoriented. The curse's caster erratically threw up a signal, barking at everyone to scatter and create distance. Their goal now was to buy time for the mages to finish channeling their spells. He flung a curse directly at me, rippling with debuffing slow magic. A destiny hint instantly appeared. Minor destiny event. You've been cursed. Your movement speed is greatly reduced. I almost laughed out loud. They're making this too easy. With a simple tweak, I swapped reduced for boosted. The fresh hint now read: minor destiny event. You've been cursed. Your movement speed is greatly boosted. The curse's caster blinked in confusion, expecting me to slow down and be surrounded. Instead, I turned into a streaking bolt of lightning and surged forward, faster than anyone could react. A moment later, I was on top of a fleeing female swordsman. She broke into hysterics, sobbing and screaming as she realized there was no escape. Panicked moves often lead to mistakes. One heavy punch launched her armor into tatters. She collapsed, crying uncontrollably, "I don't want to die." I ignored her pleas, unsheathing my sword to finish the job. Just then, in the distance, two mages completed their cast. With guttural roars, they unleashed twin massive fireballs that tore through the air, heading straight for me. My destiny perception activated, painting an all-encompassing view in my mind like a predictive roadmap. This is section 10/24. Processing the content logically while retaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Below is the processed result. Two fireballs collided mid-air, fusing together and expanding into a massive fireball as tall as a 3-story building, which exploded thunderously right in front of me. The system prompt appeared: moderate fate event. Low-tier magic, super giant fireball spell explodes before you. My expression turned serious in an instant, as I realized there was no room for carelessness this time. The prompt seemed off at a glance. My brain went into overdrive, spotting the key term immediately. I changed magic to trickery. Moderate fate event. Low-tier trickery, super giant fireball spell explodes before you. Fate manipulated. Plus 10 fate points. The moment the edit was made, the terrifying heat wave vanished. The massive fireball, which had enough destructive power to incinerate anyone to ashes, transformed into nothing more than an illusionary fireworks display. The explosion sounded fierce, and the mushroom clouds split the sky, but the ground didn't shake even a bit. Everyone from the Hanhai Guild thought I had been reduced to ashes. Instead, I stepped out slowly from within the fiery explosion. The pupils of two mages contracted sharply, their voices trembling in disbelief. "This is impossible." I couldn't be bothered to explain. Sword drawn, I charged straight at them. A flash of the blade and two heads rolled to the ground. Fate points plus 10. Fate points plus 10. The remaining members were utterly terrified. Their will to fight shattered as they scattered like madmen, trying to escape. The ironic part? They had chosen this ambush site themselves. It was easy to enter, but trying to flee was near impossible. From that moment on, the battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. With a silver sword in one hand and a golden gauntlet on the other, I pursued them through the narrow alleys, cutting them down one by one. Each punch hit its mark, shattering hearts. Some had their throats slit by my blade. Others fell mid-sentence, begging for mercy. Killing them was as effortless as chopping vegetables. I couldn't help but internally comment, "Man, this move of mine is so slick. I'm impressed with myself." The system kept spamming notifications of earned fate points on my screen. Fate points plus 10. Fate points plus 10. Though killing should make one uncomfortable, the state I was in felt like living out that premonitory death sonata from my career vision. The thrill of bending fate to my will and harvesting lives recklessly was electrifying, igniting the darker corners of my heart. Eventually, one sorcerer remained. In utter despair, he shouted, "You've killed so many, the sentinels won't let you go, and neither will the leader of the Hanhai Guild." I snorted coldly, internally mocking him. "And where were they earlier, huh? When you all decided to kill me, the sentinels didn't step in. So when I decide to kill you all, they're not going to intervene either." As my words hung in the air, I punched straight through his chest. He mumbled something about the leader, why, before he breathed his last. Fate points plus 10. The Hanhai Guild's squad of professional fighters was completely wiped out. Dusting myself off, I opened the attribute panel. LV. 20 Fate Manipulator. Fate points skyrocketed to 175. Saving up 1,000 points suddenly didn't seem too difficult. My mindset had changed completely. What once made me hesitant about shedding blood was now, unexpectedly, a thrill I began to savor. Just then, Gu Qingying found me. Her eyes darted over the corpses, complicated emotions flickering within as she quietly asked if I'd been the one to kill them. I clasped a hand over her mouth, pulling her into a shadowy corner of the alley, and warned her in a hushed tone. Don't make a sound. Follow my lead if you want to live longer. Her body trembled slightly before she meekly nodded. I took off my blood-soaked clothes and handed her a sentinel's coat to put on. That bloodied outfit was far too conspicuous. It had to be swapped out immediately to avoid trouble. After ensuring Gu was safely hidden, I turned back into the alley to loot the corpses. In total, 15 pieces of silver gear, 8 heavily damaged, plus 20 bronze-grade items. The jackpot? A pristine bronze Desert Eagle scavenged from the gunner's body, along with 10 armor-piercing bullets and 50 explosive rounds. Caught up in excitement, I thought, this completely patches up my ranged weapon limitations. The Dragon's Breath rounds were too overpowered and prone to triggering unforeseen fate events. The Desert Eagle, on the other hand, was the perfect choice for stable, controlled damage. I stored the loot in my gun case and ammo pouch, then headed straight for Shunfeng Trade Market to liquidate the spoils. Meanwhile, Gu Qingying couldn't resist contacting her mentor, Lu Keixian. Lu hurried over, heard the entire story, and immediately advised Gu to abandon her task and leave the rest to her. Confused, Gu asked, "Then what am I supposed to do?" Lu countered with a pointed question. "Why should I deal with you?" She spelled it out. The Hanhai Guild violated public order laws by dispatching a squad of professionals to assassinate a young prodigy. What I did was pure self-defense. Realizing her misunderstanding, Gu left with guilt written all over her face. After burning away traces of the skirmish in the alley, Lu's fury ignited. She decided to investigate the Hanhai Guild thoroughly. Even without concrete evidence, she vowed to demand an explanation in person. On my end, I reached the trade market and quickly made my way into the VIP area on the second floor. I equipped 2 silver-grade protective items on the spot and sold off the remaining 13 silver and 20 bronze items, pressing the manager for a quick valuation. The manager returned with a fast estimate. 8 damaged silver items at 23 million, bronzes at 9.8 million, totaling 32.8 million credits. Though I felt the appraisal was a bit stingy, I handed over my card, opting not for the full amount in cash but 28 million credits instead. I used the withheld 2 million to purchase a Tier 4 battle scroll. The manager was stunned by my move but still obediently handed over the challenge book. After making sure I had it safely in hand, I pocketed the large sum of money, then launched a solo assault directly on the Vast Sea Guild. Activating the Tier 4 challenge book meant going to full-scale war with every professionally advanced member of the Vast Sea Guild. No one could help me. At worst, I'd be teleported out if I lost. But for me, this was a paradise for farming destiny points. Inside the Vast Sea Guild, Li Hanshan was absolutely infuriated. The squad he had sent to ambush me had been completely annihilated. Instead of being relieved that I hadn't died, his hatred only deepened. He was determined to alienate me from humanity, or perhaps make me despise them entirely. True to his ruthless nature, he hung the 8 corpses of the fallen outside the guild's most prominent entrance. I stared at the bodies of brothers and sisters who had once helped me. None of them had betrayed me even unto death. Fury ignited within me as I saw their battered forms. The guild's necromancers forcibly extracted memories from the dead, uncovering the truth. This entire fiasco had been solely of my doing. Meanwhile, Lu Keixian stormed into the Vast Sea Guild with undeniable evidence, demanding Li Hanshan surrender and threatening to wipe out the entire guild. Li Hanshan didn't believe her. He even mocked her for bluffing, until he saw the bodies hanging outside, and Lu Keixian snapped. She swore that if she didn't kill him today, she'd willingly cripple her own cultivation on the spot. The tension was explosive. A battle was imminent. I stood outside the guild doors and threw an ordinary river pebble containing a Tier 4 challenge book into the arena. Li Hanshan's expression changed instantly. My gaze swept across the 8 bodies, pausing on the shy mage girl who'd once nervously asked about my profession. Now she lay unrecognizable, her form twisted by torment. Bitterly exhaling, I declared in a low, deliberate voice, "Tonight, I'm taking down the Vast Sea Guild." I took a deep breath, raised my shotgun, and activated my destiny perception. The future battle trajectory became clear. A regular shot would only graze the guild's front doors. So, I rewrote my fate and fired. The platinum-forged guild doors exploded instantly, marking the official start of the Tier 4 Guild War. The vast sea guild's points dropped by 10 right away. Striding into the guild, I was met by dumbfounded stares. Li Hanshan sneered coldly, calling me a madman for daring to challenge the entire guild on my own. I shot back casually. Artists are all madmen. The battlefield boundaries formed in an instant. Just as I prepared to step into the first turn battle zone, a notification in my mind informed me Lu Kaixian was inviting me to join the Night's Watch, a rank 9 guild. My initial instinct was to reject her, but she transmitted a plea, asking for my help. She explained that the Night's Watch was the only rank 9 guild in the Great Xia Kingdom, offering unparalleled perks with no hierarchical constraints. The only challenge was the near-impossible membership requirement. Thinking it over, I figured I could always leave if I needed to and chose to accept on the spot. The next moment, the permanent guild boost enveloped my body. Base stats plus 5%, elemental damage reduction plus 5%, experience gain plus 5%, and an increased high-tier equipment drop rate of plus 5%. I inwardly grumbled, is that all a rank 9 guild can offer? That's it. Lu Kaixian gave no explanation, only saying she'd tell me the reason later. She too was preparing to battle in the Tier 4 zone, specifically to hunt down Li Hanshan. She even teased me. Think you lot can hold out for long? Lu Kaixian smirked and taunted Li Hanshan, deliberately provoking him. With no other options, he entered the Tier 4 battlefield, biting back curses as he went. The phantom of a vermilion bird swirled around her as Lu Kaixian shot forward like a comet, tearing through the air. She clashed head-on with Li Hanshan's Winter Fist's icy strikes. Fire and ice collided thunderously, with her firmly holding the upper hand the entire time. I glanced at their duel, ensuring the situation was temporarily under control. Shifting my focus, I fixed my gaze on the army of first-turn professionals closing in on me. Reaching into my storage pouch, I pulled out 2 disposable acceleration talismans. Normally, each would increase speed by 15% for 5 minutes, but using my destiny manipulation, I stacked their effects. My speed surged by a whopping 60%, lasting for 10 full minutes. Just as I fortified my skill set, a sharp blade slashed toward me from behind. The black leather-clad female assassin had hidden her presence to launch a surprise attack on my lower back. Her strike carried triple effects: stealth break, critical hit, and poison, clearly designed to one-shot me. Using my speed advantage, I circled behind her and delivered a precise punch to her temple. She was instantly disqualified by the battlefield rules and teleported out. I calmly claimed 10 destiny points from her elimination. The entire battlefield immediately erupted in chaos. Over 300 people shifted into high alert, their strategy suddenly adapting. The enemy strategist quickly ordered them to form ranks. Shield warriors holding the front line, melee fighters flanking the sides, mages and archers providing long-range cover, assassins preparing ambushes, and curse specialists charging up hexes. Impressive. They were treating me like some final raid boss. Their tactics were solid, but I had no intention of retreating. Even Li Hanshan cast a glance in my direction. I calmly drew my bronze desert eagle and aimed at the shield warrior holding the triangular shield at the front. He laughed mockingly, saying my toy gun wouldn't even scratch his shield. Ignoring him, I pulled the trigger. The shield exploded on impact, sending stone shards flying across the field. Without hesitation, I fired 20 consecutive shots, obliterating their entire front line of shields in under 3 seconds. I claimed the first wave of eliminations with ease, raking in a heap of destiny points at no cost. The enemy formation fell into chaos immediately. At that moment, my destiny perception triggered. I foresaw an assassin attempting to ambush me from a blind spot. The original timeline had him stabbing right into my neck. I rewrote my fate, redirecting the blow to my chest instead. The assassin darted out at lightning speed, charging straight at me. Just as he closed in, I seized him by the chest with a single motion. The battlefield fell into utter silence, everyone frozen in disbelief. Even the female assassin herself was stunned, unable to comprehend how I'd caught her so precisely. Panicking, she tried to drive her dagger into my heart, but I knocked her wrist aside with a single punch and then slammed my fist into her abdomen. She was sent flying, her stealth suit shattering with the impact. Her gear scattered across the field, some even attaching themselves to me. Furious, she hurled insults at me for being underhanded before retreating in a rage. This is the content for section December 24th. The original paragraph structure, line breaks, and formatting have been preserved as requested. Here's the process content. I was just about to pull out my shotgun and start harvesting them one by one when the sky abruptly darkened. 36 sorcerers all unleashed their ultimate spells simultaneously, blanketing the field with curses. slowed movement, blindness, weakness, exhaustion. The darkly menacing cursed scripts covered the entire ground like a suffocating storm. From their perspective, being hit with this many debuffs guaranteed my death. But instead, I grew more excited the more I watched, internally mocking the situation like crazy. Aren't these just delivered on a platter fate events? What's there to fear? I charged straight into the oncoming curses, rewriting fate line by line. Slowed hyperspeed boost, blindness ultra-heightened perception, weakness explosive strength gain, exhaustion unyielding endurance boost. I overturned all 36 curses in a single go, sending my fate points skyrocketing by 360 points instantaneously. What others saw as deadly black curse energy turned directly into divine blessings for me. My stats skyrocketed unstoppably. What kind of battle was this? This was full-on cheat mode rage. I was no longer the prey being hunted by 300 people. From this moment onward, the hunt officially began. My entire being ignited with a surge of power, strength coursing through every fiber of my body, so intensely that I almost wanted to shout, 666, on the spot. The enemies noticed I wasn't dodging at all, but instead, I was charging brazenly into curses, even reaching out my hand to grab at the crushing curse scripts around me. The absurdity of the scene left them dumbfounded and laughing in disbelief. They wanted to advance, but it was too late to retreat now. A streak of green-gold afterimage flashed rapidly through the crowd, followed by heavy thuds and screams erupting consecutively. I plunged straight into the center of their forces. Mages couldn't even finish their spell incantations before being interrupted. Archers couldn't fully draw their bows before being sent flying with a single punch. One after another, they fell blown away, shattered, and eliminated on the spot. The battlefield instantly plunged into complete chaos. The entire scene transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Blood splattered everywhere. Cries and screams rang out endlessly. I had fully become the embodiment of ruthless massacre. But I fully understood, this insane buff state was anything but stable. The enhancements caused by the curses could weaken at any moment. I had to seize every second to rampage through and maximize my kills. No stopping, not even for a breath. I pressed forward, pushing the carnage to the absolute limit. With a Desert Eagle loaded with armor-piercing rounds in hand, I moved with deadly precision. Every graceful motion was a fatal strike, each step leaving behind a lifeless body. From outside the battlefield, Li Hanshan's eyelids twitched violently as he observed. Even the mage girl I had terrified into tears earlier now trembled as she whispered under her breath. He ignores shields with headshots, assassins get insta-killed, and curses only make him stronger. What kind of monster is this? The enemy strategist hiding in the corner, drenched in cold sweat, was visibly on the verge of mental collapse. At first, he suspected the curses were producing adverse effects, only for his mind to abruptly conjure what he thought was a stroke of genius. If curses turn into buffs for him, what if blessings turn into harm? Why don't we pile on as many blessings as we can and obliterate him? At his suggestion, the enemy forces erupted with cheers. Bro, genius idea. We'll crush him for sure. Revitalized close combat fighters surged forward in their desperation to surround me, sparing no effort. I almost laughed out loud at the absurdity, internally praising their brilliance for handing me free advantages. Feigning unease, I intentionally slowed my attacks, pretended to retreat, and played the role of a man cornered and afraid. I even let myself get slashed by a warrior's blade, allowing a thin line of blood to trail at the corner of my lips. Pure Oscar-worthy acting. The berserk warrior screamed triumphantly, "Block him off! Don't let him escape!" And in that moment, a downpour of white blessings rained down. Holy light spells, war cries, water blessings, wind blessings. They cast a total of 88 blessings, all striking me directly. Shimmering white light engulfed me entirely. The tactician sighed in visible relief, wholeheartedly expecting me to keel over dead on the spot. But instead, rows of fate notifications exploded in my mind. Holy light, HP slightly increased. War cry, strength slightly increased. Water blessing, recovery slightly enhanced. Wind blessing, speed slightly improved. Everything was a straight-up genuine buff, not a single reduction or detrimental effect. Every blessing's benefits activated in mere seconds. I couldn't help but grin as I accepted this massive windfall with open arms. My stats taking yet another explosive leap. Without hesitation, I rewrote fate yet again, directly upgrading all the slight enhancements to major stat boosts. My attributes surged wildly once more, and my fate point count skyrocketed by 880 in one breath. The resulting overwhelming pressure radiated outward like a violent shockwave, blowing away enemies in my immediate vicinity. One by one, they froze in place, utterly speechless, their spirits crushed beyond repair. They were so certain the blessings would weaken me, only to watch helplessly as they made me even stronger. The tactician was left completely dumbfounded, smacking his own head like a lunatic, his sanity visibly shattering beyond recovery. I stepped out from the crowd, my figure growing to a towering 3 meters tall, luminous radiance circling my form. I now looked like a monster emerging straight from the abyss. The 100 or so remaining enemies, seeing this, lost their will to fight entirely, scattering and fleeing in all directions. But with my speed now boosted to an absurd 400 points, all I saw were mobile fate point banks running away. Showing no mercy, I commenced a one-sided massacre, grinding them down in relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, over in Zone 4, the battle was playing out very differently. Li Hanshan was suspended midair, scorched black by the flames of Lu Chuexian's vermilion sparrow fire. Despite being whipped and interrogated mercilessly, that masochist grew increasingly thrilled instead, his relentless trash-talking only aggravating Lu Kaixian further. Her anxiety spiked as she glanced toward Zone 1. Knowing the battle, there had no foreseeable conclusion. To block out Li Hanshan's endless provocations and keep her focus intact, she decisively locked the situation into a stalemate. Unbeknownst to her, I had already obliterated Zone 1 entirely. By the time she realized, there was nothing left but the sound of silence. Only 88 support class enemies remained. They clustered together, exhausted, frantically bestowing me with every possible buff they had. Holy Light, War Cry, Wind and Water enhancements, all stacking infinitely. In return, I drained them dry. Their mana reserves and mental strength were completely shot, leaving them utterly powerless, kneeling and begging for mercy. Realizing my fate point count was approaching its cap, I spared no patience for their pleas, simply ended them all without hesitation. I had bigger things to deal with. Here's the translated content with the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and layout preserved. I earned 1,000 destiny points on the spot. The first professional awakening, officially complete. 10 stars completely merged into my body, undergoing a triple refinement of body, spirit, and divine power. A full transformation. After the awakening, the system granted me 3 brand new skills. The first, Allure of the Masses. The ability to assemble any living being or corpse into a grotesque, lotus-shaped construct. The second, Weapon Master. Any weapon I wield gains an immediate plus 20% attack power. The third, Battle Fury. Each fight or injury stacks up to 5 layers of rage, granting an extra plus 5% to all attributes per layer. Once rage is maxed out, pain is negated entirely, and reflexes double. I glanced over the 3 skills and could only shout internally. Ridiculous. The power level here completely blows other first-tier classes out of the water. On top of that, these skills can be upgraded further with destiny points, with a growth ceiling that's downright explosive. I didn't rush to allocate points. 3 paths, burst, stability, or endurance. I decided to test them in combat first before locking in my strategy. I immediately opened the attribute panel. After that chaotic battle earlier, I had drained all my 88 auxiliary professions dry, leaving me with a whopping 3,655 destiny points. To me, destiny points are far more valuable than money. They can shape battles, upgrade skills, and directly alter probabilities. This is my true trump card. With my goals achieved, I began planning my retreat. After all, publicly humiliating the Hanhai Guild and lending a major hand to Lu Kaixian would certainly not go unnoticed by Hanhai's leadership. They wouldn't let me off so easily. Even though I was still within city limits, I wasn't foolish enough to engage in a drag-out fight with them. I activated my life rhythm ability to heighten my awareness, donned my green-gold gauntlets, and gripped my weapons. A Desert Eagle in my left hand and a shotgun in my right. With Weapon Master awakened, I could finally dual-wield without wasting time on switching weaponry. As I stepped out of the first battle zone, the surrounding mist cleared instantly, syncing live updates from the guild war. The first zone's battle had ended, with Hanhai Guild losing another 50 points, leaving them with only 40 points. Every pair of eyes on the field locked onto me. A mere 20-year-old rookie, freshly first tier. Yet I single-handedly obliterated the entire first zone and completed my class awakening. I ignored their shock, setting my gaze directly onto the fourth battle zone. The mist there hadn't lifted yet, meaning Lu Kaixian and Li Hanshan were still locked in combat. I calculated my next steps. This was the perfect opportunity to assist Lu Kaixian and completely crush Hanhai Guild. But suddenly, an icy chill crept up my spine, a warning of impending danger. I swiftly raised my gun, aiming at the shadows behind me, and growled coldly, "Get it over with, quit dawdling." Hanhai Guild's older generation had finally made up their minds to kill me at any cost. After all, not only had I humiliated them, but I had also aligned myself with the Night Watchers Guild. If they didn't eliminate me now, the consequences would be catastrophic later. In the next instant, 4 third-tier assassins lunged out of the shadows. Their daggers pierced through the air, aiming precisely for my heart, throat, skull, and lower back. All fatal strikes. Though the level disparity was enormous, my perception still managed to track their movements, albeit faintly. My destiny sense kicked in instantly. Within the next second, I would be critically injured. Even if I dodged sideways, I couldn't escape death. Seeing the inevitable outcome, I didn't hesitate. I activated Destiny Rewrite, forcefully changing critical injury to minor injury. Reality crystallized in an instant. The daggers struck me viciously, but the blades only grazed the surface, as if a formless barrier had deflected the mortal blow. The assassins' faces fell in utter shock. They had never imagined I could withstand such a sure kill strike. That move completely enraged me. Battle Fury instantly stacked to 4 layers. My attributes surged into overdrive. Seizing the moment while the 4 assassins froze in disbelief, I leaped back and bolted straight for the 4th zone. I had already sensed higher-tier professionals closing in. It was smarter to gain some distance. But the assassins weren't about to let me go. Using telepathic coordination, they pressed their pursuit relentlessly. While retreating, I raised my shotgun and locked onto one of the female assassins. She didn't dodge. Instead, she taunted me, confident my silver-tier firearm couldn't harm a 3rd tier like her. I smirked coldly and pulled the trigger. A dragon's breath round roared out from the barrel. I manipulated destiny, ensuring the bullet's trajectory landed precisely where she had predicted to dodge. Her 3 comrades instinctively veered the same way, causing the 4 of them to collide in a chaotic heap. This was no coincidence. I burned 400 destiny points to force this small-scale chaos. The cost was steep, but it was worth it. The bullet hit its mark. Destiny sense revealed she would only suffer light burns. Not satisfied, I again rewrote her fate, turning light injury into severe injury. Flames erupted violently. The assassins screamed in agony, severely wounded and nearly charred beyond recognition. The remaining 3 panicked entirely, abandoning their injured comrade as they fled without looking back. The critically injured assassin cried out for help, but no one cared. I approached her slowly, pressing my hand against her head, ready to test my newly awakened skill. Allure of the masses. She barely managed to shriek, "He's a Deathweaver," before her voice was abruptly cut off. Threads of fate flowed from my fingertips into her body, controlling her very bone and flesh. I reshaped her broken form into a grotesque, yet mesmerizing human lotus. Everyone from Hanhai Guild was utterly stunned. In that moment, my identity was laid bare, Deathweaver. And with that revelation, all my reckless gambits and wild behavior suddenly made sense. After all, Deathweavers are lunatics who exist to toy with life, death, and the dead. This is the 14th of 24 sections. I will process the content based on my logic, maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout as requested. Here's the result. I offered the crowd of Hanhai Guild members a faint smile and gently pushed the human lotus flower toward them. "Please accept my gift," I said. Without lingering, I turned and strode directly into the 4th war zone, never looking back. The next second, the lotus flower erupted with a thunderous explosion. The blast of force and blood swept through the entire area, illuminating the cruel history of the assassin's life, which dissipated like a lurid and morbid firework. Many among the crowd could only fully comprehend the scene after it was too late. They stood there pale with fear. Fate notifications bombarded my mind. This explosion alone recovered nearly 300 points of fate energy. Looking at that number, I still felt a twinge of regret over the 400-point expenditure just moments ago, but at least it balanced out. Not too much of a loss this time. With a low snort, a sharp grin tugged at my lips. I casually closed the skill description window and brought up my attribute panel. Class: Executioner. Level 20. Strength, endurance, intelligence, agility, all boosted and flourishing after the first awakening. My skill bar was impressively packed, and my talents even included fate modification, with 3,655 fate points stacked up as a result. Honestly, I couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. Just earlier, I squeezed a significant haul out of 88 blessing casters, draining their mana and mental energy dry. Sure, my head was throbbing like hell, but my overall state remained stable. The Hanhai Guild definitely must hate me to the core now. After all, I helped Liu Xian. There's no way they wouldn't hunt me down relentlessly for this. I tuned into the rhythm of life around me, brushing the sensation aside, then slipped on my green-gold gauntlets. With a desert eagle in my left hand and a shotgun in my right, I felt the full potential of being a weapon master after awakening. Finally being able to wield multiple weapons at once? Absolutely magnificent. Stepping into the first war zone with firm resolve, the encroaching fog of war dissipated at once, and a thunderous bell rang out. Battle over in the first war zone. The Han High Guild's score plummeted catastrophically, leaving it at a meager 40 points. All eyes locked on me, stunned. No one expected this. A freshly transitioned level 20 newcomer managing to clear the first war zone head-on and even achieving a full class awakening. Casting a quick glance at the fourth war zone, I noticed that the fog still hadn't lifted. Liu Shuxian and Li Hanshan were still engaged in bitter combat. Suddenly, I spun around, aiming my weapon at the shadows behind me. My voice icy. If you're going to strike, hurry up. Stop wasting my time. The seasoned veterans of the Han High Guild finally lost their patience. For third-class assassins surged toward me, their auras radiating murderous intent. Fate's sense erupted in my mind. If I didn't act, I'd be disemboweled by daggers in an instant. I immediately activated Fate Modification, changing a grievous injury into a mere scratch. Even gained 5 fate points while at it. The daggers pierced just half an inch before an invisible barrier halted their advance completely. The assassins froze in disbelief, but their deranged resolve didn't falter. Licking the blood off their blades, they leered at me with twisted mockery. I retreated strategically while taking aim, and they persisted, smugly confident that mere silver-tier firearms couldn't harm third-class combatants. I sneered coldly and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Boom! The dragon's breath shell exploded in a brilliant flash. Using up another 400 fate points, I forcibly rewrote a low-probability event, causing chaos among the assassins as they collided in their panic. The flames consumed the one I directly hit, and her agonizing screams echoed sharply across the battlefield. With another application of Fate Modification, I turned her light injuries to severe burns, gaining even more points from the process. Surging forward aggressively, I watched as the remaining 3 assassins broke into terrified retreats. Panic-stricken, they abandoned their injured ally without a second thought. Showing no mercy, I grabbed her by the head and growled coldly, "Let's see what captivating the masses really means." Her pupils contracted violently, and she shrieked in horror, "He's an executioner!" Before she could finish, countless threads of fate shot into her body, forcibly twisting her bones, joints, and flesh into a grotesque and eerie human lotus flower. This marked my first complete execution of the captivating the masses skill. Its macabre artistic flair was fully unleashed. I slowly pushed this flower toward the Han High Guild members and spoke faintly, "Please accept my gift." With that, I turned and left without hesitation. Behind me, an explosion tore through the air, accompanied by ear-piercing screams of agony. That single act earned me an easy 300 fate points, a total win. Under the collective stares of fear and hatred, I strode straight into the fourth war zone. Outside, the senior Han High Guild members were livid, their faces as green as bile. They knew crystal clear, this assassination attempt had failed spectacularly. Worse, crossing an executioner meant inevitable and brutal retaliation. Inside the fourth war zone, Li Hanshan was on his last legs, completely worn down by Liu Shuxian. Hearing the announcement of the first war zone's conclusion, he snapped, breaking down with curses about incompetent allies. Liu Shuxian persisted with her interrogation, but he clamped down and refused to spill a single word. Striding inside, I saw her let out a slight sigh of relief at my arrival. She explained in hushed tones that she was in Green City to secretly investigate collusion between the Han High Guild and the Arrival Society. The mention of Arrival Society made my heart drop. My parents were victims of their schemes. Liu Shuxian suspected that Li Hanshan had sided with the Arrival Society but lacked solid proof. I walked up to Li Hanshan deliberately and spoke coldly. Still concealing evidence with that stubborn mouth? He boldly retaliated with threats, declaring that I wouldn't live past the battle's end while bragging about the Arrival Society's vast power. I smirked and shot back. "Oh, so you're admitting to it now." Turning toward Liu Shuxian, I instructed, "Strip him." With an expression of disgust, she complied, leaving him with just one tattered undergarment. Li Hanshan completely lost it, shouting curses and thrashing wildly. I attempted to use captivating the masses to break him, but for the first time it failed. That failure triggered an instant skill upgrade. Fate points skyrocketed, and captivating the masses leveled up to 4. A flood of newfound knowledge filled my mental landscape. I struck again with renewed force, breaking his shoulders and legs, twisting his form into a grotesque and bloody lotus flower. Devoid of ordinary sensations of pain, his primal terror only intensified his insanity. Liu Shuxian watched in horror, her voice trembling as she asked if I'd lost my mind. Calmly, I replied, "I didn't go mad from becoming an executioner. These so-called elders went mad long before me with their deeds. And I'll admit, there's a certain artistic allure to it. After completing everything, Li Hanshan was completely crippled by me. Lu Kaixian stared at the blood-colored lotus on the ground, utterly stunned. I reminded her, he has no self-consciousness anymore. Ask him whatever you wish. She stepped forward and coldly interrogated, Li Hanshan, are you part of the Descendants Society? He nodded numbly. Yes, I am. What do the Descendants want you to do? What's being planned in Qingqing? He confessed that they had instructed him to eliminate young, talented warriors and sow discord within the human race. As for Qingqing, he claimed no knowledge. Lu Kaixian turned to me and whispered, he won't reveal the truth. His soul has clearly been tampered with, probably manipulated. She decided to bring Li Hanshan back to the Night Watchers Division for deeper investigation, even inviting me along, mentioning there would be pay and various benefits. The moment I heard there was money involved and that the compensation was decent, I agreed on the spot. With a thought, she stored the blood-colored lotus into a small pouch, and together we walked out of the battle zone. The sound of a bell echoed throughout the city. Han Hai Guild's points have been reset. Defeat. The victory came with a random reward of 3 items from their guild storage. Suddenly, 3 mysterious black and gold boxes appeared in my hand. The entire Qingqing exploded with activity. Everyone began speculating who had single-handedly taken down Han Hai Guild. Some even guessed that a high-ranking veteran had personally intervened in the guild war. The tale of the puppet master's revenge had only just begun. My phone wouldn't stop vibrating. In our classmates' group chat, conversations raged on. Some discussed strategies for Goblin Forest, while others ridiculed an embarrassing graduation confession that had become the city's laughingstock. I had no interest in any of it and simply turned my phone off. For now, I safely stashed the loot boxes away, not in a rush to open them. I stood side by side with Lu Kaixian, facing the 1,000 remaining members of Han Hai Guild standing crowded before us. With her, a 4th-tier Vermilion Bird Mage, holding the line, I wasn't worried in the slightest. Lu Kaixian gave the command. Han Hai Guild members were to hold their ground and wait for the Night Watchers' investigative team to verify them. Only after clearance could they leave. Everyone's face turned pale with fear. No one dared to protest, not even the guild leader, who was trembling violently. Someone quietly noticed that the platinum equipment from the guild storage had disappeared. With affairs settled, Lu Kaixian turned to me and softly said, let's go. Behind her, fiery wings suddenly unfurled. She stepped closer, her cheeks faintly flushed, and whispered gently, hold on tight. If you fall, I won't catch you. Who could refuse to fly? I immediately reached out and wrapped my arms around her waist, my face lightly resting against her abdomen. Her body stiffened sharply, and she almost let out a soft gasp. In the next moment, she shot into the sky with me in tow. The fierce wind smacked against my face, nearly forcing my eyes shut. Thankfully, I had already activated an anti-wind barrier in advance. From above, I looked down at all of Qingqing, its countless glittering lights stretching endlessly. A spectacle so breathtaking that I couldn't look away. Just as I was entranced by the view, a sudden softness pressed against my face. I glanced up to see Lu Chuexian's face burning red, practically dripping blood. Through gritted teeth and embarrassment, she stammered, stop overthinking. We're almost there at the division. I pursed my lips, refraining from replying, quietly chuckling to myself. Not long after, we landed smoothly at the Night Watcher's base. Situated right in the city's center, the area was bustling with activity. Even though it was past 10 at night, Lu Kaixian went off to handle some follow-up tasks, instructing me to wait at the side. I casually glanced around and noticed a massive mission board in the center, full of various tasks and their respective contribution points listed. The Night Watchers operated a completely hands-off style here. It was all about taking up quests and grinding points from creatures to accumulate contributions. As I stood observing, a young man named Luan approached. He introduced himself as a 2nd-tier swordsman and level 2 nomad of the Night Watchers, offering to show me around the guild. I wasn't in the mood for pleasantries, so I immediately declined. His face darkened instantly, and he tried posturing to intimidate me. Fortunately, Lu Kaixian returned just in time to interrupt him. This is the 16th section out of 24. Following my usual logic, here's the content processed while preserving the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Luan quickly swapped to a polite demeanor, courteously greeting the newcomers, before slinking away in embarrassment. Lu Kaixian quietly reminded me, this Luan, he's the deputy mayor's son, good at forming factions. Keep an eye on him. Ignore him? Ha, I nodded, but internally I gave a big mental meh. Just another clown stirring up drama. I have no interest in engaging with these fools. Documents submitted. Her voice was cold, as if announcing some transactional deal. I couldn't help but find it amusing. This tiny procedure seemed like no big deal to me. There's still a small test before you can officially join. She made it sound so casual. A small test. I'd like to see how small this so-called test really is. I cut straight to the point. When do subsidies get issued? Money first, everything else later. She responded calmly. Level 1 access grants 500,000 credits on the 8th of each month. Now that's intriguing. These night watchers are a lot more reliable than your average guild. She continued explaining their rules. Contribution points outweigh money since they can earn you rare items. Permissions go from levels 1 to 9, with higher levels granting better perks. It all sounded cryptic, but I saw through it clearly. I was here for those privileges. Levels 1 through 3 are called Drifting Souls. Levels 3 through 6, Night Wanderers. Levels 6 through 9, Daybreak Deities. Sounds decent enough. Tightening my mental focus on this game, I decided not to quit for now. The rules here were solid, way better than that mediocre guild. Lu Cassian dragged me into the test site. As the door opened, I saw 4 young people sitting there waiting. The kicker? Lu En was one of the examiners. That smarmy, fake smile of his? It nearly killed me. I ignored him and got straight to the point. What's the test about? Spare me the small talk. I have loot boxes waiting to be opened. Lu En's expression briefly darkened. But with Lu Cassian present, he didn't dare act out. Without much fuss, he led us to an open area and swiped his tablet. Suddenly, a level 35 Minotaur roared into the field, charging in with explosive intensity. The air grew thick with danger. The test was straightforward. Solo this monster. The others glanced at each other uneasily. It was blatantly clear their configurations were all over the place. An absolute mess. It looked like a bad joke. A barrier caster, a healer, and 2 ice mages? They were practically asking to die. They started complaining, but Lu En was unyielding. Not wanting to waste any more time, I pulled out my shotgun, a wicked grin forming on my face. A minotaur? Ha! My least favorite kind of beast. Boom, boom, boom. Shells rained down like a relentless storm, flames licking the monster's charred body. Its skin turned black as it roared in pain, anger surging as the air itself rippled with heat waves like an erupting battlefield. I tested my sense of fate. As expected, nothing. This creature radiated a poisonous unease, like a cunning trap. Holstering my gun, I slipped on my combat gloves, feeling the icy glow awaken in my palms. I told the 4, barrier up first. The barrier caster perked up and gave me a quick glance. The ice mages began chanting. Musical notes seemed to ripple through the air as I lazily remarked, "Don't kick your legs. Stick with me in melee." With that, I stomped down hard, kicking up a storm of airwaves as I launched straight toward the beast. The 2 ice mages, startled, lost focus. I'd interrupted their chants mid-cast. My gloves shimmered as their armor-piercing effect took hold. The Minotaur's grass skirt shredded, its skin splitting into countless cracks. The beast howled in pain, now angrier than ever, and punched down with a force that carried the scent of dirt, a crushing power like an avalanche falling. But I didn't dodge or evade. I took the punch squarely. Berserk stacks +1. The gloves flared with energy, surging like a volcanic eruption. Another stack added. My attributes spiked, heart pounding, senses sharp as a blade. Seeing an opening, I drove my knees harshly into its belly. The beast toppled onto its back. The fight ended, and an eerie silence followed. Watching the 4's dumbfounded faces, I smirked inwardly. Bet they didn't expect me to finish this bull on my own. Lu En's expression shifted ever so slightly, his frustration thinly veiled. Just as he was about to wrap things up, I reached out and pressed a hand against the downed monster, channeling Lotus Bomb of Deceit. Idol's explosive devotion activated. In the next moment, the beast detonated like a bomb, fragments scattering, filling the air with the unmistakable tang of gunpowder. Lu En's jaw dropped, absolutely defeated. I patted his shoulder, my tone icy yet loaded with meaning. "It's over. No need to be scared. I wasn't planning on killing you." He turned pale, spun around, and scrambled away, blatantly passing the blame. Watching his pitiful retreat, I couldn't hold back a faint sneer. Lu Cassian suddenly asked, "Interested in furthering your studies at one of the 4 academies?" I paused, considering it. Higher training didn't sound half bad, so I nodded. She led me to a shadowy corner of the mission hall, the space steeped in the scent of ink and old books. Speaking crisply, she introduced the academies. Divine Spirit Academy, a haven for mages and barrier casters. Civil Arcana Academy, the realm of tacticians and politicians. War Academy, paradise for close combat enthusiasts. Inferno Academy, nest of rogues and underworld legends. My eyes lit up as I smirked. Inferno Academy? That's my style. She handed me an invitation letter. I took it, signing without hesitation. The letter spontaneously burst into flames, reduced to ash in my palm. Lu Cassian explained calmly. After submission comes a secret test. No notice, no warning. You'll hear from us in due time. Let's hope next time we meet, it's at the freshman assembly. We parted with a handshake, her casual tone hiding significant weight. I understood the hefty favor she just extended. She brushed it off lightly. Think of it as compensation for the money I squeezed out of the vast ocean guild. I nodded and turned to leave instinctively. Just as I stepped into the hallway, a hushed voice from a night watcher nearby reached my ears. The trial tower's been refreshed. I stopped, gaze sharp as I scanned the corridor. Lu Cassian noticed my interest and softly began explaining the trial tower's mechanics. Level 1 drifting souls could challenge it once per month. The tower was packed with creatures, each floor brimming with experience rewards. Experience. My eyes sparkled instantly. Leveling too slow? What a joke. Bring. I agreed, following her into the tower zone. The space was massive, resembling a labyrinth. At its center stood a towering spire piercing the heavens, surrounded by countless screens live-streaming the latest challenges. This is segment 17/24. Here's the content processed according to your logical structure, maintaining the original paragraph segmentation, line breaks, and overall layout. The night watchers were all enjoying themselves immensely, the atmosphere humming like a festival celebration. Sparrow Fairy quipped with a grin. Pick an entrance at random. Without much thought, I waved my hand and opened a door. Instantly, the live stream locked onto me. Others muttered doubtfully that I probably couldn't last more than a few levels, that I'd lost my mind to even believe in such a challenge. First level, Toxic Slime. One shot to the head, problem solved, clean and quick. Second level, 5 elite goblins. One by one, I hammered them down with punches that felt like driving iron stakes into frail bones. Absolutely thrilling. Third level, still dominating. My hands were on fire, couldn't stop, wouldn't stop. In less than 10 seconds, I stormed onto level 3, fully pumped. The night watchers exploded with disbelief, shock etched on their faces. Inside, I smirked. My level was skyrocketing. People talk about post-class transition disadvantages? Don't make me laugh. I gained 2 levels in a matter of minutes. Exhilarating. This trial tower felt custom-built for me. The monsters went all out, blocking destiny perception, but my allure of the masses skill tore through fate threads like a bomb. Nothing could endure it. Sure, the monsters were obliterated, but I couldn't craft Lotus Ghost Mines afterward. Small bummer. Still, buzzing popularity and sheer experience made up for it. Charging ahead, 6th level unveiled 3 enraged giant bears. Level 30. Roaring violently, oozing an intimidating presence. I gave them no breathing room. A flash of a punch sent one flying, rupturing the fabric of fate with a shattering echo across the dimension. The remaining 2 lunged at me, but midair, I shifted directions and countered with 2 critical hits that interrupted their assault. And with one powerful grab, I snapped a bear's neck cleanly. Levels surged again. Now I stood tall at level 23. Not even a minute passed before I shot up further in levels, hitting the 7th layer. 10 frost skeletons emerged, shrouded in deep, oppressive chills. Under normal rules, anyone else would have been frozen solid, but with me, it was a one-punch knockout scene, unstoppable momentum. Layer by layer, blasting through. The adrenaline high was insane. Boosts from the 9th tier guild's benefits? Unreal. Soon, 10th level. Outcharged the level 30 Swamp Earth Dragon, nicknamed the Apex Melee Killer. Its defenses were ridiculous, like a solid fortress. When it lunged, I sidestepped with a spin, aiming a punch at its abdomen. It splattered mud but barely made an impact. My gauntlet saved me from backlash. Battle rhythm? Dancing perfection. Taking a moment, I cracked my neck with ease. With 5 stacks of rage, my skin toughened while my mind stayed razor-sharp. My gaze slowed time, deliberate and cutting. The Earth Dragon swung its claws, easily avoided. I countered with a sweeping leg kick, sending it flying. It tried shifting the terrain to trap me with its swampy liquid tricks. But me? Nah, I don't play those messy games. Pulled out my shotgun, loaded Dragon Breath rounds, and went wild. Its shell? Straight up barbecued to a crisp. Slower than a snail, the dragon posed no real threat. One flick of fate threads, and boom, it obliterated into fragments. So satisfying it left me breathless. With blood pounding, 5 layers of rage stacked alongside a lure of the masses. I'd obliterate any boss under level 40. Over level 40? Sure, it's tougher but still manageable. With turbo leveling, I hit level 30, finally reaching the 20th layer. Now, a level 60 hellhound with 3 heads, snarling, tearing the air apart like a shockwave, exuding dominance. It made third transition pros look tame. I stared it down before dialing my rage back. I wasn't in top form. Grinding against this thing? Waste of my resources and efforts. As it leaped towards me, I coolly withdrew from the challenge, transported out of the tower. System prompt, first time attempt, cleared level 19, setting a new first transition record. Reward, 5,000 contribution points. Contribution points crossed 2,000. Rank upgraded to grade 2 spirit soul. Fatigue vanished. Attribute bonuses soared from 5% to 15%. I clenched my fist. My power had officially taken off. The system pinged, asking me to sign the monument. Casually, I wrote 2 words, Dad. Guild loudspeakers immediately blared. Name redacted, successfully cleared level 19. Unlocking grade 2 privileges, becoming a grade 2 spirit soul. Around me, the once sneering crowd stood dumbfounded. I stifled a laugh and strolled out as if nothing had happened. I glanced at my stats. Level 30, first transition Fatebinder. Strength, agility, and intelligence soaring in unison. Stamina at near 300. My power? Nearly rivaling third transition shield warriors. I was thoroughly content. The plan? Play it steady. Rest up 2 days, grind levels in a secret realm. Hit level 40 before the Hell Academy assessment. Priming for my second awakening. When someone ran up for small talk, I ignored them completely. Lu En's flattery from a distance? My glare alone shut him down cold. Even when a third transition mage asked my name, I didn't bother replying. Instead, I headed straight into the Night Watcher's division. Socializing? What a joke. I wasn't in the mood to waste my time. As the night deepened, the streets grew empty. Streetlights shimmered, their glow fractured. I walked the vacant streets alone, feeling the vigorous rhythm in my blood stronger than ever. My heightened senses captured heartbeats within a 5-kilometer radius, their faint rhythm resonating in my ears like some divine melody. It was pure intoxication. A glance upwards caught daylight spilling over 2 slinking figures on a rooftop. Adults being adults, the usual. Whatever. Not my problem. I picked up my pace, mentally tuning out their theatrics with a fleeting thought, don't let them bother me. At home, the fridge got raided in one go. Dumping everything into a giant pot, I made a chaotic but glorious stew. The scent, the sizzling from the pot mixing with the rhythmic clinking of knives against the cutting board. It was the ultimate dinner vibe. I ate until I was completely stuffed. Knocked out afterward, snoring loud enough to rival my heartbeat. A sound sleep like none other. By dawn, I woke before my alarm. Groggily sitting at my desk, my eyes drifted to 3 boxes on the coffee table. They had my full attention. The vast treasure supplies had already been extracted by the guild's top dogs. But what remained? This was my hard-earned kill reward from the guild war effort. Opening the first box felt like unwrapping a golden sunrise. Inside lay a dazzling gold-grade dagger named Crimson Rose, tailored for a level 25. Stats went wild, agility plus 40, bonus movement speed, attack speed buffs. It even came with a bleeding skill. Feeling the weapon's sleek, cold edges, I couldn't resist testing it out for a moment. Lightly nicking my palm, droplets of blood slid off its razor-sharp tip. I began calculating possibilities. Right on cue, a system pop-up warned, bleeding effect, 1 milliliter per second for 3 minutes. Perfectly stable. A minor negative effect. Ideal for farming destiny points. End of conversion. Here's the process content. Adhering to the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout per your instructions. Quickly activating destiny modification, I adjusted the blood loss to 0 milliliters. 3 minutes as usual, and a whopping 5 destiny points burst forth like a miracle. The wound remained, but no blood flowed. What a god-level move. My heart was pounding. Earning points by cutting my own flesh? Insane genius. 3 minutes, 1 cut. 5 points per minute means 100 per hour, and 2,400 in a full day. It's practically a guidebook for farming destiny points. With a wave of my hand, I dove in for another round. Points soared before the next swing even started. No doubt about it, this was the path to power. As for the 2 remaining boxes, I took my time. 1 box held some basic bronze-level equipment. The color told me all I needed to know, so I tossed it aside, not worth even a second of my time. The last box? A platinum-grade mysterious item, Heaven-Earth Sword Coffer. Just the name reeked of treasure. Closer inspection revealed its properties. Condense 1 sword aura per hour. Discharge with the force of a third realm swordsman's full-powered strike, storing up to 100 auras at most. This thing? Clearly, the cutthroat Han Hai Guild planned to use this as their ace against Lu Kaixian. Lucky for me, they didn't foresee a thief like myself taking it first. Had the guild war not been triggered earlier, this thing would have wiped her out like a cannon. Once I linked the sword coffer with threads of destiny, it suggested enhancing weapon proficiency. But that wasn't exciting enough for me. Spending 1,500 destiny points, I scrounged deeper into the boundless probabilities, uncovering an ultimate tip. Once connected, spiritual energy can actively condense sword auras. Max storage remains 100. Couldn't help but chuckle. Without hesitation, I edited the cap from 100 to 1 billion. Slam, the modification worked. The coffer mutated instantly, boosting capacity to an astronomical billion sword auras. Can you even fathom that? 1 billion full power strikes from a third realm swordsman. The thought alone was enough to make me dizzy. Using spiritual energy to condense one sword aura? 5 minutes per aura drained me to the brink of collapse. Guess what? There's no way I'm grinding out sword auras one by one through sheer willpower. Only time could fill this arsenal step by step. By noon, my energy recovered. I scanned the nearby secret realms and narrowed it down to Wild Bear Plains, a high-difficulty area perfect for adventurers between the 1st and 4th realms. The monsters here? Far fiercer than goblins and leagues more rewarding. Entering the mist-drenched plains, one of the wild bears stood out, its blackened tough hide trying to masquerade as human flesh. No dice. I charged in, fists landing blow after blow as rage built layer by layer. A dragon's breath shot forth, devastatingly injuring the bear before I swiftly finished it off. To my surprise, the bear's corpse retained value. Destiny threads revealed it could still yield destiny points. Jackpot. The tougher the monster, the more destiny threads shimmered, and the points surged with them. My inner joy practically burst out of my chest. This strategy, it was broken in all the best ways. Still solo kills? Not efficient enough. While slashing my palm to farm destiny points, I kept wild bears around as rage batteries. Severely wounding yet sparing them, I laced the battlefield with destiny-threaded lotus mines. Buried under dirt mounds, I prepped carefully, detonating them manually to avoid accidental casualties. Step by step, I advanced into the depths of the realm. Then, out of nowhere, I stumbled upon a large pack of shadow wolves. While most adventurers would steer clear, I saw raw materials for more lotus mines staring me in the face. Without a word, and with a crazed grin, I lunged headfirst into the horde. Moving ghost-like through the fray, I dodged every strike with precision, wiping out all 80 wolves. Spectators glanced over in sheer disbelief as I meticulously pieced the carcasses into countless lotus mines. With my bounty in tow, I returned to a small hill where 82 pristine lotus mines were buried. The sheer presence oozed badassery. The real test began as I lured more enemies. My blood rose weapon also triggered its lethal bleeding effect on a rampaging wild bear. I hacked its poison duration from 180 seconds to a deity grade, absurdly long 180 years. The bear was locked into its bleeding misery, and 10 more soon joined it, chasing me relentlessly. Pushing forward, I turned a corner straight into a pack of 100 shadow wolves, led by a level 45 wolf king. My heart raced as my grin spread wide. This was the payday of a lifetime. Diving straight into the wolves, I stacked bleeding effects to maximize aggro. The pack launched into a frenzy, enclosing me in their assault. Peeking into the threads of fate, I spotted my outcome, hit by 56 crescent-shaped attacks. Smirking, I gleefully rewrote it to, hit by 56 mooncakes. The wolves' deadly strikes morphed to hilarious lumps of soft mooncakes pummeling me. I could barely keep a straight face while charging the wolf king. Clashing fiercely, chaos erupted as furious wild bears surged into the fight. Monsters clashed, spraying blood over the gravel-strewn plains. I knew time was tight. The wolf king had to die first. It activated its acceleration skill, slipping through any suppression. Destiny threads screamed in alert. Next strike will tear off a chunk of your flesh. Unfazed, I swapped fates. I'll bite off a chunk of its flesh. The wolf king lunged. I retaliated, teeth sinking into its leg, ripping away a thick chunk of meat. Blood poured freely. Seizing the moment of agony, I slashed again, deepening the bleeding effect. Aggro erupted to astronomical levels as the wolf king completely lost it. Breaking from the wild bear's distraction, it led the entire wolf pack in a full-force assault on me. The bear-wolf avalanche surged behind me like a rolling snowball of fury as I dashed madly toward the lotus mine-covered hill. The ground grew closer. The monster's frenzy roared louder. When suddenly, bam! Fire flared in front as a blazing spell crashed into my path. Stop! This is the Ice Mountain Squad's territory, a knight bellowed. I shot a cold glance. Move! I snapped. Instantly, their fire spell fizzled into harmless sparks, crumbling like brittle glass. The mages froze, interpreting me as some second realm shield master. I had no time for explanations, warning them icily, "Block me and you'll regret it." Then came the rumble. 20 crazed wild bears and the entire shadow wolf horde closing in like tidal waves. The Ice Mountain squad trembled, realizing their months of preparation couldn't handle even one raging bear. As the monsters barreled past, chaos erupted. The squad scattered in disarray. I stood firm, calmly observing, not lifting a finger. The bystanders expected my imminent demise, their eyes awaiting a grotesque spectacle. Little did they know it was my move. 82 lotus mines lay waiting. The Wolf King detected danger, attempting to escape. Yet, crushed by the surrounding horde, it remained trapped in carnage. Hands trembling with anticipation, I growled low and clenched my fist. Within a 100-meter radius, the Lotus Doom mines detonated in a chain explosion. Flames and lightning intertwined as lotus flowers bloomed in fury. Screams echoed continuously as the giant bear and the wolves were instantly reduced to dust. The Wolf King, barely alive, lunged at me, attempting to drag me into the abyss with it. I remained expressionless, hurling one last crimson lotus bomb that left it obliterated, not even ashes remaining. The system notifications flooded the screen, and the surge of experience points erupted like a volcano. My level skyrocketed to 31 in the blink of an eye. The power of the Lotus Doom mines rivaled that of the notoriously devastating level 40 explosive fireball. Its chain explosion effect overwhelmed everyone, leaving them stunned. Chen Wanqian, that sneaky guy, finally caught on to my playing style and deduced my identity as a fate weaver. He even attempted to recruit me into the Infernal Academy. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the wasteland was nothing but scorched earth and pools of blood. The crowd remained frozen in place, speechless. I offered a faint smile and bowed, as if concluding a flawless performance. Suddenly, an epiphany hit me. Overwhelming attraction wasn't just the name of a skill. It perfectly embodied the essence of my performance. The battle ended, and my level shot up to 37 in one go. This fight earned me a staggering 7-level jump, with stats across the board surging dramatically. Yet my haul didn't end there. Squatting down, I picked up a platinum-tier item near the Wolf King's corpse, a Moonshadow cloak. It added defense, spell resistance, movement speed, and granted an incredible skill, immune to critical hits. However, my current level was insufficient. I'd have to wait until level 40 to equip it. My loot pile resembled a small mountain. With over 200 monsters slain, the spoils included more than 20 pieces of gear, an abundance of gold and silver coins, and a lucky drop of a rare golden spellbook, Storm Magic, which boasted large-scale, high-damage capabilities. Unfortunately, as a Fate Weaver, I needed to unlock certain abilities through awakening instead of directly learning new skills, making the book temporarily unusable. Just then, a middle-aged man carrying a shabby basket scurried over, introducing himself as an itinerant merchant from the Tailwind Trading Company. Naturally, he sought to exchange goods. He presented me with a flat interface displaying a myriad of items, though my attention zeroed in on a Wisdom Source Stone, a peculiar object with no obvious stats but capable of increasing mental power by +1 every 10 days on a permanent basis. Mental power was a critical resource for me. The price? 10,500,000,000. Insane. I doused his enthusiasm immediately. Not worth it. Potions deliver results faster. The merchant froze, then subtly stepped back, beginning to barter using items like equipment and skill books instead. I couldn't help but feel tempted and eventually agreed to deal, but purposefully left behind one item in the transaction. Laughing internally, I thought, this situation has potential. I swapped out my silver wolf boots for the golden earth boots. Once equipped, I felt as light as a feather. Agility increased by +40, movement speed surged by 35%, and they came with a charge ability. The speed coursing through me felt electrifying, as though I could slice through wind itself. A mischievous smirk tugged at my lips. I probably could have scared laughter out of the wall in front of me. The merchant hastily offered up the Wisdom Source Stone in exchange. With style and ease, I traded for the spellbook. Fair deal. No losses on either side. I kept the Source Stone close, feeling a surge of latent potential and possibility within. This was no ordinary artifact. I could sense its destiny-altering ripples, far more stunning than its appearance suggested. Heart soaring, I realized I was only 3 levels away from my next awakening. Having concluded the trade, I ventured deeper into the secret realm, crafting more Lotus Doom mines while navigating through its eerie expanse. To my left, destruction. To my right, destiny points accumulated. The rhythm was tight, orchestrated like a symphony. Onlookers finally snapped out of their daze, their voices tinged with shock and fear. That guy is a Fate Weaver, isn't he? They recognized the fiery lotus insignia that left their faces deathly pale. One yelled, "Someone has to regulate high-risk professions like this," while another muttered, "How did the Night Watch let him into the secret realm? They must have gone mad." I offered no response, my silence masked by a wry smile. The deeper I went into the wild bear plains, the colder the atmosphere became. The once abundant savage bears dwindled, their levels creeping ever upwards. Even creatures at level 40 recoiled in palpable, unexplainable fear. Something was very wrong. I stopped, catching my breath. At the peak of the hierarchy, an 80-level Titan bear lurked within the heart of the realm. Unprepared strength-wise, attempting to challenge it would be a surefire death sentence. I planned to withdraw and focus on the outer areas. But before I could act, the ground trembled violently, as if the earth itself were convulsing. In the distance, a black tide surged forward. A stampede of hundreds of elite savage bears charged straight toward me. These behemoths, towering as tall as 10-story buildings, thundered across the landscape with booming footsteps that cracked the ground. A chill ran down my spine. The scene was apocalyptic. Instinct screamed at me. This was no ordinary event. Not an infernal academy test, but something far worse. I tensed, readying for combat, when Qian Wanqian suddenly stepped in front of me. "Stop guessing," he barked coldly. "This isn't a test. It's a wild bear stampede. A beast tide." My eyes widened in shock. This wasn't just a game mechanic anymore, it was a disaster. The savage bears surged out of the secret realm, heading for the surrounding cities. Danger loomed everywhere. Qian Wanqian bolted toward the depths of the battlefield, hellbent on destroying the source and paying me no mind. I was left teetering at the edge of the chaos, unsure of my next move. Luke didn't retreat. He activated Rhythm of Life, and more than 140-level elite bears charged at him with monstrous aggression. The situation was extremely perilous. Yet his expression remained ice-cold, his movements more precise as the chaos intensified. Ducking and weaving, he turned the already chaotic wild bear plains into utter pandemonium. Wolves and bears, as if possessed by madness, scattered furiously while unleashing guttural roars that shook the heavens. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the distance. Flames soared skyward as gray mist dissipated, revealing an unending tide of bears devouring all in their path. Professionals broke down in panic, fleeing en masse. The rogues reached the exit first, rushing post-haste to notify the Night Watch. The wild bear plains became a battlefield in an instant. Alarms blared relentlessly as all post-second transition combat professionals were conscripted by force. Defensive lines of 1,000 fighters were hastily erected along the border. The Qingqing Night Watch Division, mission halls, and even the City Lord's mansion were in an uproar. The Deputy City Lord personally led reinforcements while the central authorities of Qingqing braced themselves for the worst. The City Lord's face was ashen, his fear palpable. The savage bears had never before attacked their territories. The sudden exodus from the secret realm left him utterly unprepared. Lu Xuexian lashed out at Li Hanshan, arguing that his earlier interrogations could have prevented this calamity. Overwhelmed, the City Lord grabbed his communicator, furiously demanding answers from the front lines. The aide's response was grim. "The rear defense line has collapsed. An 80-level Titan bear is approaching. We can only hold for a few minutes at best. An opponent equivalent to a 4th-tier powerhouse. If this wasn't stopped, Qingqing would be razed to rubble. This is the 20th out of 24 sections. Based on your request, I've processed the content accordingly while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall format. Here's the result." The City Lord and Lu Kaixian decided to head to the front lines in person. Lu Kaixian went to Luke's barracks to check the roster, but couldn't locate him amidst the chaos. Night Wanderer said coldly, "Anyone who could have come out has. If he hasn't fallen, he might be blocking the berserk bears somewhere back there." Lu Xuexian's heart sank like a stone. Luke was just level 30. His combat power was far too low to hold against this beast tide. Suddenly, the monitoring projection turned on, playing scenes of Luke slicing through the air with his blood blade. He darted with high speed amidst a horde of level 40 Colossus bears, inflicting only shallow cuts. Yet, the bleeding bears immediately halted their berserk charges and redirected their attacks toward him. The effect was extraordinary. A shocking display that disrupted the raging tide into smaller, manageable waves, drastically reducing the pressure on the front line. I witnessed the recording with my own eyes, and my heart trembled in admiration for the brilliance of that strategy to dismantle the rampaging tide. Amidst his charge, I saw Luke standing in the very heart of the bear horde. His pupils dilated as every bear locked their seething hatred onto him. The first shot thundered. A dragon breath bullet shattered open the chest of a level 41 bear, blood raining down like a storm. Constantly retreating and gunning down targets, Luke's destiny rewrite skill dropped several bears, but their numbers only seemed to grow. Foreseeing a bear's paw swiping down in just under a second, Luke countered with a backhand slap of his own, sending the beast flying, its paw bloodied. The true horror of the battlefield was numbers. Lotus ghost mines weren't enough, and the heaven-earth sword chest couldn't sustain its energy. He would have to improvise. Lu Chuexian's voice echoed from the skies. How the hell are you holding all their aggro? Even the front line can't pull them off you. Reality then dawned on Luke. The entire beast tide across the Berserk Bear Plains had erupted in full force, the sheer pressure bearing down like a mountain. With the city lord personally requesting reinforcements, Luke's mind raced for a solution. A sudden inspiration struck. Deploying a projection of himself would cause havoc among the bears. He requested the Night Watchers to broadcast his image and voice across the secret realm to disrupt the frenzy. Activating the projection, he fired a relentless barrage of gunshots while exploiting Destiny Rewrite to leverage every possible advantage. He swapped irritated rage within the bears for berserk fury. The effect was immediate. The bear horde became fixated on the projection while the pressure on the front line eased considerably. Charging toward two Colossus bears, Luke fired both pistols, placing precise shots to blow out their heads. Stepping onto a bear's paw for height, he delivered another kill shot with pinpoint accuracy. Yet new destiny quirks emerged. Being struck by 56 crescent shards turned into being struck by 56 mooncakes, nearly causing him to laugh mid-battle. Hatred levels skyrocketed, and every berserk bear turned their full wrath his way. Seizing the opportunity, he roared into combat rage. Spending 8,000 destiny points, he elevated the skill to level 7. His fists thundered, launching a bear into the air, its claws and teeth scattering in the blur of motion. But excessive rage came with a price. His emotions teetered on the brink of insanity. If he lost control, death was certain. Clenching his will, he suppressed the killing intent, gripping the heaven-earth sword chest tightly as he sprinted into the depths of the secret realm. He planned to unleash a devastating 128-blade assault to clear the path ahead. The outside world believed he had perished gloriously in the attempt. Alone, Lu Cassian soared into the secret realm, wings spread wide, resolved to bring him back alive. Luke pushed deeper into the Berserk Bear Plains, colossal beasts pursuing him fiercely. Just as he was about to open the sword chest, a stout, middle-aged man appeared ahead, blocking his path. The man was unshaven, his blood-stained pink gown fluttering in the wind. He grabbed Luke's arm and shouted urgently, "Run! It's not just the secret realm. The whole Qing city can't hold." Confused, Luke fixed his eyes on him and demanded, "Who are you? Is this chaos the mess your assessment caused?" The man's face darkened as he retorted, "Don't overthink it. You don't have the clearance to blame me." Whether Luke agreed or not, the man forcefully dragged him in retreat. The incident in the secret realm involves the Descendants Arrival Society. I'll explain when we're out of here. Before finishing his words, the ground of the Berserk Bear Plains convulsed with a deafening quake. The earth fissured, and a rage-filled roar shattered the silence. He cursed. The monsters were scared off. How are they coming back? Luke rested his grip on the sword chest, sneering and preparing to unleash its contents. Suddenly, a voice, gentle yet cruel, whispered by his ear, "Where do you think my toy is going?" Qian Wanqian dropped to his knees, defeated, his face etched with despair. Luke whipped his head upward, sensing a suffocating pressure blast across the sky. Rolling black clouds churned, thick as ink, as the titanic head of a black bear, easily over 100 meters tall, emerged. Lightning serpent patterns glowed white across its chest, electric arcs crackling in chaotic bursts of deathly aura. Astoundingly, a cub perched on its shoulder, its gaze devoid of innocence. Luke's mind reeled, utterly disoriented. It was neither from textbooks nor reality, only from myth and legend. Turning toward Qian Wanqian, Luke asked with cold clarity, "Is this the monster from Berserk Bear Plains?" Qian grimaced with a bitter laugh, shaking his head. "When the beast tide erupted, I ventured deeper into the secret realm and stumbled across the Descendants ritual. I killed them, but they awakened this mythical existence, Titan Colossus Bear." Understanding struck Luke in an instant. He wasn't even qualified to resist it. The man admitted to being slapped into critical injury and cast aside as a pet for the cub. Seizing a rare opening to escape, he coincidentally ran into Luke, dragging him along. Yet the man sighed bleakly, "This secret realm holds secrets. The Descendants somehow found them, but we might not live to uncover the truth." With those words, he slumped to the ground and tossed a blue pill from his pocket. The bears prefer live prey. This might be the only way to die painlessly. Luke coldly rejected it, raising his eyes to meet the two colossus bears. His voice was calm, firm. It has jaws. I have teeth too. Let's find out if it fears me. The suffocating pressure flooded the surrounding area, relentless as a tide. The berserk bears that had been chasing Luke now recoiled in terror, scattering in all directions. Compared to this mythical beast, even the sovereigns of the berserk bear plains became laughable. Lu Cassian arrived just in time to see the panic of the fleeing bears. Her eyes shifted to the towering leviathans ahead, and her heart sank. She recognized them. They had encountered a true mythical creature. As she dashed toward him, the skies split violently. The Titan Colossus bear raised its monumental paw high and brought it crashing down. The ground quaked and shattered, the heavens threatening collapse. Luke's veins surged with blood, realizing the true trial had only just begun. The ground beneath his feet fragmented into countless spiraling shards, as if smashed by an unseen force. In that moment, he knew he was supposed to be dead already. Desperation consumed Lu Cassian as she reached out from afar. Her eyes overflowed with helpless terror. She, too, believed he had fallen. Turning to the other side, the scene was like a surreal, absurdist play coming alive. The little bear was actually perched atop the big bear's shoulders, treating Qian Wanqian like his personal toy. He was diligently placing a fake bear fur wig on the man's head. My pupils contracted as I noticed Qian Wanqian's face blackened to the point it seemed ink might drip from it. His life force was visibly plummeting, barely holding on by preemptively ingesting poison, and even his breathing sounded like he was sipping on icy despair. Lu Chuexian's face turned grim. Qian Wanqian's completely out of control at this point. This game is beyond saving. The little bear, clearly not in his right mind, turned to Lu Cassian with a milk-sweet voice. New toy. Smells so nice and feels so soft. I like it. He then started shouting about wanting to have her as a new toy. The air became thick with danger, like an icy blade slicing into my nerves. Suddenly, the overwhelming power of the giant bear surged toward Lu Cassian. She couldn't react in time. Her fiery wings disintegrated in an instant, and her body came crashing to the ground like a lifeless kite, unable to move. A tide of despair washed over her, and as for me, well, even though I was slapped into the bear's stomach, I somehow didn't die. The moment I woke up, stomach acid was mercilessly searing the walls around me, tearing at every inch of my nerves like 1,000 knives. My heart was pounding, drenched in terror. How could I have possibly reacted in time to that speed? Laughable to think fate could be rewritten. It was a cruel joke. No sooner had I entered the stomach than the fate notification belatedly arrived. You were swallowed alive by a Titan bear. I almost died laughing. It was a done deal, no path to reversal. Swallowed alive? No matter the tweak, it's a dead-end scenario, with me possibly being digested to death for good measure. After agonizing over it, I steeled myself and altered it to, you were birthed by the Titan bear. Tears streaked down my face. I'd never been this humiliated. Where did the courage come from to play with words like this? Gradually, I felt myself merging with the giant bear, drawn toward a terrifying organ nestled deep in its belly. The bear's displeasure was practically spelled out in its expression. Its abdomen began to swell suddenly, and it hit me. How could this happen when no male Titan bear had been around her for years? Over at Lu Chuexian's side, she was ready to follow Qian Wanqian's example and take poison. But before she could, the bear let out a blood-curdling scream of pain that tore through the air. She looked up and froze. The mother bear clutched her abdomen, wailing in pain so visceral it thickened the air. It's about to be born, she whimpered. A chill ran down my spine. If there were male Titan bears here, the entire kingdom would be doomed. I couldn't waste a second dwelling on it. In a blink, while the mother and little bear were distracted, I slipped away without a sound. The mother bear collapsed to the ground but spoke to the little bear with tender affection. You're about to have a sibling. The little bear looked utterly baffled, like its mind had been thrown into a void. Out of nowhere, bang! I was hurled out like a flying rock, landing with a bone-jarring crash while clutching the placenta. Wincing in pain, I found myself face to face with the little bear, who curiously studied me for a long moment, then glanced down at himself, clearly feeling something was off. He was probably thinking, what kind of weird thing is this? The mother bear's eyes bulged almost comically as she scrutinized me before nodding with violent certainty. No problem, just a malnourished cub. Tearing myself free from the membrane, I struggled upright and involuntarily blurted out, Mom! That one word visibly relaxed her entire expression. A surge of motherly love overwhelmed her. She gazed at me fondly, deeply moved by my frail, preemie-like appearance, barely covered in fur. She gingerly picked me up as though my very bones sharp enough to pierce her palms, then expressed her concern by squeezing out some milk into her hand and insistently feeding it to me. Almost drowned in bear milk, I choked until I thought my lungs might explode. Gasping for air, my emotions were all over the place. Minutes ago, she was my mortal enemy, her oppressive power still lingering in my veins. Now, she'd become the epitome of safety, and it was bizarrely comforting. Drinking the thick bear milk, I abruptly felt an immense raw energy inside it, flooding through my limbs like wildfire and crazily enhancing my body. The system notification came, Titan Bloodline activated. New skill unlocked, Savage Growth. Skill effects, Epic level digestive power boost, able to eat practically anything, plus massive combat power amplification. Finishing the milk, I let out a satisfied burp. My body felt hot, like I was about to burst with energy. That's when I realized, it wasn't just about being born. The process of getting swallowed had ripped through my body with a transformative force. Drinking the milk merely triggered the breaking point. The eruption was imminent. Inside me it felt like an explosive chain reaction. Pop, pop, pop like frying beans. My physical structure underwent a violent change. My height surged from 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters, to 6 feet 5 inches, 195 centimeters. Muscles swelled but remained taut, like drawn bows, exuding pure explosive potential. Checking my status panel, Fateweaver, level 37. My stats, though, outrageous to the point of absurdity. Strength, 856. Endurance, 767. Agility, 567. Intelligence, 273. I stared in disbelief, dumbfounded. Strength, 856. Even I couldn't handle myself. And a Fateweaver? No, this wasn't some tactically brilliant class reliant on smarts. This was a rage-fueled berserker wrapped in tactical bear hide. What's crazier? Titan Bloodline Purity maxed out, ranked SSS, S+. Devouring enemies in combat regenerated me, raising my life force to dread-inducing levels, with defense and recovery stats practically entering nightmare territory. I looked at my ridiculous power stats with a creeping realization. This was trouble. I'd genuinely become a brute force maniac. Then again, it was exhilarating to feel like this kind of wild powerhouse. So, my calls for mom became effortlessly fluid, as if I were a baby finding its rightful family. The mother bear was completely lost in the joy of newfound motherhood, her gaze sweet and almost hypnotic, teetering on utter euphoria. Just then, the little bear on her shoulder suddenly piped up. He's not like the humans we've eaten before, is he? Felt like my brain short-circuited. I froze. This little bear, horrifyingly sly and scheming, was clearly trying to send me straight to the grave. This is the 22nd of 24 parts. I will process the content logically while preserving the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Here's the output. But the mother bear looked completely confused, even forgetting what the human it had eaten looked like. To her, all humans looked pretty much the same, mainly distinguished by their clothing. I was speechless. What clothes? I wasn't even wearing any. Aside from my face not resembling a bear's, the rest of me probably looked like a cub. Just as I exhaled in relief, the mother bear's expression suddenly changed. Her large eyes bore into me, glaring with such intensity it felt like they could burn through my bones. My scalp tingled. My entire body was on edge. The air grew so heavy I could barely breathe. Not a word came out of my mouth. The sheer pressure made me feel faint. After a long silence, the mother bear tilted her head and murmured to the cub. He does exhibit some human traits. The bear cub puffed up with pride as if ready to flaunt its keen judgment. But the mother bear hesitated, her expression shy and hinting at disbelief. Then she lovingly patted me on the head and said my father was probably a human. A human who looked like me had visited this place 1,000 years ago. I was stunned. 1,000 years ago. Who was bold enough to win over the heart of a 5,000-meter tall Titan bear? This wasn't just about strength, it was legendary. Legendary. The surrounding air froze still as if time itself had stopped. The cub stopped questioning me, its gaze shifting to one of sympathy instead. It once envied me for stealing its mother's affection. But now, seeing my misfortune, its emotions softened. The mother bear sighed deeply and let go of the past. She shook her massive body, dropping a jade pendant. It seemed to be a relic from that human of 1,000 years ago. If you get the chance, she said, take this and go find that legend. I hesitated for a moment, but I picked it up. Who wouldn't want to meet a legend? The bear mom's strength was fading fast. Blood-red light enveloped her, forming a contract magic circle. She told me she didn't have much time left awake. Because I had half-human blood, she entrusted the bear cub to me, gently reminding me to be careful in the secret realm, especially of humans. The contract's power surged into me and the cub, It was an ally contract, forbidding us from hurting each other under any circumstances. With her final matters settled, the bear mom sank deeply into the secret realm for her long slumber. The bear cub smacked its chest immediately. "Don't worry, I'll take care of you." But as soon as it finished speaking, it unleashed a casual flick of its paw, smacking me 5 feet into the ground, dust swirling everywhere. I squinted at the destiny prompt, glancing back at the cub. Inwardly, I cackled darkly. Ally? Yeah, right. The bear cub already treated me as one of its own, even giving me a new name, White White. While rubbing its face and pretending to be hungry, I asked, "So, can Bear Mom ever wake up?" The answer was a firm absolutely not. Hearing that, I didn't hesitate to enact a destiny rewrite. The ally contract transformed instantly into a pet contract. The cub exploded in shock, its fur standing on end, its expression bewildered as if questioning its entire existence. It tried to call out to its bear mom, but its vocal cords failed. Its fierce gaze softened. Though unwilling, it finally muttered, "White White, Master." I deadpanned, "Can we change that name?" Sighed in defeat. "The contract's locked. It has to stay." Fine, I accepted it. The pet contract came with strict conditions. I couldn't harbor malicious intent toward it anymore. The thought of slashing, it disappeared into thin air from that moment. When I opened the bear cub's stat panel, my jaw dropped. Level 84 mythical beast. Its talents were absurd. In battle, its attack, defense, and regeneration skyrocketed, with its stats tripling at peak moments. Could even sacrifice its life to unleash a devastating ability. At this level, it was leagues above any ordinary 4th evolution. Running quick mental calculations, I almost lost my mind from excitement. With a top-tier battle companion like this, it wasn't just some ordinary playful cub anymore. This was a powerhouse. Someone trying to face off against it with a regular 5th evolution? Laughable. Sure, I had to recognize a bear mom for this, but the payoff was worth every bit. With my bear cub in tow, I walked unceremoniously over to Chen Wanxian and kicked him awake. No response. I leaned in and whispered a threat. "Wake up, or the bear cub will eat you." The cub sniffed disdainfully. "Stinks. I won't eat." Suddenly, Chen Wanxian shot up like a spring, his eyes watering as he bowed. "From now on, we'll each stick to our own boundaries." He called me his foster father, while I still called him teacher. After all, he'd only faked his death and knew everything that had transpired. Watching me infiltrate an enemy faction, become a cherished child, and even rewrite contracts to turn a pet into a mythical cub. Who wouldn't be impressed? I didn't bother with small talk, ordering him to recount his experience in the secret realm. He glanced cautiously at the bear cub, hesitating. I cut him off. "Relax, the contract makes it deaf to this." He spilled everything. My eyes sharpened just as expected. The Dissension Society. These people, ruthlessly betraying their own kind, leaving trails of chaos and blood. If not for my destiny rewrite, the destruction of Qingcheng would have been inevitable. The Titan bear never left the secret realm, and the monsters of rampaging bear plains were charging wildly, wreaking havoc on everything. An idea sparked in my mind. There were still tens of thousands of monsters hidden in the plains, all part of my bear mom's inheritance. This was truly a situation of quiet strength and outrageous capability. Without hesitation, I took my bear cub and launched a massive sweep of the area. With Titan bloodline suppression stacking on top of itself, the rampaging bears didn't stand a chance. They wobbled feebly, stumbling around as if boneless. Meanwhile, my bear cub grew more and more excited, practically going berserk. Every swipe carried shattering power, ruthlessly crushing monsters. Each blow was delivered with a savage ferocity, taking down a beast with every swing, relentless and unstoppable. I tried taking a few swings myself, but my efficiency couldn't keep up. So I opted to sit back and savor the show as if I were the star of a cinematic battle royale. Experience points skyrocketed, and my level shot from 38 to 39. I was just one step away from my second awakening. My eyes practically sparkled at the thought. That's when Chen Wanxian showed up again, this time dressed in a pink dress and sporting a fake Titan bear wig. Utterly blinding. Not the least bit embarrassed, he sidled up to me and whispered, "The dress is diamond tier, and the bear fur is Titan bear fur. It'll sell for a fortune." I smirked devilishly and casually remarked, "Split it with me, or I'll make sure you recreate this look. I guarantee it'll blind every pair of eyes around." He nearly coughed up blood on the spot, promptly giving in and shoving a bank card into my hand. "Let me know if further adjustments are needed." Not only that, he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, with the audacious words, "Infernal Academy Admission Notice," inscribed on it, telling me to report in half a month. Amused by his self-important act, I smirked, Go back and play the good kid. Don't go running off again, or I might just extort you. He didn't dare say another word. Bolted away in a flash. Terrified I'd change my mind. I tucked the notice away, feeling quite pleased with myself. I was just about to take Bear Cub to farm some monsters elsewhere when a sudden chill ran down my spine, my heart tightening sharply. My eyes darted to Bear Cub. He was drenched in blood, exuding an overwhelming killing intent, his deep growl vibrating as if it could shatter souls. The sound felt like it was from the abyss of hell, icy and piercing. In the next instant, monsters on Bear Plains suddenly went berserk, surging toward us like a tidal wave. I scanned them quickly. All the monsters had terrified expressions. None seemed to be attacking willingly. Their eyes brimmed with fear, as if driven by a demonic force. Narrowing my eyes at the horde, I quickly pieced it together. Under the ashen sky, Bear Cub harnessed the earth's power, dragging this terrifying group of monsters right to our doorstep. In mere seconds, tens of thousands of creatures in the secret realm were subdued by him. Meanwhile, Bear Cub's form swelled like mad. 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters. Then, he exploded to a staggering 200 meters tall, resembling a colossal beast towering into the heavens. The earth trembled under him. He let out a deafening roar, his blood-red eyes shining with ferocious light, like the gates of hell flung open. The oppressive aura was suffocating, as though the world was crumbling. The horde of monsters collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. Their skins tore, blood sprayed everywhere. A carnage so gruesome it churned my stomach. "Destruction!" he bellowed, slamming his massive paw against the earth. The sky instantly darkened, storm clouds rolling in as the entirety of Bear Plains quivered under the gloomy shadow. A shadow, cast by a sky-covering paw, descended like a hammer from above, shattering the plains, causing the ground to split and mountains to collapse. Tens of thousands of monsters were flattened into a pulp in an instant. Their cries faded into void from the depths of a massive crater. A cascade of notifications scrolled across my vision, and my XP rocketed sky-high. Bear Cub leveled up twice in a blink, jumping to level 86. As for me, finally hit level 40. Though I hadn't completed my second job advancement yet, leaving me temporarily capped, the XP I gained was now stacked up. Once I unlocked advancement within 3 days, more XP would flood in like a typhoon. Just as I was reveling in my triumph, a lazy voice echoed from the depths of the crater. "Yawn, Master, Bear Cub's sleepy." I quickly picked him up, finding that he had shrunk back to his normal size, cozily curling up in my arms, breathing steadily and peacefully. Peering into the pit beneath, the monster corpses were gone. Nothing left but piles of pristine white bones. A shiver ran through me. This little Bear Cub actually chowed down. He slept like a literal baby, quiet and innocent. For a mythical creature that usually struts around, the way he goes beast mode in battle is downright terrifying. I secured his gear pack tightly and squatted down to loot the remains. With tens of thousands of monsters crushed under a single paw, the drops should be insane. But that massive blow also obliterated plenty of the loot. What remained, though, were pristine treasures. Among them was a full set of J-tier gear, the Bear Might set, for level 55. It included both the top and bottom piece. The stats skyrocketed my defense, speed, and durability, along with significant physical and magical damage reductions. Plus, it came with 2 active skills, Bear Roar and Bear Stomp, an ideal warrior's godly set, perfect for obliterating enemies. Throwing it into my gold-tier storage bag, I sharpened my focus and resumed hunting for items. Next, I scored a level 58 J-tier pair of boots called Wings of Sky. They provided an agility boost and the ability to fly. This haul was a jackpot. 7 J-tier items, 5 platinum tier, and 2 platinum skill books, all insanely valuable. After I double-checked for any missed items, I donned my Moonshadow cloak and made my way towards the secret realm's exit. One thing filled my mind: hurry and complete my second job advancement so I could start wielding that godly gear. By the time I reached the exit, a crowd had already gathered: city officials, night watchmen, top guild elites, even Liu Kaixian. Practically every core powerhouse of Azure City was there. The once closed-off secret realm had transformed into the grandest welcome parade imaginable, flags waving and energy buzzing. I paused in amusement, looking around curiously. "What's with this? Are you throwing a wedding feast for me?" Liu Kaixian gave me a strange smirk, her tone chilly. "Welcome, oh great hero." The next second, a horde of female players swarmed around me, forcibly pushing me onto the main stage. I frowned, barking orders for them to back off and keep their distance. The city lord approached me personally, thanking me gravely. "Without you, Azure City would have been lost." He nervously pinned a rank 1 medal onto my chest. Liu Kaixian elaborated. The Night Watchman has already credited you 50,000 merit points. You're officially a rank 1 Evernight deity now. Soon, I could access advanced permissions, even joining the guild upper echelons. I asked directly, how do you guys even know I was involved? The City Lord, now a mere background character with no personality, replied, most areas within the secret realm were under surveillance, excluding the core zone. Everything was recorded. Relieved, I exhaled slightly. They only knew I used bear cub and hadn't discovered that I was some strange child born from the Titan bear. The City Lord, however, dealt another blow. Just make sure you keep that little bear cub under control. As long as it doesn't wreak havoc in our lands, no one will oppose you. He then granted me a choice for a reward. My mind churned as I forced out a request. How about some mythic tier gear? His face twisted as if struck by lightning. That? Can you pick something else instead? Epic tier then? Nope. Legendary. He inhaled sharply, cutting me off. The best we'll give is diamond tier, and only when you hit the required level. I nodded, thinking it over. A diamond tier item was still better than nothing. Chanting mentally for my second advancement to come soon, I decided to leave. Just as I turned, Lu Cassian called out. Her head tilted suspiciously. What's up with the 2 Titan bears we saw earlier? Where'd the other one go? Uninterested in explaining, I waved it off. Ask Chen Wanqi. She followed up with a question about the fate of the one lurking deeper within the secret realm. I pointed further in. Their faces immediately twisted, as if they'd seen a ghost. This is the 24th/24th paragraph of the content. I will process the following in line with the original structure, paragraphing, and overall layout. Here's the processed result. Turns out, the adult Titan giant bear hadn't left yet. It was still slumbering here. I said lightly, don't worry. As long as the entrance to the violent bear plains is sealed, no one can get in and it'll be safe. I reminded them that the giant bear had been startled awake before during a past descent, and it was in bad shape now, still asleep. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. The City Lord quickly ordered professionals to evacuate the dangerous area. Lu Cassian made a decisive move, using a one-time diamond-grade item to completely seal off the entrance to the violent bear plains. After a brief set of instructions, she tugged the City Lord away to interrogate Li Hanshan. Clearly, this descent was not just some trivial commotion. With a quick turn of thought, I headed directly toward the awakening shrine. Just as I was about to step into the main hall, a man with slicked-back hair blocked my way, smirking coldly. Luke, got a moment to talk? I had no time to spare, responding indifferently. Maybe next time. He sneered viciously. You think a little trickery is enough to tame the Titan giant bear? That's a mythical creature. One move, and you're done for. I froze and stared at him. Who are you? He laughed out loud. Guess? The Descent Society. Bold beyond belief, he had actually shown up in person at the entrance of the awakening shrine. He produced a crystal ball and threw me 2 options. Join the Descent Society or die. The moment my hand touched the crystal ball, my vision blurred, and a fate alert spammed across my field of view. I had been locked onto by a high-level curse, but I didn't panic. Instead, I threw a punch back at him. My fist passed straight through his body and smashed the stone pillar behind him to pieces. That confirmed he was nothing but an illusion. He sneered, Since you've chosen, then die. I didn't play along with his script. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed both hands tightly against the crystal ball, and a streak of eerie black light lunged toward me. I didn't move at all, my gaze fixed firmly on him. The ghostly light enveloped me. A new prompt popped up. Lin Tai has applied a high-level curse on me. Life swap. That meant my lifespan would henceforth decrease by 10 years every second, inching me toward death. I stared at the prompt and activated fate modification. Decrease turned into increase. In other words, from now on my lifespan would grow by 10 years every second until the curse disappeared. After making the change, I stood there with my arms crossed, staring at Lin Tai. He looked utterly stunned, his teeth clenched, his eyes full of resentment and fury. He had planned to kill me and use that to level up. Time passed second by second, 30 seconds, 1 minute. I didn't move at all, and instead my condition kept getting better and better. By the 60-second mark, his hair had turned completely white, and age spots had covered his face. He cursed, "Why the hell is your life so long?" A high-level curse wasn't something he could just stop whenever he wanted. After 10 more seconds, he was completely drained and turned into a dried corpse. The phantom then disappeared. I stared at where he vanished, coldly snorting in my heart. Ridiculous. I actually gained 900 years of lifespan just by standing there. This was the first time I'd ever encountered such a good thing. I casually edited the incident about the Descending Society's attack into a message and sent it to Lu Cassian. Then I continued deeper into the awakening temple. When I entered the hall, I habitually pressed my hand against the goddess statue, preparing to take on the second-class advancement quest. Unexpectedly, before any quest came, a reminder arrived first. The goddess had taken notice of me and not only granted a blessing, but also increased my luck by +1. I was stunned on the spot. At that moment, I felt as if a gaze had pierced through me, along with my bear baby. A wisp of golden light slowly merged into my body. The goddess statue was definitely no ordinary object. Could there really be a goddess in this world? I calmly suppressed the surging excitement in my heart. Goddess or not, the wool had to be fleeced. I tried to modify the numbers, but luck could only be changed, not pushed to infinity, and it couldn't be boosted to absurd levels either. With some helpless effort, I raised luck from +1 to +9. The next second, golden light surged wildly around my body, adding 8 halos. Luck is hidden in ordinary times, but its value multiplies at critical moments. The goddess's blessing ended, the statue's glow gradually faded, and it finally began drawing my second-class advancement quest. The quest appeared, Death Lotus. 5-star difficulty. The objective was clear. Go to the town of Strange Tales, kill the skeleton revenants, and seize the Death Crystal. Requirement: Death Crystal plus 1,000 fate points. Time limit: 48 hours. Failure after the deadline would mean permanently losing the qualification for second-class advancement. I smiled in my heart. 5 stars? This time it's really much easier. The town of Strange Tales was in the burial grounds outside Qingcheng, a high-level secret realm. Most of the monsters were urban legends: Slit-Mouthed Woman, Spirit Riding, Hanako, and the 8-foot woman. Troublesome, but within reason, not something that would blow up into an impossible mess. After leaving the Awakening Temple, I headed straight for the Night Watcher Guild Hall. The moment I stepped inside, I felt my body become light, and my base attributes shot up directly. I pulled up the panel and saw that my strength had broken through 1,000. A cold smile curved at my lips. Just then, the guild hall's announcement bell exploded throughout the building. Congratulations to Dad for unlocking level 4 permissions and advancing to level 1 Night Roamer. Everyone in the hall stopped what they were doing, their gazes snapping onto me in unison. I smiled faintly. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned fervent and expectant. I couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to that codename reaction. With 50,000 merits in hand, I followed the road signs all the way and headed straight for the contribution exchange. If it's free and a bargain, whoever doesn't pick it up is an idiot. When I got to the window, I coldly threw out the question, "Can equipment be custom-made with contributions?" The other side handed me a form, and I took it without even lifting my eyelids, my fingers sliding rapidly across the page. The lousy silver shotgun and bronze Desert Eagle were both already wrecked. Without decent weapons, who could land even a scratch? The fate prompt wasn't popping up at all, so don't tell me some nonsense about melee being strong. Backup guns are still a must. I customized all 3 Jade-grade firearms: pistol, shotgun, and sniper rifle. 30,000 contributions, pick up in 3 days. I spent every last merit on elemental bullets, buying every kind of special effect in bulk. After leaving my contact info, I walked off with an empty wallet, feeling absolutely delighted inside. I can worry about being hungry later. After all, I control fate. Only after stepping out did I realize my stomach was growling like crazy. The Titan bloodline had boosted my strength a lot, but its energy consumption was terrifying, and the military ration pills were long gone. Without hesitation, I went straight to an upscale restaurant and swiped my card for more than 1,000 or so. The meat piled up to my mouth, and the fat was practically flooding into my bloodline. 3 hours later, my flesh quantity kept surging upward, and I felt like my whole body was brimming with combat power. After eating and drinking my fill, I headed straight for the city gate. The normal procedures were as annoying as being slapped in the face, and the line was long too. I lowered my voice and showed the level 1 medal the city lord had given me. The guard officer immediately waved his hand and let me pass. Outside the city, a rotten, bloody stench hit me head-on, instantly making my nerves tense. The danger here was no less than in a secret realm. If I was unlucky enough to run into a monster over level 100, my entire body could be torn to pieces. But I didn't believe I was that damned unlucky, and my luck was still holding. With one hand, I tossed that sleeping bear baby onto the ground without mercy, slapped its face to wake it up, and urged it to get moving. It actually pretended to be dead on purpose. I glared at it and said, "Stop playing dead, or I'll send you back to Bear Mom." It opened its eyes and asked pitifully, "Are you going to abandon me?" I couldn't be bothered to answer and just told it to grow bigger. It obediently turned into its large form, and I flipped up onto its back. I gave the directions, and it galloped into the wasteland like a wild horse broken free. Along the way, plenty of monsters and scavengers wanted to move against me, but the moment they saw Bear Baby, they all shivered from head to toe and behaved themselves. Half an hour later, we reached the entrance to the Strange Tales town's secret realm. I dismounted Bear Baby and stared coldly at that ghostly, face-like entrance before stepping inside. In the end, that guy's legs went soft and he simply refused to move. Looking back, I saw its legs shaking like a sieve as it muttered in a low voice, "I'm afraid of ghosts." I was speechless. A giant bear weighing 20 tons was actually afraid of ghosts? It even asked seriously, "Are there zombies inside?" It turned out that back in the Bear Demon Plane, it had picked up a projector and more than 300 zombie movies, watched them, and ended up peeing its pants from fright. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and keep going. It stuck 3 incense sticks behind its neck, muttering prayers to ward off evil. I secretly found it hilarious. This bear really knew how to have fun. But if it really ran into some cursed ghost, one claw from it might just send it straight to heaven. The moment I entered the secret realm, bones were strewn everywhere. The Strange Tales town area was even larger than the Bear Demon Plane. At a glance, there were quite a few professionals, but very few had reached 3rd advancement. Everyone was setting up stalls and shouting near the entrance, selling guide services and claiming to know monster intelligence well. I knew in my heart that the monsters in this place were not only strong but also had complicated traits, so the existence of guides was only natural. I didn't bother to go around it at all and said directly, "Take me to the core death zone to hunt the skeleton wraith. Who's leading the way?" The moment my voice fell, everyone froze on the spot, and no one understood what I was fussing over. Although the skeleton wraith was strong, it hadn't killed any professionals for decades, and the truly dangerous place was the core area. Even a 3rd advancement squad could lose their lives there, let alone me bringing along a lifebound divine beast like Bear Baby. One after another, they all tried to persuade me to give up. I snorted derisively, pulled out my money pouch and said, "Double the commission. If no one takes it, forget it." My attitude was firm. With 5 quest stars backing me, no one dared challenge my resolve. Someone nearby sneered, "Do you have the life to spend the money?" I couldn't be bothered to respond and simply clasped my hands, preparing to leave. Just as I was turning around, a ragged old man hurriedly called out to me, "I'll take the job." The others all shot him strange looks, as if they'd seen a ghost. I casually tossed over a gold wrist guard and asked lazily, "Enough? I'm in a hurry." The old man's eyes lit up, and he thumped his chest, promising 30 years of guide experience and guaranteed satisfaction. I laughed. I'd done this sort of thing in my previous life. Oldly explained the secret realm of Gwayton Town as he led the way. The outer area, the inner area, and the core, but monster strength wasn't distributed according to region. Ferocious ghosts could be hiding anywhere. People like them who made a living off intelligence could earn decent money. Gwayton Town didn't have many monsters, but every one of them was tricky and bizarre, top tier among the same level. Few came here to grind, but quests and material gathering were frequent. We walked along a cracked concrete road, with low buildings on both sides looking as eerie as a graveyard. Oldly glanced at Bear Baby out of the corner of his eye, hesitating as if he wanted to say something, then finally reminded me, "Don't expect that outfit of yours to do much." I glanced over and saw Bear Baby wearing a cross, a talisman on its forehead, with a peachwood sword, 5 emperor's coins, a Bible, and all sorts of other junk hanging from its waist. I complained inwardly, "This setup looks like a street stall selling charms." But Bear Baby said righteously, "I know it won't work, but it's psychological comfort." Then it even asked Oldly back, "Believe it and it exists. Don't believe it and it doesn't." Oldly was so flustered his face went pale, and he awkwardly smiled at me. "Your pet is really special." I nodded in affirmation. It really was weird. A bitter wind suddenly rose, and a slender woman wearing a mask blocked our way. The moment she appeared, Old Lee's expression changed drastically. "Kukusei-kana, level 60 to 75, he said in a low voice. This thing had bizarre rules. She would ask a question first, and once she spoke, all attacks were immune. We had to strike first, but now, it was already too late. She opened her mouth. "Am I beautiful?" That sentence seemed to unlock a chain and lock onto our lives. Old Lee's eyes darted around as he grabbed my sleeve and shouted, "Close your eyes. Take a detour." I stood still and shook off his tugging, determined to see the destiny prompt clearly. The screen instantly popped up. I encountered Kukusei-kana blocking the road. My mind heated up, and I directly activated Destiny Modification, changing it to, "I encountered Kukusei-kana repairing the road," and Destiny points were immediately credited. Old Lee shouted anxiously, "Go! Hurry!" I ignored him. The guides around us screamed. Kukusei-kana actually raised her hand, carrying cement, and started frantically repairing the road. The cracked gaps in the road were neatly laid one after another, the pavement smooth and widened, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Old Lee's mouth hung open, doubting his own life. Speechless, I pulled out the thorn rose, snapped a cut into my own hand, and my rage instantly stacked to 10 layers. The pain vanished, my reflexes hit the maximum. At that moment, I felt like I was becoming a demon myself. When Kukusekana appeared again, I changed each and every one of them into road workers. At the end of the road, a construction crew of more than 30 Kukusekana figures was already sweating away at repairs. I motioned for Bear Baby to step forward and try to fight the monster. As a result, it looked serious, picked up a dried gecko, stepped through some odd footwork, and muttered, "Demons, get lost." I went dark-faced and slapped its butt. "Don't be ridiculous. Fighting monsters isn't shooting a movie." It looked utterly aggrieved. But that's how I drive ghosts away in horror movies. I was completely speechless. In the end, it simply took off the talismans, shouted at the street, and instantly an appalling pressure crashed down. Everyone around us dropped to their knees begging for mercy, and Old Lee nearly suffocated from fear. That power was absolutely not that of an ordinary monster. It was at least legendary tier. Experience points flooded the screen, and a whole batch of Kukusekana were shaken to death. I patted Bear Baby's shoulder. "That's enough, stop." It widened its eyes, suddenly ripped off all the exorcism gear, and with green beams shooting from its eyes, ran over to loot the spoils. Soon it came back clutching a round black bead. Taking a look, it was a platinum-grade death chi bead. Old Lee warned in fear. "A specialty of Gwayton Town. Market value 300 million. It can add dark attributes to equipment." I was thrilled beyond measure. This was perfect for upgrading the firearm system. Bear Baby mischievously stuffed 4 black beads into my hands and rubbed its face against me to act cute. I stroked its fur. "Well done." The guides kept walking, their brows tightly furrowed, regretting not having followed me earlier. With this mythic creature in tow, this big shot really was a big shot. He wouldn't even take money, just wanted to lead the way. Unfortunately, once the chance was gone, they could only stare helplessly. Deeper into the secret realm, with a roar from the bear cub, all the monsters froze stiff, not daring to touch me in the slightest. It also wanted to try exorcism. Just as it opened its mouth, it choked on the air it tried to inhale and coughed uncontrollably, clearly having been screwed over by the sinister energy too. I shook my head to signal them and stepped forward. Old Man Lee urged me to take a detour, but I curled my lips and ignored him, signaling everyone to back up 10 meters. I pulled out the silver sword I hadn't used in ages and hurled it out in a flash. So fast it produced a sonic boom. Old Man Lee was so frightened he staggered back several steps, afraid it would chop him instead. A dull boom sounded from within the black fog. The fate prompt refreshed. I'd hit the cursed demon with minor injuries. I wasn't in a hurry. I changed the minor injury to a serious injury, and fate points came rushing in like crackling firecrackers. A shrill roar of agony rang out from within the black fog, and Old Man Lee stared blankly. None of them believed anyone could forcefully stab a sword into curse. Expressionless on the surface, I was laughing wickedly inside. Lady Luck was helping me aim at the demon. In the black fog, the demon appeared. Double wings on its back, pitch-black skin, staff in hand. My silver sword lodged in its chest, black blood constantly pouring out. It was consumed by rage, glaring at me furiously. I let out a wicked laugh. "Curse, you're screwed." The demon roared, black light gathering at the tip of its staff into a black sphere. Calm and unhurried, I pulled out the thorned rose, cut myself again, and my frenzy stack shot up to 10 layers. I felt no pain at all. My regeneration surged, and my reactions were as fast as a machine's. Everything slowed down like a slow-motion replay. The black sphere was slow as a toy. I took one step and easily dodged it. I turned and kicked sideways. Ribs snapped with crackling pops, and the demon was sent flying. It tried hard not to leave the domain, fully aware that leaving would only make death come faster. It actually started stacking curses on me? Was it trying to mess with me? Instead, I was feeling amazing. Black energy coiled around me. My speed doubled, and the demon's gaze shifted from anger to confusion. I said lightly, "Your curse is pretty awesome." The next second, I stomped the ground without hesitation and shot upward like I'd been launched by a slingshot. The air exploded at my fingertips, my coat hem fluttered, and the faint whoosh by my ear felt like extra staging for this performance. My eyes were sharp as I let out a cold laugh, raised my hand with force, and descended from the sky, slamming my palm toward the ground with thunderous momentum. "This move is called descending from the sky. Let's see if you can take it," I taunted casually, my voice as cold as a blade. The cursed demon instantly panicked, as if it had seen a ghost. Its body began dodging frantically, clumsy and desperate, but that ominous premonition of death clung tightly to it and refused to shake off. I could feel the faintly lethal aura emanating from my palm, as if an invisible trail had been carved into the air. Who could possibly evade it? It was repeatedly backlashed by my curse, its arrogance gradually collapsing like a fragile stack of cards about to cave in. Just as it was on the verge of shattering, it rasped out a voice like the final plea of a soul. Who exactly is the real cursed demon? Is it me? Or is it you? Humph! A ruthless curve formed at the corner of my mouth. The next second, my palm force descended like lightning, directly smashing its head into pieces. Boom! A blast of black fog dispersed, leaving the air filled with a choking stench of gunpowder and decay. A pure black four-leaf clover amulet quietly fell to the ground. I crouched down and gently brushed it with my fingertips. The cold metallic feel carried a strange chill. Diamond-grade special equipment, the Misfortune Amulet. I was secretly delighted. Wearing this thing normally would deduct 5 points from your luck, but it could cause any target within a 500-meter radius to lose 100 luck crazily for 1 minute. For ordinary people, wearing this amulet would be no different from smashing their own brand reputation. But for me, it was practically a tailor-made divine artifact. My luck value was terrifyingly high, so losing 5 points was just a drop in the bucket. And this kind of negative effect, I wasn't just going to accept it, I was also going to rewrite its destiny. At the scene, I gritted my teeth and slapped it onto myself. Bad luck haunts me. The destiny prompt popped up. My luck value instantly dropped by 100. A moment later, a bold thought suddenly flashed through my mind. A minus sign may not be impossible to change. I stared unblinkingly at that bright red dash and abruptly activated my destiny modification skill. With a sharp click, the minus sign was directly changed into a multiplication sign. Luck value minus 100 instantly became luck times 100. I almost cursed it out loud. What kind of godlike move was this? It actually worked. The excitement in my heart was exploding. The good luck before had only been a warm-up, but now, it had gone completely insane. I anxiously asked Oldly and Bear Baby beside me, "Did anything change on me?" The two looked at each other for a long while and found nothing. All they could do was forcefully praise me, saying I was getting more and more handsome. Come on, I was talking about changes in fate, not looks.
I gave av bitter smile.
This luck attribute was hidden deeply, and I had to verify it through actual effects. Without wasting words, I directly accelerated forward, leading them deeper into the inner area of the strange talk town. The buildings here were clearly newer, cold and eerie, and the air carried a stale, moldy stench, as if every brick were dripping blood. Suddenly, a monster with a human face, goat horns, and bat wings lunged through the air. Black flames burned in its hand, blazing so fiercely they seemed ready to scorch me to death directly. The fire roiled, the air seemed to be charred, and even my nostrils felt dry from the heat. But halfway through its charge, it staggered and fell face-first into the dirt on its own. Just as it was about to get back up, the black flame in its hand suddenly exploded. Boom! Ash scattered everywhere, and the monster instantly turned into a pile of dust. An experience notification window popped up. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. Huh? A high luck value? Is this ridiculous? All the monsters trying to screw me over had gambled wrong, only to be toyed with by fate until they were utterly ruined. I kept moving forward, and within half a minute the road turned into a dead zone. Countless monsters swarmed toward me, yet each one died in a self-exploding fashion. Platinum and emerald equipment littered the ground beneath my feet. I kicked them all over the place and, in a few dozen seconds, picked up more than 10 top-tier items for free. When the 1-minute effect ended, I actually felt unsatisfied, my heart bursting with joy. This kind of luck was simply unbeatable, grinding mobs and farming gear on autopilot, without me lifting a finger at all. The only awkward thing was that the bad luck talisman could only be used once a day. With this kind of luck, I'd have to arrange it carefully. Bear Baby came running back clutching a pile of equipment and a large handful of emerald-grade death chi beads, while Oldly had empty hands. I figured that because the ally pet contract shared luck, he couldn't benefit from it either. Just as I was cleaning up the spoils, Oldly pointed ahead at the castle. The core of Strange Talk Town, the bone corpse wraith you're looking for, is hidden inside. I nodded and, with Bear Baby, stepped forward, then turned to Oldly and said, "If you don't want to go in, you can stay here." His eyes flickered, and he grit his teeth as he followed, muttering, "Take the money, do the job. That's professional integrity." I didn't respond. I strode straight into the castle. It was cold and eerie, every corridor like a deathly elegy. At last, we reached the main hall. A 5-meter-tall, gaunt man in a suit slowly turned around, his icy gaze fixed directly on me, as if it could pierce the depths of my soul. Oldly suddenly shouted, "Slender ghost shadow, don't make eye contact with it." It's best at mental torment. Close combat won't do a thing to it. No sooner had he finished than the slender ghost shadow's eyes met mine. What are you looking at? I forced out a trace of disdain at the corner of my mouth. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and appeared right in front of me. Fate prompt. Superficial injury. Before I could react, his crimson dagger swept across my shoulder, carving a sharp tear in the moonshadow cloak. I threw a punch anyway. Though I missed him, he remained calm and theatrical, licking the blood off the blade like a mocking prey in a hunting game. He was absurdly fast. Even with 10 layers of rage, I still couldn't catch his shadow. I didn't back off. The new wound healed rapidly, and I grabbed Bear Cub. Don't worry, leave it to me. I stepped forward, my speed surging. In the blink of an eye, I appeared before him and clamped both hands tightly around his neck. He teleported behind me again, crimson blade slashing down, but my moonshadow cloak, dusk barrier, perfectly blocked it. I slammed an elbow hard into his waist, sending him flying as he crashed through a wall. I chased after him, only to feel new danger descend abruptly. Fate prompt. Abdomen pierced. Just as the pain started to surface, a smile instead spread across my face. I thought to myself, come on, let's hurt each other. I'm the one rewriting fate here. I quickly changed the word dagger in the fate prompt to screaming. The next second, the slender ghost shadow looked utterly baffled. A scarlet dagger instantly turned into a 5-yuan bottle of scream drink. It stared at the plastic bottle, eyes locked on it, completely thrown off rhythm. Bear Baby's eyes lit up. It pounced over to take advantage of my move, even wanting me to add another one to make the scene more lively. The slender ghost completely lost it, its deadly blade turning into a bottle of drink, its whole body trembling non-stop. Its body actually began to split, transforming into hundreds of slender ghosts, each capable of teleportation, with wrists turning into sharp clawed talons. I roared and charged forward. Go head on. The moment we clashed, I was already dizzy from being spun around. They kept darting in and out, striking once before retreating far away. I swung the shotgun wildly and blasted away. Lord level 73, don't even dream about it, I was just wasting ammo for nothing. Frustrated beyond reason, I closed my eyes and activated fate perception. They tugged at me, using my blood to carve spells into the floor. Oldly shouted anxiously, the death curse ritual is about to be complete. No one below the 5th turn can survive. I paid him no mind, letting them cut and draw blood. Bear Baby wanted to help, but I slapped it back. This guy knew me well. He wouldn't be fooled by Xiao Ho. When the 440th symbol appeared, my eyes lit up and I seized the key point. Fate prompt. It is pulling while casting the death curse. Seeing it condense the 441st symbol, I ruthlessly changed pulling to having diarrhea. Fate modification complete. In an instant, all the slender ghosts clutched their stomachs in pain at the same time, unable to move. The entire ancient castle instantly turned into a battlefield of diarrhea, with a foul stench filling the air. Bear Baby silently threw away the scream drink. The slender ghosts were completely enraged. They should have been focusing on the death curse, but instead they were suffering diarrhea while carving symbols, enduring humiliation and pain. Their color changed from pale yellow straight to deep red. With a hollow roar, shameless! Death will not spare you. In desperation, they turned to any remedy they could find, tugging with all their might. Magic altered by fate was nothing short of a prank. By the 443rd symbol, they had completely faded, and their humiliation and resentment turned to flying ash. I wasn't killed by my blade. I was dragged to death while still alive. What a truly decent way to die. My mouth twitched. This routine, I admit defeat. Seeing the emerald gear lying in the filth all over the ground, I didn't think much and gave it directly to Oldly. Oldly immediately thanked me and ran off. When he picked up the gear, he suddenly leaned against the wall and retched, but I ignored him. This kind of money was something he was supposed to earn in the first place. Suddenly, a woman slowly descended the long staircase of the castle. Tall and graceful, her evening gown trailing along the floor, a captivating smile on her face. When Oldly saw her face, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly rushed in front of me to block me. This is Hachishaku-sama. His voice was low and tense. This monster crushes low-level male classes, especially virgins. They have no way to fight back at all. He urged, quick, send Bear Baby in. My heart jolted. Then I steadied myself. Those words left me no choice but to concede, and I nodded. Bear Baby, take the field. I glanced at Bear Baby, signaling it to kick Hakashaka-sama away immediately. Bear Baby lunged forward and struck with a heavy palm. Hakashaka-sama raised a hand, and the surrounding space suddenly stiffened, as if it had been imprisoned. Bear Baby was unable to move, But the next second, Hakashaka-sama instantly teleported behind me, grabbed my neck, and lifted me up. I was immediately suppressed, my whole body limp, my struggles like a loach wriggling at the bottom of a bottle. Lady 8 Feet pressed against my neck and sucked away my yang energy, her cold and sinister aura making my scalp tingle. Fate prompt pop-up. Male child suppression triggered, yang energy being drained. My heart tightened. This thing was absolutely sinister. The more she sucked, the more excited she became, a twisted smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Your yang energy is so pure. Once I drain it dry, my power will increase greatly. Clenching my teeth, I immediately activated Fate modification. The two words yang energy clicked, and were changed to balcony. Her expression changed drastically in an instant. The power in her hands seemed to vanish, and she could no longer absorb any yang energy. The next second, a gale swept up behind me. I thought Bear Baby was launching a sneak attack, and when I turned back to look, she was stunned too. It was actually my home balcony. The entire balcony had broken free from the castle and flown out. She was completely dumbfounded, not knowing where this balcony had come from. She clung tightly to me and desperately backed away, afraid of being smashed by the balcony. And that balcony, as if guided by a will of its own, was relentlessly chasing after her. Panicking, she flung me off and fled for her life. To be honest, her true form wasn't strong at all. She only had deadly killing power against virgins. Unable to absorb yang energy, she immediately exposed her weakness. As soon as I landed, I waved my hand to have Bear Baby block her. Bear Baby was already seething with rage. Seeing her sucking my yang energy, she erupted into a berserk state. Bang! She slapped viciously against her back. Immediately afterward, that unprecedented balcony smashed down toward her head. The kill prompt popped up as expected. Bachadaran was completely cut down before her time. The experience bonus surged upward, and Bear Baby instantly leaped to level 87. I grinned, thinking only, this kind of human disaster deserves to be dealt with by me like this. I finally let out a long breath, and the huge rock weighing on my heart crashed to the ground. This woman was fucking dangerous. If my fate manipulation hadn't been powerful, this would have been a total faceplant. Who would have thought that this secret realm would hide a monster specifically killing virgins? Just thinking about it was fucking thrilling. Oldly hurried over with a worried look and asked if I was okay. I shook my head, a wicked smile curling at the corners of my mouth. I'm fine. With my fate, what's this little crisis worth? Just as I was about to catch my breath, the castle suddenly shook violently, as if the whole building had been punched by a giant beast. With a thunderous boom beneath the floor, countless skeletons frantically clawed their way up from the ground. The sound was like iron bones clashing, shrill and piercing, and the great hall instantly plunged into a terrifying netherworld hell. White bones intertwined and twisted, forcibly piling up into a throne over 100 meters tall, hideous and bizarre. I looked up and happened to meet a skull face. On that throne of bones, the massive figure's eye sockets burned with ghostly blue soul flames, coldly looking down at me. Its voice was deep, yet carried a mythic pressure. You came here for what purpose? Heh. I lifted the corners of my mouth again, and the mythic aura around me slowly released. As our auras collided, I actually didn't fall behind at all. My chest felt as if it were being pressed by steel, and hot blood surged through me. I simply said two words. Kill you. The skeleton let out a cold laugh, its voice carrying a dead stillness. I am the dead. How do you kill someone who is already dead? Something stirred in my heart, and I sneered inwardly. Who can't say nonsense like that? In a few leaps, I jumped straight onto its hard-bone leg. Felt a little strange. The flames in its eyes flickered slightly, bizarre and unlike a monster, more like someone long lost. Oldly below had a tense expression, his tone uneasy. This is the strongest lord in Strange Town, level 90, the guardian deity of the White Bone Castle. In legend, it's an undying skeleton, and the dead live forever. You're really going big this time. Bear Baby was not calm either, its brows tightly furrowed. So strong. Even if we go all out, this is still a tough fight. You two were born to crash into it. I smiled faintly and paid them no mind, standing steadily on its thigh bone and looking up straight at those ghostly blue flames. You were human before, right? Paused for a moment. After a silence, it finally admitted it. I chuckled inwardly. Just as expected, I was right. Striking while the iron was hot, I kept pressing. Why did you become a skeleton? It fell silent for even longer, and finally spat out a few words. Power comes from death. Everything has a price, heavy enough to suffocate. I raised an eyebrow and coldly asked back, so I have to take your life? A hint of teasing entered its voice. You might as well try. Good, that was exactly why I came. With my right hand pressing down, my fingers quickly wrapped around the fate threads under my control, driving them straight into its leg bone. Unfortunately, its level was too high. Before the threads could go even halfway in, they snapped. It sneered mockingly. Too short. I let out a cold laugh and immediately smashed out fate points to enhance the skill, leveling it up twice in a row to level 6 and spending 6,000 fate points. After the enhancement, the threads swelled, and like living things, they once again flowed inward, deeper and deeper. It nodded in satisfaction at me, the dark blue flames blinking as if they had been set free. I took the chance to glance into its eyes, and it looked like it had seen the light of liberation. With a slightly wicked smile, I asked, "Have you wanted to die for a long time?" It admitted it, its voice trembling. Who wouldn't want to live? But some things can't be chosen by oneself. Halfway through, it swallowed the rest back down, then suddenly mentioned someone called Embers, saying my ability was pretty good, enough that even death couldn't stop fate, but I still wasn't as good as Embers. If Embers acknowledged its soul, it would never be my turn. I asked calmly, "Who is Embers?" It said, "Embers was a madman who clung to art with his life." I stared at it. "Where is he?" A cracking sound came from its bones, and under the pull of the threads of fate, the broken bones strangely came together to form a lotus flower. Its voice turned hoarse. 30 years ago, Embers massacred 3 cities, killed more than 45 million people, turned them into lotus flowers, and threw them to the frost giant tribe. The reason was that his lover died at the hands of the frost giants. After slaughtering most of the giants, he vanished. He's probably dead already. My heart tightened as I listened. Fate was unimaginably complex. It asked me, "See why it's hard to judge me?" On one hand, I fought the alien races. On the other, I slaughtered human cities. I seemed like a madman. I nodded in acknowledgement. Embers really was insane, but I won't massacre a city. Revenge should be aimed at those who deserve to die, not involve the innocent. While controlling the threads, I chatted slowly with it. The bones beneath it were gradually being replaced by white bone, and the immortal lotus was pure white and sacred, like a white lotus cleansing the world. Even I couldn't help but become slightly intoxicated by it. It asked, "Where do you plan to let it bloom?" The corners of my mouth lifted. "I haven't decided yet. This thing can't be used casually." Just as I was torn over it, the castle began to collapse. An extreme chill swept in. The blood in my veins seemed to freeze instantly, and the oppressive pressure made it hard to breathe. A crack split open in the ground, running straight through the Weirdtail town. I lifted into the air with Old Lee and Bear Cub, swiftly dodging away. Deep in the crack, red light flickered, and after the castle collapsed, my pupils contracted sharply. A gigantic eye of death emerged within the abyss. The Weirdtail town underwent a drastic change, and the professionals all became alert. The white bone lotus hovered in the air, with the bottomless abyss beneath it. The two sides stood in silent confrontation. The skeleton undead let out a cold snort and said, "You're too late." The eye of death in the abyss roared, "Why did you break your promise?" The skeleton undead ignored us and turned to me, its voice pressing down hard. "Now, let me burn it out. I can't deal with the eye of death down below." The eye of death's gaze suddenly swept over me, its fury exploding. "Tail Weaver? Blasphemer? Damn you!" A system warning popped up. "You are being watched by the eye of death and have received the goddess of death's mark." A thread of darkness surged out of the abyss like a dark tide and drilled into my body. The pressure was suffocating. I knew this thing absolutely couldn't be confronted head-on. I hurriedly cut off the threads of fate, ended my control over the skeleton undead, and handed the initiative to ignite over to it. "Bear Cub, take Old Lee and retreat," I ordered. As I left, I casually manipulated fate and modified Goddess of Death's mark into Goddess of Death's diary. In an instant, the mark in my body turned into a black, antique notebook. I didn't rush to flip through it. I put it away first, then looked back behind me. Over at the abyss, black tides churned violently, and black runes roared like a sea of death, raising towering waves. A pitch-black giant hand burst out through the waves, heading straight for the white bone lotus. A voice as cold as ice and brutally savage said, "Without my permission, the skeleton undead is not allowed to die." The skeleton undead replied calmly, "You're too late." The black hand suddenly grabbed at the white bone lotus, only to be blocked by a holy radiance. White lotus blossoms bloomed, their light dazzling and blinding, so brilliant that even the darkness of death could not conceal it. All the living beings in the secret realm held their breath, focusing on that white lotus. The lotus petals fell rapidly, and multicolored firelight slowly illuminated the memories. Only then did it become known the skeleton undead was named Li Pingyan. When she was little, her family had not yet given her a name. Later, after her father died in battle, she was taught this. This world is filled with slaughter, and the strong hold the truth. She cultivated with all her might and became a for-transition contract master. When the foreign races invaded, her grandparents and mother all died in battle. On the Great Blue Mountain battlefield, the logistics team she led was intercepted and slaughtered, leaving her on the brink of annihilation. Someone urged her to flee, but she chose to stay. She stared at the corpses, signed a death contract, and exchanged everything for rebirth. From then on, the white bones would never perish, and the dead would never rest. She led the Undead Legion, withstood the tidal surge of hundreds of thousands of foreign races, and held the line at Daching Mountain, not yielding an inch. The Eye of Death burned with fury, questioning her why she had betrayed death. But the white bone lotus still bloomed, blocking its wrath. The white bones gradually scattered, leaving only a deep blue flame, like the spirit of a soul. Li Pingyan's gaze pierced through the secret realm and looked toward the sunlit hillside of sunflowers. Of the 6 members of her family, none survived, leaving only 5 graves. She did not leave a grave for herself. The Eye of Death roared in fury, yet could not invade the white bone lotus. She closed her eyes with a smile and softly recited, "I will go to the spring underworld to summon the old troops. With 100,000 banners, I'll cut down Yama." A blue figure emerged suddenly together with the soul flame. They were her generals and soldiers, loyal souls guarding the battlefield of the dead. She led them, forcibly charging toward the Eye of Death. Black and white extremes collided wantonly in the abyss, as the storm howled wildly. Black flames transformed into a giant dragon, fiercely pouncing into the sea of fire. In an instant, heaven and earth were destroyed, and light and darkness faded away. Only a soft sigh remained. A transparent crystal slowly fell at the edge of the abyss. I stood on Bear Cub's back silent. Old Lee's eyes were wet, and Bear Cub's eyes were red too. I leaped into the abyss and firmly grabbed the crystal. The moment I held it, scenes of memories flashed back in my mind. I understood. This was why Ember refused to help her find release. Their fates were similar, yet they had taken 2 completely different paths. Ember's heart was being swayed by White Lotus, and I had to act quickly. Without thinking further, I waved my hand and spent 1,000 fate points to merge the crystal into my body. Second awakening. Success. The little star above my head vanished, replaced by a surge of intense deathly aura. Within a radius of several thousand meters, everything turned gloomy and terrifying, as if the air had frozen and the blood had solidified. I looked up, and my eyes had turned pitch black and deep, like the watcher of the Naiha Bridge, coldly witnessing the cycle of life and death. System prompt. Class Second Awakening. Level restrictions lifted. Experience points poured in instantly, and I abruptly rose from level 40 to level 60. New skills flashed red. Death Weapon, Life Weapon, and Break Law. I immediately checked the skill descriptions. The fusion of Death Weapon and Life Weapon is the core ability for forging fate weapons, and it can also devour materials to evolve and grow. I thought of Ember's bizarre weapons, the Whitebone Sniper Rifle and the Cocoon Breaker Short Sword. His Death Weapon and my Life Weapon together make up this Fate Weapon, my ultimate weapon. It feels like it perfectly blends the fierce destructive power of a death artifact, the limitless growth of a life artifact, and the indestructible tenacity of a gatekeeper. I spread out my palm, and a transparent sphere slowly emerged, radiating a faint, ghostly light, like the source of fate itself. I took several Jade-grade weapons from my storage bag and casually tossed them into the fate artifact. The weapons were swallowed instantly, and the sphere turned jade green. I checked its attributes. Level 30 Jade Grade. It already possessed 4 forms: sword, blade, axe, and spear, inheriting outstanding traits such as indestructibility, sharpness, bleeding, critical hits, and stun. The skills haven't been fixed yet. Looks like I'll have to explore them slowly. Whatever it devours, it gains that form. Controlling the fate artifact and switching freely between its 4 forms was unbelievably satisfying. After trying it a few times, I confirmed this thing was insanely powerful. Keep devouring weapons and it will only grow stronger. But anything below Jade Grade isn't worth wasting here. I'll keep it for later use. Once I've used it enough, I can store it back inside my body as backup. Then I looked at its anti-magic effect. Simple and brutal, it can break armor on attack and add 10% true damage. Against spells, curses, and barriers, its damage is doubled. Just hearing that felt amazing, and I couldn't help but grin wickedly. This is completely the route of a cocoon breaker. Complicated spells and curses are no longer a problem. At level 1, it already deals double damage to barriers. After it levels up, no barrier will be able to stand against it. I opened the attribute panel. With the Second Awakening stat points added, My level instantly jumped by 20, and my attributes tripled without a doubt. My experience was depleted, and I didn't feel like awakening a third time for now. My mind was so exhausted it felt like I'd burned through a furnace, but my body was mostly fine. I adjusted my mindset and, with Bear Cub and Oldly too, prepared to swagger straight out of the secret realm. We had only taken a few steps when hurried footsteps came from afar. Oldly two's face changed drastically, and he looked like he wanted to disappear on the spot. Before I could react, several hundred job holders surrounded us like a tide. A man wearing a puppeteer's hat pointed at me and roared, "Hand over the treasure!" He said he'd seen that thing fall with his own eyes, and that I couldn't fool him with lies. Murderous looks burst from the crowd as they fixed on me with bloodthirsty eyes. They believed it. The skeleton dead and the Eye of Death were both dead, so the treasure must have been taken by me. A third awakening warrior jumped out and, grinding his teeth, demanded to know why I took it. I shrugged, a mocking curve at the corner of my mouth. "I'm not in the mood to kill anyone right now. I suggest you find another way to stay alive." The puppeteer snorted coldly, leaping into the air to threaten me from above, ordering me to hand over the treasure. I rolled my eyes at him, then my gaze instantly turned toward the abyss. Suddenly, inspiration flashed through my mind. What Li Pingyan protected was only the person she had chosen, not me. I didn't have that kind of magnanimity, and I wouldn't go mad like Ember, nor did I need to be as great as Li Pingyan. My principle was simple and ruthless. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay grievance directly. Since they insisted on seeking death, I'd grant their wish. The next second, I suddenly bent forward, my right hand closing into a phantom grip. The fate weapon instantly transformed into a long spear and shot out with ruthless, piercing force. Boom! 5 people were pierced through by spears at the same time, blood spraying everywhere. The whole scene was stunned. No one expected me to make the first move, and it was a 5-kill opening with a single arrow. "Damn! Focus fire and kill him first," someone roared. The leader, Shield Mountain, charged in with a giant shield and a cold laugh. The others drew blades and raised spears, all of them rushing in. Little Bear suddenly stepped in front of me and let out a roar. The Titan's overwhelming presence instantly snuffed out the bloodlust sweeping across the battlefield. The crowd froze for a moment, hesitating and keeping their distance. I patted its shoulder and motioned for it to step back. Killing monsters gives it experience. Killing people gives no fate points. I'll handle this mess. I strode forward, beckoned with a wicked grin and said, "Come on, take a shot at me." The others sneered. I felt the pressure and knew this brawl had only just begun. Oldly opened his mouth, trying to say something to smooth things over. Bang! Suddenly, a brick flew straight toward his face. Oldly's eyelid twitched, fear flashing across his face. Then he closed his eyes and just stood there dumbly. I paid them no mind. With a cold gaze, I reached out and neatly caught the spear as it flew back. The iron spear felt icy in my hand, slick yet tough. Heh, just right for me. A faint smirk curled at the corner of my mouth, and my voice was calm, almost like an invitation to death. What I'm best at is taking on many by myself. As soon as I finished speaking, I grabbed it without hesitation and actually drove the thorned rose straight into my own abdomen. Pain exploded like a sudden downpour in an instant. In my eyes, a flash of red like burning flames swept by as the stacks of fury rapidly climbed. My heart pounded wildly, as if it would tear through my chest. I knew that with my iron-blooded physique, the thorned rose could only find my one weakest point. Break my defense? What a joke. Building momentum in an instant, I leapt up, and the spear in my hand transformed into a longsword in a flash. Cold light flared as I borrowed the force of my descent, sharp enough to split the air in an instant. A sword strike came crashing down on the Shield Mountain at the very front, his face full of arrogance. He had originally worn an expression of disdain, as if my nearly useless attack wouldn't even touch his shield. But the next second, his expression changed drastically, terror spreading across it, as 3 streaks of sword light split the air like lightning and thunder, instantly severing his shield, his armor, and the foundation of his life. That sword aura was unstoppable, as if it carried a curse of life itself. Sharp, bleeding, and stunning, combined with my true damage that broke magic and armor. His platinum shield shattered into fragments beneath my sword. Fate seemed to mock him at that moment. His gear ruined, negative effects flooding in. Just as he tried to cry out for help, blood sprayed from his throat, his eyes widening endlessly before he collapsed dead. Ding, fate points credited. I sneered coldly, my sword never stopping. The other melee classes around us froze instantly, shock spreading like stagnant water. A second-tier Shield Mountain, known as the toughest meat shield, had actually been killed in 2 sword strikes. This reality was too brutal. Only then did the enemy finally realize the danger, but it was already too late. The mages and gunners in the back line erupted at once, sending more than a dozen fireballs, ice arrows, and enchanted bullets raging toward me like a storm, all aimed straight at my heart and throat. I remained expressionless, calm to the extreme, and directly activated fate, reducing the massive fireballs and ice arrows to a tiny fraction in one go. The fireballs, originally over 10 meters in diameter, suddenly shrank to less than a meter wide, harmless as naive children. My long sword swept through, blood splashing everywhere, and I shattered those incoming fireballs and ice arrows as easily as cutting fruit. The air was filled with the smell of melting magical particles, and all the whooshing sounds of skills abruptly ceased. The whole field fell deathly silent. Looking at their dazed expressions, I couldn't help but smile darkly. You actually thought I could only rely on tanking it head-on? Their faces turned ashen, and they gradually came to understand. My anti-magic ability far exceeded their imagination. Spell circuits were severed in an instant, like spiderwebs torn apart by a blade, never to take shape again. I didn't even bother with them. I cut through the path of their spell bombardment, and not a single incoming incantation escaped unscathed. An anti-magic field? Laughable. I sneered inwardly. Spells floated and danced, close enough to touch yet impossible to unleash. I was basically a mobile magic exterminator. However, good times didn't last long. A sudden attack put me on alert. An assassin's dagger stabbed sharply toward my neck, while from the side a great sword hacked wildly at my waist and abdomen. Assassins were closing in from all directions, killing intent overflowing, their blade flashes like lightning tearing through the air. I showed no sign of retreat and took it head-on. The moonshadow cloak on me shimmered faintly with moonlight, blooming with a pale blue glow that bought me a brief moment of protection. But that moment was just a moment. More than 10 killing moves slammed into me like a raging tide. Inside me, 10 layers of fury condensed into a wild torrent. My bodily defenses were as hard as steel, and even the fate prompts couldn't capture the violent burst of power. I stomped the ground and shot up into the air, my left arm sweeping as my long sword lashed out. With a single slash, the air seemed drained dry. The enemies in close range froze for an instant. Daggers snapped on impact, great swords broke in two, and before the assassin's screams could even leave their throats, a streak of sword light bisected them at the waist. One sword, instant kill. I didn't stop. The moment I landed, I charged again. In just a few seconds, the ground behind me was littered with severed heads and limbs, and 17 or 18 melee fighters vanished in the blink of an eye. The rest fled in disarray, but their speed could never keep up with mine. I moved through the crowd like a demon from hell harvesting blood. Even the second job shield mountains and the assassins were nothing more than one sword to me. The assassins tried to go stealth and flank from behind, but I directly swept them out with life rhythm. They simply couldn't hide. The moment they appeared, they died. Fate points surged wildly, the numbers rolling by at breakneck speed. 150, 200, 300, corpses piled up like mountains. A level 70 warrior with a third job was brimming with confidence and wanted to fight me head-on. In the end, I erupted with 10 layers of fury, broke his armor with one sword, pierced his heart with another, and left him with no chance to fight back. He was killed on the spot. In an instant, all fear vanished. I sheathed my sword and stood atop the mound of corpses, feeling insanely satisfied. Killing monsters to earn fate points? Honestly, that felt great. Although I had quite a few wounds on me, wild growth and my high constitution instantly wiped away the bloodstains. I tore off the tattered moonshadow cloak and stuffed it into my storage bag, then steadied my breathing. The more than 80 other class users around me were so terrified they'd completely lost their nerve and didn't even have the courage to resist. They huddled together, desperately fleeing toward the secret realm exit, trembling as they asked me, "Who the hell are you?" A cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth, and my voice was low and ruthless. "I am Fate." As soon as the words fell, I took sky wings from my back and quickly equipped them. Although the boot stats were mediocre, they granted flight, which suited me perfectly. After signaling to Bear Baby, I was directly tossed by him, transforming into a streak of light as I flew straight toward that group of collapsing enemies. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they scattered in all directions, but it was already too late. I rushed past them and blocked off their escape route. The two charm casters, on the verge of collapse, hurriedly tore open their collars and cried out for me to spare them, promising they would do anything. Pink charm energy suddenly erupted, trying to control me. I raised an eyebrow and asked coldly, "Really?" They kept making faces and spouting disgustingly sweet words, trying to overwhelm me emotionally. But I didn't buy a single bit of it. Charm check. Ridiculous, they couldn't even pass the minimum intelligence threshold. Boring. I shook my head and declared, "Useless." Keeping you around would just be an eyesore. The two of them went deathly pale, and just as they were about to beg for mercy, I showed no mercy. One sword to decapitate them, pink light exploding like fireworks, screams piercing the air, and their corpses turned into a horrifying warning. To them, this is the devil. All they see is me and no hope. I'm practically an all-purpose humanoid boss. They can't block me in melee, can't damage me from range, assassins get a fatal counterattack on ambush, and control skills are completely useless. The remaining mages panicked and frantically sped up their chance. I couldn't be bothered with them, so I let out a low shout, "Shut up!" Boom! The pressure of a higher life form erupted, carrying the majesty of the Grim Reaper. The chants of more than a dozen mages were instantly interrupted, and the others coughed blood at the corners of their mouths, their faces filled with terror. They suspected I was the legendary Secret Realm boss dummy. Otherwise, how could there be such terrifying oppression? Without hesitation, I moved, turning into a streak of silver light, pure harvesting. Less than a minute later, every remaining enemy on the field was dead. In midair, equipment fell to the ground with crisp clatters. I sneered, "Doom points are surging." Calling Bear Cub over, I looted without mercy. Staves, barrier books, and other useless junk were skipped outright. All equipment above Emerald grade was tossed into the Fate device to be devoured, and even the Death Chi orbs were stuffed in all at once. During the digestion process, I carefully reviewed the equipment skills and decided to lock a weapon skill into the Fate device. This step was crucial. Changing skills later would require a huge amount of Doom points, so I had to be extremely careful. Finally, I locked onto an Emerald grade dagger called Instant Hell Shadow Kill. The skill description was simple but vicious. Within 1,000 meters, instantly teleport behind an enemy and deliver a fatal strike, with a 10-minute cooldown. Seeing this, I almost froze. Instant teleport up to 1 kilometer for a close-range backstab? Ha! Combined with my anti-magic effect, this was basically the Terminator of mages. The Fate device's level quickly rose to 43. Although it was still Emerald grade, the number of weapon types exploded. Swords, axes, spears, bows, shields, halberds, staffs, short swords, daggers, everything was there. His traits were so rich they dazzled me. Beyond immortal, sharp, bleed, critical hit, and stun. I also added dozens of traits like death, penetration, armor break, magic break, and camouflage. The first skill fixed in the skill slot was Instant Hell Shadow Kill. I could already imagine the opponent's collapsing expression when I brought the blade down. An 80-level shield mountain taking that strike would have to question life itself. The only downside? No bonus to base attributes. Humph, I can handle base attributes myself. That's no big deal. I calmly activated 10 layers of Berserk, and my base attributes shot up rapidly, already approaching the level of a 4th-class jobber. Equipment bonuses? Those were all just clouds. When I stared at the Doom points on the panel, my heart went completely cold. 96,050 points. I was almost about to break through the 100,000 mark. I sneered inwardly. No wonder the Fateweaver is so terrifying. Its growth path is practically born for slaughter. Killing monsters gives Doom points, and killing people is a completely different matter altogether. Especially those pure hunters in ruins who don't have Fate modification. If you want to get stronger, relying on your mouth won't do. Red light flashed again in my eyes, but I suppressed it. I'm not Ember. I don't actively kill the innocent. But if someone wants to die, I'll never hesitate to take those Doom points. As Berserk faded, I rode Bear Cub and sprinted toward the Secret Realm exit. The guides had been distracted by the Whitebone Lotus and completely missed the mutation. Seeing the massacre behind me, their eyes were filled only with wariness. Someone couldn't help giving Old Lee a thumbs up, relieved that he was still alive. I paid them no mind and made my decision. I separated from Old Lee, took Bear Cub, and left the strange Tail Town directly, flying back to Qingqing. At my doorstep, the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window shattered with a thunderous crash. Don't worry, I didn't make a big deal out of it. I just went to the hotel next door and got a room. After showering, I took out my black card and had a lavish feast with Bear Cub. The monsters in the Strange Tail Town? They're not nearly as ferocious as us. We ate for a full day and night, until even the chef was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. I slept until noon, and my vitality was fully restored. Upon waking, I took out the Goddess of Death diary. The moment I opened it, a wave of death aura rushed at me. Fate prompt, vitality rapidly decreasing. A mocking smile curled at the corner of my mouth, and I immediately changed decreasing to increasing. In an instant, the death aura reversed, and my HP began recovering at an astonishing rate. If necessary, this book was practically a blood pack. After carefully reading through it, the content was nothing more than messy gossip about the Goddess of Death and the private lives of the gods. Utterly useless. Closing it, I realized its value was probably more as a means of intimidation. I wrapped it up with fate threads to prevent it from being tracked. Next, I went all out spending fate points to strengthen myself. My arsenal was already rich, so I first crazily upgraded Weapon Master, shooting straight from level 1 to level 10 and spending 64,000 fate points in one go. With the skill greatly increased, attacking with any weapon doubled my damage and also granted extra effects depending on the weapon type. After confirming the boost, I manifested fate weapons on the spot and tested various kinds. I wielded blades, spears, swords, and halberds with effortless fluency. Smooth beyond belief. It was no longer just blindly stacking stats and smashing everything. This was true mastery. After testing them, I took Bear Baby to the hotel to settle the bill. The front desk tremblingly handed over the black card, and the amount was dizzying. 560 million spent, with only 3 million left on the card. Hearing my emotional remarks, this little bit of money, even giving away tens of thousands wouldn't count as much. After that, I headed straight to the Night Watcher branch. The custom firearms I'd ordered 4 days earlier were ready. I unlocked level 4 access, fully prepared to enter the trial tower at any time. There were more and more people on the Night Watcher side. When they saw me come over, the mature, uniformed lady only dared to hand me 2 alloy suitcases. She didn't even call my code name, just stared at Bear Baby with eyes full of admiration. This bear kid had achieved great feats on the violent bear plains and was already the youngest legendary Nightwalker. The moment I opened the case, I was stunned. The first item was a 2-meter-long, 80 mm caliber dark purple anti-material sniper rifle called Hell's Call, level 58, Emerald tier. Bullet penetration doubled with the skill Weak Spot Strike. The next bullet will definitely crit, and it also has a 0.0001% chance to instantly kill. I stared closely at the words instantly kill, a wicked, unhinged grin appearing on my face. I didn't even look at the probability. I swallowed the fate weapon and forced it into certainty with fate points. This skill was practically a godlike destruction technique. Weak Spot Strike directly became the fate weapon's second fixed skill, and the fate weapon's level shot up to 44. In the skill bar, instant prison shadow kill plus weak spot strike, it was basically invincible. After confirming the panel data was correct and my chi and blood had risen, making my strength even steadier, I opened the second case. Inside were a pistol and a shotgun, both Emerald tier, with attributes slightly inferior to Hell's Call. I glanced at them casually and tucked them into my waist without turning them into fate weapons. The reason was simple. My main combat power came from triggering fate prompts, and these weren't weapons I used often. Firearms also required manual reloading, so I'd keep them separate for convenience and flexibility. After dealing with the weapons, I spent 23,600 contribution points to exchange for the spoils of war at nearly a 50% discount. Within the Night Watchers, you could trade for high-grade resources, things that even money couldn't buy outside. Hell Call plus Weak Spot Strike, and the value doubled. I tossed the list and phone number into the trash can. The uniformed, mature beauty's eyes darkened, but no one questioned me. I went straight downstairs and entered the trial tower area. An announcement came over the broadcast, reporting that I had once again climbed the trial tower. Too lazy to bother with it, I charged straight ahead and kept pushing through the first 20 floors. Past the 20th floor. When the man with glasses heard the update, he didn't look for me and came straight over. Beside him, 3 black rings flickered, level 3 Night Wanderer. Ching Ching only occasionally produced one, and even a department head was still only a level 2 Night Wanderer, yet he was level 3. He stood at the front, staring at me as I charged up the tower. On the 29th floor, there were 20 giant scythe mantises. I took one down with one punch, crushing them effortlessly. On the 30th floor, the level 60 Lord-class monster, the Skeleton Warlock, was still slain with a single punch. After clearing the 30th floor, cheers erupted outside. The man with glasses looked grim, and Eugène's name surfaced in his mind. Eugène's first time climbing the trial tower was also bizarre. As a gunman, he fought monsters at close range, and anything that got near him turned to ash. That was how he became the newcomer king. I smiled faintly, secretly vicious in my heart. That was his path. I had my own madness. My performance this time was practically as if I'd hacked the system. I didn't have a gun at my waist, yet my aura was like that of a pure berserker, with a savage and dangerous vibe pouring over me. The man in silver-rimmed glasses stared at me for quite a while, then calmly began writing the evaluation report. High danger level, mentally unstable. Not suited for important responsibilities. Maybe targeted by the soul-snatching envoy of the Hell Academy. Recommend investment. Investment? Damn, there was some meaning hidden in that evaluation, I muttered to myself. Someone was actually taking a liking to this kind of madman. After writing it, the man with glasses was about to leave, but suddenly there was an uproar behind him. He hadn't expected that I was already itching to charge toward the 40th floor. This was only my second time climbing the tower, but I directly chose the level 80 Lord-class monster, the Hell Cockroach, a giant black flame cockroach. It wasn't some third-rate junk. And level 80 Lord-class monster like that was something almost no one in the entire hall had ever seen. When the man with glasses heard the commotion, his steps faltered, and he returned to the screen to stare at me. I had just cleared the 39th floor, while also grinding experience nonstop. After sawing 10 floors in a row, my experience shot up rapidly and was almost at 3 million. Leveling up was as hard as eating shit. At most I'd gain 1 level for 3 million, and it was truly exhausting. I had no intention of stopping. Before the third awakening, I had to squeeze every last drop out of this. As the 40th floor opened, a giant cockroach born from black flames suddenly rose up, scorching fire coiling around its body and exuding a nauseating, corrosive stench. As soon as the level 3 Night Roamer Divine Sense locked onto it, I knew it wasn't that formidable, but its self-healing ability was disgustingly strong. It was still sizing me up. Before it even reacted, I had already charged in an explosive burst of speed, instant kill. The moment the announcement for the 40th floor came out, the entire trial tower scene exploded into an uproar. This time it wasn't some trivial mess like the 30th floor, an 80-level lord, a 4th transformation monster, and I had actually killed it in one strike. More and more people gathered, and the entrance to the entire branch department was completely packed. After reaching the 40th floor, my pace slowed down. These monsters' levels had jumped directly to 80 and above, and by the 46th floor they were already at 92. At that level, just taking hits head-on was impossible. By the time I reached the 49th floor, my body was covered in wounds, a bloody mess. With 10 layers of frenzy stacked to the limit, plus the healing effect from the Death Goddess's journal, I could barely keep going and force my condition to stay stable. After taking a short break and a deep breath, I stepped into the 50th floor. The monster's aura was suddenly different. A 100-level Lord-class beast, the moment it entered, actually made a sound and said coldly. This meant that starting from the 50th floor, the monsters were no longer ordinary simulations. Their souls were moving vividly within them. I looked up and saw a towering beast 30 meters tall slowly turning around, black fur flickering, its sharp claws flashing with a metallic cold light. Bear King, an old friend. The people outside watched me, each with furrowed brows, convinced I was in for a bloody, grueling fight this time. The Bear King had thick skin and flesh, and spells were hard to pierce through. But anyone who had personally experienced the Bear Plains defense battle understood that I had my own set of methods. I didn't rush to make a move. I walked slowly, silently releasing the pressure of the Titan Bear bloodline from my hand. The air instantly grew heavy. The terrifying bloodline impact crushed the Bear King's expression into darkness, and the aura of bloodline backlash made it shift from ferocity to terror in an instant. It dropped straight to its knees begging for mercy, without even the energy to resist. This was the oppressive force brought about by bloodline rank, so overwhelming it was suffocating. With a light press of my palm, the threads of fate quickly poured into its body. The next second, it burst into ashes. Unlike before, this time a miniature illusory soul remained in the ashes, limp and trembling, its eyes full of unwillingness and fear. My heart started pounding. I suddenly realized that monsters above the 50th floor were virtual entities created from real souls as the prototype. Cunning design. I was just about to continue the encirclement when the tower suddenly shook and directly kicked me out in one go. As soon as the announcement that the 50th floor had been cleared rang out, the Watcher's branch exploded. Not only had I cleared it, I had also broken the fastest record since the 10th floor. I was holding back a surge of frustration, with little joy in my heart. Instead, I felt that this trial tower was being rather poor sport. At that moment, a man wearing silver-rimmed glasses up above ran over and proactively extended his hand. Shun Tianjia, level 3 Night Wanderer. I glanced at him. A scan of his life rhythm couldn't reveal his level, but it faintly exuded extremely strong combat power. Me. I also gave my name and coldly shook his hand back. He was silent for quite a while, as if he were speaking through a remote connection, then took me into a nearby cafe. After we sat down, he got straight to the point. Above the 50th floor, the monsters come with real souls attached. When you attack them, you're piercing the core. Once the soul is shattered, it's hard to reuse it. My heart sank hard. I was afraid they would strip me of my qualification. No, he said seriously. You can still keep climbing, just not with that move. What if I'm not convinced? I raised an eyebrow. The guild will compensate you, he said. Go on. I frowned. I'll help you during your awakening. The corner of his mouth twitched as he dodged the issue. I said stubbornly, 50,000 contribution points. He spit out a number. At most 5,000. I smiled. Fine. The key is helping during the awakening stage. He exchanged a few more words across the distance, then replied, I'm level 117. I can protect you the whole way. I was overjoyed. At level 60 with 3 awakenings, there aren't many who can really fight. Having such a high-level guard really made things feel secure. I'm not your hitter. I'm your guardian. He grinned slyly. I couldn't be bothered to argue and tacitly accepted that a high-level hitter also counted. After that, I immediately rushed to the Awakening Shrine to take the 3rd advancement quest. Shintianjia stayed outside as the guard, while I went into the temple alone. The atmosphere was normal enough. The goddess statue stood motionless, projecting the quest for me to draw. Just after I finished drawing, a terrifying aura of death suddenly erupted. The goddess statue trembled violently, and cracks even began to appear on its surface. Terrified, I turned and ran, thinking to myself, this thing is going to cost me a fortune. As I rushed out of the shrine, I suddenly saw 20 tiny, sparkling stars hanging above my head. Shin Tianjia's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "It shouldn't exceed 10 stars." Helpless, I shrugged and accepted it. With the terms settled, I said, "I don't care. Anyway, you already agreed." The skeletal dragon swung a claw, slapping it down with a crisp crack and a chilling force. Against me? Not quite enough. The floor caved in with a thunderous crash, dust billowing everywhere. The necromancer finally relaxed a little, seeming to think I was definitely doomed this time. The next second, I gently rolled my neck. The undead threads wrapped around my body tightened, but they still failed to truly bind me. Brother Kidney Deficiency fell silent, and I wore a look of utter disgust. That's all. Since he wanted to do it, the black silk ropes tightened and then snapped one after another. Those undead threads give others headaches, but I broke free with only a bit of effort. I shook my wrist, afraid they wouldn't bind tightly enough, and I almost got to absorb enough. The skeletal mage turned deathly pale, purely trying to scare people while acting innocent. He was surprised that I could still be this cool at level 60. What the hell is deathly breath? Binding? Doesn't exist. A skeletal claw slammed at me? I stomped the ground, burst into motion, and instantly appeared in front of the dragon. The moment it opened its mouth, I threw a punch. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was deafening. The dragon's head was hurled upward, and its body instantly lost balance and staggered. I gave a wicked smile. Not a fan of spitting? Come on then. Wave after wave of heavy punches crashed down, explosive cracks bursting across the dragon's body. Bone shards flew everywhere, and deathly energy spread thickly. The imposing skeletal dragon was instantly turned into a demolition site beneath my fists. In the distance, Shin Tianjia was clearing out the undead horde. When he looked back, his face was full of shock. That was the skeletal dragon trump card of a 5th-tier undead mage. The mage swung his staff madly, reinforcing the dragon and unleashing undead summons to block my way. I couldn't even be bothered to deal with the trash mobs. Bear Cub roared and charged into the undead horde, sweeping away countless skeletons and wraiths. I focused on attacking the skeletal dragon. After a few punches, a huge hole blew open in the dragon's chest cavity. At that moment, I locked onto its soul core. With 5 fingers clenched, threads of fate shot out from my palm. Break for me! I thrust my palm straight into the depths of the bone cavity. Amid the ghost screams, the eerie green core trembled violently and then collapsed with a thunderous crash. The entire dragon skeleton fell apart wildly, like furniture with its screws stripped loose. Crash, crash, crash. Bones rained down like crazy, piling up into a little mountain of white bone. The necromancer stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. The skeletal dragon was his trump card, yet I had torn it apart with my bare hands. He was scared witless, backing away in panic while chanting an incantation in a rush, trying to run or unleash a big move. I wasn't giving him the chance. With a step underfoot and a flicker of motion, I appeared instantly in front of him. The haggard weakling's pupils shrank sharply, and he nearly dropped his staff. He hurriedly raised his hands to block. Smack! 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 The crisp slaps rang out, stinging to the ears. He was sent flying, tumbling over a dozen times, his face swollen like a steamed bun. I shook my hand and walked over at an unhurried pace. He struggled to his feet, still trying to spit out some harsh words. The moment the words left his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of pitch-black blood. I leaned in and asked coldly in a low voice, "Spit it out. What exactly do you people want to do? And who's the one behind you?" He had a complicated expression, full of resentment and malice, yet also fear, but the corners of his mouth twisted into a bizarre smile. My heart tightened. This guy was definitely hiding a backup move. As the green claws closed in, I simply used fate modification. Ding! Minor fate event. I am bound by death stockings. Fate points plus 50. The black silk threads instantly shattered, leaving almost no trace. Red light flashed in my eyes, and the layers of fury surged up by one after another, reaching the maximum of 10. The next second, I grabbed the bone dragon, several times larger than my own body, and casually slammed it down with an over-the-shoulder throw. The giant dragon crashed through buildings, but I didn't stop, hammering it down again and again. It was like a sandbag with no ability to resist. Counterattack?
Impossible.
I punched hard into the dragon's chest, draining the last of its undead aura. My weapon, the long blade, slashed down and directly beheaded it. You killed the skeletal dragon LV-119. Gained 625899 EXP. I casually checked my status. My stamina had increased by more than 700. This group of undead simply couldn't break through my defenses. But suddenly, all the undead in the city rushed at me. Minor fate event. I am surrounded by a large number of undead. I smiled slightly and changed a bit of the plot. Ding! Minor fate event. I am surrounded by big-breasted undead. Plus 300 fate points. In an instant, the undead monsters all mutated. The Death Knight's chest thudded violently, and his armor shattered apart. The Banshee, Little Skeleton, and Ghoul all had their aura transformed. Even the Necromancer widened his eyes in shock, staring at his own chest. I didn't even bother looking. My fate weapon took form as a Guandao, and with holy light and exorcising purification, I made a few slashes. The undead shattered into dust at once. The Necromancer panicked, coughed up black blood, and collapsed onto the ground. The remaining undead automatically turned into a mass of bone spikes and rose into the air, transforming into a rain of piercing projectiles that crashed down on me. Medium fate event. I am targeted by high-level sorcery and attacked by bone spikes. The bone spikes poured down like a storm, pressing me so hard I could barely move. Standing amid the rain of spikes, I continued to rewrite fate. Ding! Medium fate event. I am attacked by bone soup after being targeted by high-level sorcery. The agonizing pain vanished, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of bone soup. Licking my lips, I smiled evilly and looked at the Necromancer. Seeing that I was steady as a rock, he grew anxious and suddenly unleashed a self-destructive sacrifice. The white bones transformed into a masculine form, chanting the Blackwater summoning spell. After devouring the Blackwater, flames burst violently from his eyes as he activated Divine Arts. Death Divine Art, Life Severance. It exploded apart, and 3 chains of death crazily coiled around me. The death chains wrapped me up tightly. At this moment, the massive projection of the goddess of death suddenly appeared. Towering 10,000 meters high, draped in a robe that concealed her form, revealing only her profound, dark eyes. Her voice struck like thunder to the brain. Hand over the thing and become my believer. I had a headache and couldn't be bothered to deal with her, so I shook the notebook in my hand. Want it? She fell silent, staring intently. By implying that if I handed it over, I could gain power and influence. I sneered. You want it? Then call me Daddy first. You even call me that in your own diary. She was enraged and sharply tightened the chains with all 5 fingers. The spells of Death's End, Lifespan's End, Soul's End, and Annihilation were unleashed in full. The bear baby rushed over roaring, but was struck by the deathly aura and fell into a deep sleep. I saw a fate prompt. Major event. Attacked by the goddess of death. Afflicted by the Annihilation Death Curse. Life value lost. The outcome had already been decided, and fate modification was ineffective. But I immediately locked onto the last few words and forcefully changed them. Ding! Major event. Attacked by the goddess of death. Afflicted by the Annihilation Death Curse. Lifeline lost. Fate points plus 800. As the death curse descended, the aura of death coiled around my body, but it only erased the lifeline in my left palm. The goddess glared at me, her expression shifting slightly. Shen Tianjie and the others also understood that I was twisting divine punishment again. The second wave of attacks came. Death power rampaged through my lifespan. Major event. Attacked by the goddess of death. Struck by the Annihilation Curse. Lifespan drastically reduced. Simple and direct, I immediately changed it to Ding! Major event. Attacked by the goddess of death. Struck by the Annihilation Curse. Lifespan drastically increased. Fate points plus 800. In an instant, the power of death was transformed into vitality and poured into my body. Both my flesh and soul became vibrant, and my lifespan surged by 5,000 years. Shin Tianjie stared in stunned disbelief. I had actually reversed a divine technique and played it backward. The third wave came. Death power shot straight to my brow and launched a fierce assault on my soul. Major event. Attacked by the goddess of death, soul fallen. I stared fixedly at the prompt, Realizing this was the first time it was truly difficult to alter. The second half of the sentence simply would not let me touch it. Clenching my teeth, I fiercely changed the first half. Ding! Major event. I had a chance encounter and was attacked by the goddess of death, Soul Fallen. Fate points plus 800. As the magma-like modification was completed, the power of death immediately slowed. The goddess's gaze changed abruptly, and she lifted her veil to reveal her true face. She came close to me, cupped my face, and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Do you want to be my believer?" I refused coldly. Though my soul had already fallen, even if I agreed, there would be no difference. Taking the chance, I pulled out the Doom Amulet and triggered a luck value times 100. Ding! I touched my chest and felt that a node connection somewhere in the city had come online. After being rejected, she wasn't angry. Instead, she grew curious. As she kept luring me into the divine realm, the corners of her lips curved slightly upward. I answered with a vicious expression, not giving her the slightest bit of courtesy. She finally flew into a rage, her eyes icy cold. "It's not up to you." With one hand, she clenched 5 fingers together and lunged at me, trying to swallow me whole. A chill surged over me, and my heart sank. Could this be another cycle of life and death? Yet there was no new prompt. The power of death poured into my soul, but caused no harm at all. Instead, it transformed my soul into the blessing of the dead. Received the blessing of death, fallen into the dead. I knew clearly that my soul's fall was now a foregone conclusion. Just as the death goddess's projection was preparing to take me away, a cold roar echoed from within the city. "Death, you've crossed the line." I immediately glanced over there, and the statue of the goddess of luck actually burst forth with multicolored light. The next second, the goddess statue came back to life, as if her true form had descended upon the world. The white robe fell away, revealing exaggeratedly powerful muscles, deafening to the ear. I blurted out on the spot, "Goddess, save me!" The statue of the goddess of luck threw a sky-shattering punch straight at the goddess of death. Space exploded violently, and the projection of the goddess of death was blasted into fragments. As she left, she coldly warned, "I'll dote on you again." I stood up from the ground, my expression complicated. I had always thought the goddess of luck was some kind of gentle, tender woman. And the result? She was actually a muscular Barbie. That really was unexpected. Fortunately, after the giant statue finished its strike, it immediately collapsed and scattered into specks of light. Shin Tianjie and the others hurried over and asked me with concern. After the whole battle, I only suffered superficial injuries. My life was saved, but my soul had been forcibly reduced into a dead being by the goddess of death. That was troublesome, but this kind of trouble might be fatal for others. For me, not that panicked. The dead fear the death god lineage, especially someone like the goddess of death. As long as she doesn't descend in person, my fate modification can still handle it. With my life safe and sound, I felt at ease. Qingcheng quickly handled the aftermath. I carried the unconscious bear baby on my back and walked toward the city lord's mansion with Shen Tianjie. Bear baby was heavy as hell, and it wore me out. Lu Kaixian asked if I was all right, and I glanced at the attribute panel. With this wave, I had actually not only avoided a loss but made a profit. I had gained over 3,000 fate points, and my intelligence had surged by 600. Pretty sweet. Shin Tianjie suspected that I had offended the death goddess, but I didn't tell him the real reason. I left the matter of the diary aside for now. After a soul falls into death and becomes a deceased being, the death goddess's diary is even more valuable. Its healing and soul-enhancing effects were insanely powerful. You can't lose and you won't get fooled. I looked at them, raising my brows slightly, and said in a voice as cold as ice dripping blood, "Why did the Dissension Society suddenly start the battle ahead of schedule?" Lu Kaixian lowered her voice, her face grave. "They pried some information out of that guy, Li Hanshan. Not only was Li Hanshan corrupted, he also stabbed them in the back. The Dissension Society's plan was to attack 8 cities at once, and Qingcheng was on the list. So in other words, this attack in front of us was merely an appetizer? The real killer move hadn't even been used yet." Her eyes flickered as she muttered in a low voice, "Now that it's been exposed, the Dissension Society might turn around and not target Qingcheng for the time being." I gave her a sidelong smile, my cold laugh carrying a hint of mockery. "Are you kidding? The stage has already been set. They'll never let Qingcheng go." Standing up, with a blaze of fury igniting in my soul, I left them with one harsh line. "Get ready. The requiem of the undead has already begun. The moment to change fate has arrived." Shin Tianjie understood what I meant and nodded slightly. The Awakening Quest. After leaving the city lord's mansion, I took the still sleeping bear baby straight to the hotel, too lazy to pay attention to its soft breathing. I pulled out the Death Goddess's diary and began cultivating. A deathly aura quickly wrapped around my entire body, icy and torrential. The frozen stillness of death seeming to crawl deep into my skin with invisible claws. A fate prompt popped up. Minor fate event. The body is corroded by deathly aura, and vitality decreases. Minor fate event. The soul is nourished by deathly aura, intelligence and mental power increase. I let out a cold snort and lightly tapped my finger, forcefully changing the first line. Ding! Vitality didn't decrease. It increased instead. Fate points plus 20. Rock solid. For the next 3 days, I locked myself in the hotel room, neither eating nor drinking, not sleeping at all, focused on absorbing the deathly aura into my marrow. That feeling was like flames burning on my fingertips. Wisdom in my mind surged wildly, mental power rolled like tides, and I even occasionally stirred reality with my will. That smug, cocky feeling almost made me laugh myself crooked. Every 3 minutes, I viciously cut myself with a knife, blood staining my fingertips as I slowly farmed fate points. I fought like a slave to fate, harder than anyone else. By the end of the 3 days, my attributes had soared. The trick Fate Master directly leveled up to 60, and the explosive power made me dizzy. Fate threads surged forth, sturdier than before, yet incredibly agile. I removed the Wisdom Source Stone I had been carrying close to my body. The 10-day period was up. It was time to harvest the fruits. Minor fate event. Obtain enhancement from the Wisdom Source Stone. Mental power plus 1 point. Trying to directly change it to plus 1 billion triggered an immediate red alert from fate perception. Even plus 10,000 wouldn't do. In the end, plus 1,000 was the stable option. Still not satisfied, I stored my mental power into the Chenkuin sword case and used mental power plus 1x as a formation to deconstruct and set it up. Ding! My mental power skyrocketed crazily, my head aching like it was exploding. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, I madly poured it into the sword case. Half an hour later, it finally lands and regains consciousness. Otherwise, it could explode at any moment. Just testing it out. Bear Baby can tear steel rebar apart with a towel in its paws, and with a shake of its hand, its strength is off the charts. This basically turned into a Titan giant bear. Late at night, the 2 black-robed ghosts suddenly appear downstairs at the hotel, shouting at the top of their lungs while handing out flyers. Their eyes locked tightly on my 6th-floor room. They're clearly picking a fight. I fastened the sword case tightly, smiled faintly, kicked open the window, and threw myself down from the 6th floor. When I hit the ground, a pungent smell of gunpowder and a chilling murderous intent rushed straight at me. The 2 men's expressions changed. They drew their blades and triggered the barrier, and the scene instantly crackled and exploded with sizzling sounds. I swept out a sword, sharp as frost, and the barrier cracked instantly, while the 2 black-robed figures were kicked straight to the ground. Fate points plus 300. 2 messages popped up at the same time. A wicked smile curled at the corner of my mouth, as if I had personally ripped open their backs. Bear Baby flicked its tail, rolled down the stairs, and tumbled out with black flames billowing around it, breaking through to the street. In the deep, shadowed alley, a thick scent of incense and offerings ignited. The stage was set, and the show was about to begin. I had only taken a few steps when boom, an explosion tore through the air. On a distant rooftop, 2 figures stood there coldly and motionless. The woman in black unleashed a sky full of demonic fire, while the white-robed elder slowly opened his eyes. The Qingming ocular technique shimmered with eerie light as he stared rigidly at me. Bear Baby charged in, its fur scorched by the black flames. The scorching tongues of fire licked at it, but they still couldn't melt it down. The woman in black saw this and recognized that this was no ordinary bear, but a Titan giant bear. If she fought it head-on, the one at a disadvantage would be her. In a panic, she covered the retreat. Bear Baby's gaping maw tore apart her lower leg, blood scattering like flowers as she struggled midair. A pitiful sight. Just as I was about to pursue, the white-robed elder's eyelids suddenly dropped. The Qingming ocular technique released a suppressive wave, forcibly immobilizing Bear Baby, and then he pulled the woman in black back as they retreated. I moved around to the side, and the shotgun in my hand roared as it fired. But the trajectory of the bullets was neutralized by an invisible force, and not a single round hit the ground. A fate prompt popped up, whispering like the Grim Reaper in my ear. You are being watched by the Azure Mysterious Eye and are being strangled by ocular arts. I raised an eyebrow slightly, calmly trading blows. Fate hadn't disrupted my rhythm. I lowered the gun and drew my sword, heading straight for the murderous old man. My white robe fluttered as I smiled, my expression full of helplessness. The black-clad woman's eyes were filled with omens of death. In the blink of an eye, killing intent erupted. The instant our gazes met, Strange forces mixed with soul-corroding power struck me hard from all directions. While adjusting fate, I rebounded the force and charged forward. Ding! The old man's gaze instantly went blank, tears streaking down his face as he panicked. What did you do to me? Panic filled the black-clad woman's heart, and her leg injury worsened, making her stagger. Bear Cub rushed over, and I hurled the spear, utterly reaping her life. Fate points plus 400, twice. Felt incredible. I stepped on the wind and leaped to a high point, overlooking the entire city. Qingcheng was in utter chaos, a bloody cauldron thick with the smell of incense and blood, dark and oppressive to the point of suffocation. The city lord's residence, which was meant to guard the city, had already been reduced to ruins, with corpses strewn everywhere. Shen Tianjie and the others were fighting in midair, their figures blurred like wisps of frost and snow. That man sneered, holding the lotus strange thunder personally forged by Li Hanshan, and blinked at me. That wicked smile, full of malice, felt like a knife twisting in my heart. I stared at that handsome yet eerie face. His left arm was empty, missing a whole section. The next second, his fingertip landed on the strange thunder, and a vicious chill instantly swallowed me. My expression changed drastically. I discovered that the fate thread between me and the lotus strange thunder had actually been severed with a single slash. He could actually cut the fate threads? It's insane. In the whole universe, I'm the only one who deserves it. No, who would have thought this monster could be this outrageous? Without the slightest hesitation, I leapt down from the high slope, urged Little Bear to stay in the city and save people, and headed straight for the city lord's manor. Glancing at the mission progress, my gaze grew even colder. Those injured people weren't the real key at all. The true key was right in front of me, this guy. Along the way, with one move, the historian handed the Lotus Phantom Mine to Shen Tianjie. The Phantom Mine exploded instantly, flames soaring into the sky. At that moment, Li Hanshan was completely ignited. Shen Tianjie took up a Tai Chi stance, continuously striking out with his palms. Lu Kaixian drew out her staff, and layers of mana barriers descended, suppressing the explosion. But in the next second, space twisted, becoming blurred and overlapping. The explosion didn't diffuse. Instead, it layered and fused, consuming everything madly. By the time I arrived, both of them were on the ground, their breaths weak. With a long sword in hand, I advanced step by step, the blade's edge pointed straight at the mysterious man. How on earth did you do that? He smiled faintly, unable to say a word. Shen Tianjie said in a hoarse voice, he's a mystery type 5 change, a historian. His ability is extremely bizarre. He can extract fragments from history and project them into reality, and he can also copy all kinds of class skills. That explosion just now was the overlap of his triple historical reproductions. I nodded, suppressing my furious doubts. Didn't I tell you to call for reinforcements? Shen Tianjie gave a wry smile. The descending church is launching attacks on too many cities at once. Having one 5 change in a city is already hard enough, let alone Qingcheng going all in and even sending one of the twin stars, the historian. I said nothing, my gaze locked tightly on this maniac in front of me. A 5 change's power was absurdly abnormal. Looking at that sleazy grin of his, it was like looking at a dead cat. He taunted, "Done talking? Now taste my blood flavor." He tossed off the white glove on his right hand, revealing a palm covered in scars. A mocking smile curved his lips. These are souvenirs from fighting Embers. The moment Embers was mentioned, his face twisted into a ghost-like shadow. The fireworks instantly faded. His right hand shot up high, and the atmosphere changed abruptly. A storm of bullets and explosions surged from all directions, like the apocalypse had come. He laughed wildly. "Join the Advent Society. You have no choice. I'll turn this whole city into Lotus ghost bombs. When the higher-ups of Great Xia see it, it'll all be pinned on you." I instantly understood how insane his scheme was. He didn't just want to kill me. He wanted to pin the blame on me and slaughter this city. This skill wasn't just mine, it had been used by Embers before, forcibly copied from history. As I retreated, I used my life artifact to forcibly withstand the explosive gunfire. Minor fateful event. You are hit by a historical reenactment attack and suffer light injuries. While dismantling the barrage, I stacked combat rage. I didn't immediately alter fate. Instead, my eyes flashed with lightning-fast clarity as I quickly analyzed the situation. This guy had to be dealt with now. Once he succeeded and turned the entire city into Lotus ghost bombs, there was no way he could shake off the blame for it. Although his strangeness was abnormal, being too strong was just as unreasonable. As I blocked his attacks and watched his movements, I discovered that with each use of historical reenactment, the fireworks around him diminished by half, which meant the cost was not small. The flyers burning throughout the city were his way of replenishing energy. The The mission progress showed that Qingqing's fate hadn't changed at all, and the problem still hadn't been solved. I could only deal with this whole body of historical tumors in one move. I issued the command to rewrite fate. Ding! Minor fate event. You are attacked by a historical reenactment and looked down upon. Fate points plus 50. The attack collapsed in an instant, and I was unscathed. Dressed in the Bear King set, I gave a cold smile, the spear-shaped fate weapon in my hand stacked to 10 layers of battle rage. With a flick of my wrist, I hurled it out. The spear's piercing sound tore through the air like it was splitting space itself, directly penetrating layers of fireworks and metallic obstacles. The historian's expression changed abruptly, and for the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. He retreated rapidly and summoned several historical reenactment buildings to stand in front of him. The firework-like aura vanished by another half, but the spear steadily drilled through, and the scene turned into a blood-soaked massacre. I recalled my fate weapon, feeling a trace of regret. He was completely terrified by this strike, his expression twitching to the extreme. In furious rage, he roared, "You dare defy me! Cat and mouse play ends here." With his shout of "Descend," Qingqing suddenly shook violently, buildings crashing down with a boom, rubble dancing like blood rain. 10 teleportation gates rose up from underground with a crack. I cast a cold glance and saw their levels, my face darkening to the extreme. 10 secret realm gates, the lowest was mid-tier, and the highest even exceeded level 80. 9 gates spewed out monsters, their momentum like a furious storm. Black threads fell from the sky, coiling around people like snakes. Humans became string puppet marionettes, and finally turned into eerie lotus-shaped thunder. Lu Keixian was quick-eyed and quick-handed. She found Wang Hailong's note, proving that the city lord had indeed betrayed them, colluded with the Dissension Society, secretly laid an ambush at the secret realm gate in advance, and set off the trap. Qingqing fell completely into despair. The monsters rampaged and charged, and the night watchers, the guilds, and the city guard formations collapsed in an instant. Without hesitation, I raised my sword and charged straight into the beast's tide. Man and sword as one, my slashes were as fast as lightning. There were countless monsters, one sword, one kill, blood staining the path red. Straight toward that historian. His right hand trembled violently, deliberately avoiding my gaze, fear seeping into his bones. This scene fiercely ignited the fighting spirit of the entire city. The Night Watchers, the Guild Coalition, and the city guard all launched a frenzied assault. Shen Tianjie and Lu Keixian dragged their injured bodies to follow closely. Even the life-type professionals, no longer lazy, picked up their weapons. The whole city was tightly united as one line, forcefully holding back the beast's tide. But the good times did not last. The monsters' levels surged. In the 9 secret realms, monsters were generally level 60 or 70, with very few reaching level 80. The third transition professional's legs went weak. Hot-blooded courage could no longer save everything. I used every trick I had, swinging the Fang Tian Huaji like a gale sweeping away fallen leaves, forcibly pushing forward. Too many monsters piled up, slowing me down like a blood-sucking mire. Lu Keixian, covered in blood, rushed over and, gasping, informed me that there was an underground secret passage beneath the city lord's mansion. She told me to leave the city immediately. Shen Tianjie sighed helplessly. Qingcheng is a frontier city. Defend it if it can be defended. If not, abandon it. Your value far exceeds that of a single city. My gaze was sharp as a torch, and I let out a cold shout, "Cut the crap!" I kept charging forward. The instant the Fangtian halberd was drawn back, it transformed into a guandao, and with one slash I cut down the ghost nun lunging at me. I launched myself into the air with a punch, blasting another ghost nun away like an explosion. Surrounded and boxed in by the monsters, I turned into a steel shield and forcefully held my ground, like a lone wolf in a sea of blood. The battlefield was in utter chaos, with destiny prompts flooding the screen. I had no time to rewrite fate. All I could do was fight my way through with my life on the line. Lu Keixian and Shen Tianjie urged me to retreat, while they stood atop the devastation, clearing mobs and providing support. The advance was becoming increasingly difficult. I forcibly suppressed the negative effects of battle rage and tried my best to stay lucid. My eyes caught the only monster-free secret realm gate, and I asked Lu Keixian where it led. She frowned and stared at it, her expression complicated. 90% chance it's Bear King Plains. You already cleared out almost all the monsters there before, so no new ones were triggered. A sneer curled at the corner of my mouth as I silently thought, this round is still far from over. In an instant, a warning light flashed in my head. I knew that gate led straight to Bear King Plains. I knew that historian had definitely seen through my delaying tactics, and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I completely gave up on acting and simply put away that cursed bad luck amulet. With a click, the sword box opened, releasing a full 11,000 sharp sword auras into the air. Their piercing shrieks tore through the atmosphere, coldness instantly spread, and killing intent surged like a tide, cutting down the torrent of monsters charging straight at me. The historian's face changed drastically. Thinking I was coming for him, he hurriedly retreated to avoid me. Unfortunately, this round wasn't aimed at him. My true target had a deeper meaning. I roared and bellowed at Baby Bear. Charge! Cut a bloody path through. This guy, with shared experience stacked all the way to level 90, instantly ballooned into a 100-meter-tall giant beast. Its titan-like might rumbled like thunder, and the monsters within 10 kilometers around were terrified out of their wits, trembling all over. I controlled the myriad sword auras as they whistled forward like an iron torrent, racing to Baby Bear's side in an instant. I grabbed it by its thick neck and yanked it hard, dragging it straight toward the only secret realm gate ahead that was unguarded by monsters. Unfortunately, the historian realized something was wrong. In a desperate move, he immediately summoned the foreign army for support. The monsters from all 9 secret realms gathered into a wall of death, blocking the road I had to take. It didn't matter. I didn't care at all. I charged straight in with overwhelming dominance, bringing Baby Bear and the myriad sword auras with me. Bang! The violent collision blasted blood mist into the sky, and the stench of blood mixed with the sound of metal clashing into a dark symphony. I condensed sword light into a giant sword and crushed everything in my path, the blade cutting through the air with afterimages flashing like lightning. Baby Bear, meanwhile, butchered everything in a frenzy with savage brutality, shaking the monsters so hard their souls nearly flew out of their bodies. The historian let out a desperate howl, frantically flipping through dozens of pages of the Book of Years, desperately summoning even more terrifying historical monsters to block me. After charging and killing my way to the limit, the sword aura gradually dispersed, leaving only dozens of level 100 monsters as fierce as wolves and tigers. My chance had come. I immediately locked onto the evil soul nearest the door with my life weapon. With a thought, the lightning-fast instant prison shadow kill was unleashed. I teleported behind it, seized the top of its head, and smashed a heavy punch down. The sin exploded apart there and then. The bad luck amulet activated again at once, and the evil spirit was instantly plunged into a curse of misfortune. Its attacks turned chaotic, and it frantically smashed its own companions. In an instant, more than half the monsters mutinied, slaughtering one another. Their deaths gruesome, a wild, bloody dance. For the remaining wounded crawlers, I coldly raised Hellcall, gave the gun a little spin, and with one shot after another, blew their heads off and cleared them all. When the last monster fell, I stood before the secret realm's gate, looking down at the remnants of the foreign race, and said coldly, "It's over." In the deathly silence, everyone stared at me unblinkingly. The historian's face was ashen, utterly humiliated. He knew full well that this move had completely reversed the situation. I put away my life weapon, turning it into a giant loudspeaker. First, I scared Little Bear, striking the top of its head with a heavy punch, beating it into tears with a face full of grievance. Then I handed the loudspeaker to it. Little Bear instantly understood, lifted its head, and roared, "MOM!" The sound, amplified several times by the life weapon, solemnly carried deep into the savage bear plains. The historian's expression turned grave at once, utterly despairing. Only then did he finally remember. Little Bear was no ordinary monster, but the cub of the Titan giant bear. Once the old bear woke up, the situation would completely spiral out of control. He cursed me wildly for seeking death, yelling that the old bear was not a human ally at all, and that if it was called out, the entire city would be finished. The problem was, I couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind at all. He tried to run, but I fired a shot that grazed his cheek, forcing him to stop trembling in his tracks. He instantly understood that the next shot would be fatal. I ignored him and fixed my gaze on the teleportation gate. Once the timing was right, I lifted the loudspeaker and shouted again, "Mom, come quickly. Someone's bullying me and Little Bear." That line was an absolute kill shot. Everyone froze in place. Lu Cassian and her band of old foxes had thought I was only lucky, and had even wanted to reach an alliance with that old bear. Now, with that shout, the entire situation was overturned in an instant. The historian asked in confusion what name the old bear I was calling had. I gave a wicked smile. I wasn't calling it wrongly. Why not ask the guy beside you? The bear cub looked blank and chimed in naively, "Why hasn't our mom woken up yet?" The whole scene exploded. Everyone instantly realized, I and the bear cub were actually sons of the same bear mom. The historian's eyes widened. After the shock came greed. He stared at me fixedly, wanting to win me over and pry secrets out of me. He never got the chance to speak. I sharply sensed Bear Mom's aura drawing near. My expression changed in an instant. I suddenly crouched down, pressed close to the bear cub, and put on a pitiful look, every line of my face soft and innocent. The bear cub cooperated perfectly too. Its singed fur and wrapped-up head made it look even more like a wronged little child. The next second, boom! A sky-covering giant claw suddenly thrust out from the secret realm gate, bursting through steel and concrete, and the teleportation portal exploded with a roar. The shattered gale swept out, making even the ground tremble. The monsters in the secret realm were all instantly petrified, each one stunned into immobility. The people in the city were crushed by that overwhelming pressure until they could hardly breathe. I looked up, staring coldly at the sky. Bear Mom descended in domineering fashion from the horizon. The bear cub lunged at her, clutching that giant claw, and bawled, "Mom! Don't leave me behind. I'm so scared. Damn it, you're that good at acting?" With that one sentence, Bear Mom's anger burned to its peak. I took the opportunity and pointed at the historian, whose face had twisted viciously, my voice icy. It was him, leading the monsters to surround and attack me and the bear cub. If the people in the city hadn't stepped in, we would have been done for long ago. The Bear Mom's gaze grew increasingly fierce. The historian flushed with embarrassment and anger, opening her mouth to argue, but she swept out a claw across her. Her space warped and tore apart, and the historian's resistance was like an ant trying to hold back a flood, desperately resetting history, only to become a laughingstock in the end. With that one claw strike, all the enemies were turned to dust. Ching Cheng was also completely flattened into an empty plain. Luckily, I had declared in advance that the people in the city were allies and issued them immunity tokens, saving the lives of the entire city. Bear Mom spread open her giant palm, and a thick blood sea condensed in her palm, the crystallized essence of life after she smashed the monsters of the 9 secret realms. Bear Baby and I plunged together into the depths of the blood sea and began absorbing it frantically. That pure power nourished me. The Titan bloodline awakened ahead of schedule, bones aching as they shattered and reformed, power surging dramatically, and mysterious patterns emerged on my skin. Prometheus, Gaia, K. I finally truly became a Titan, divine fire burning within my body, turning the darkness of death into the light of destruction. The transformation brought an explosive surge of power, and Bear Mom's Claw also helped me complete the 3rd-class advancement quest. Under the gaze of millions, I defied fate and forcibly surged past 1 million destiny points in one breath, completing my 2nd Jishing, and the level cap was instantly unlocked. With my experience bar filled, my level shot up to 65, and it felt incredible. A new skill went online, overwhelmingly imposing: Perfect Finale, Order Breaker, Guardian God. I took one look at the skill description, and the system prompt was brutal. Fusing these 3 skills plus Breaking Law would require 444,444 destiny points. It hurt, but it didn't matter. Gritting my teeth, I clicked Fusion. I wanted that final decisive trump card, End Times Overture Max. A 4-fold burst attack that exploded across the entire field, unleashing 4 times critical damage, 40% health execute, 40% true damage, and a 0.4444% instant death judgment. In territorial battles, every 4 seconds stacks 4% all attributes, up to 44 stacks. The only limitation is that only sniper rifles can enjoy the full 44-44 bonus set. After reading the introduction, I didn't hesitate at all. Huge profit. I kept opening the stats page, and with the 3rd-class advancement plus Titan Metamorphosis, my strength and stamina skyrocketed by nearly 2,000 points. After spending 440,000 fate points, I still had more than 400,000 left. I maxed out every skill. Crowds entranced can turn corpses into a Lotus Thunder array, doubling attack power. Weapon Master grants all weapons a 140% attack bonus, the sword effect is doubled, and the judgment level jumps straight by 20 levels. At max level, Battle Fury lets me stack 12 layers of rage when hit, with a 30% stat bonus per layer, complete immunity to pain, 500% self-healing, 800% backlash damage, and a total frenzy that drives sanity down to minus 300%. Good grief, the last skill made me regret it a little. My sanity dropped way too much. I'll have to figure out a way around that later or it'll be a big problem. An hour later, Bear Baby and I had completely drained the Blood Sea essence. It completed a major breakthrough in its bloodline and leveled up to 95, its body violently swelling to nearly 60 meters. It looked completely harmless, yet the bearing of a king was fully on display. At this moment, Bear Mom was holding Bear Baby and me, her face full of guilt, choking out, "It's my fault. I've made you suffer so many grievances." Bear Baby mumbled softly, "Actually, it wasn't that much of a grievance." Bear Mom looked deeply at me, frowned, and hatred flashed in her eyes. She saw through my soul state. The aura of death was thick, and she was furious. She said that Lilith had taken advantage of her weakness to sabotage me and lead me into corruption. She also warned me that I must never touch high-ranking undead, or I would surely become a living puppet. She had to continue sleeping for another 30 years to repair the wounds burned by the divine flame. She couldn't keep protecting us forever or fend off Lilith's continued schemes, so she could only entrust us to someone else first. She turned to Shin Tianjie and stated, "If the human race is willing to protect my children, then when I reignite the divine flame in the future and ascend to godhood, I may consider settling in Daxia." Shin Tianjie was overjoyed and immediately agreed, vowing to protect me and Bear Baby's peace for life. Bear Mom nodded, gave me one last look, and said gently, "Don't blame her for being ruthless. This awakening was already my limit. Even if I stayed, I wouldn't be able to protect you for long." I nodded to myself, thinking, "Bear Mom, don't worry. I'm this durable, I won't have any trouble. This arrangement just happened to suit me perfectly. If they really tied me up for 30 years, I'd definitely go completely crazy." Bear Mom looked extremely exhausted. She gave a few instructions, and Bear Baby and I obediently remembered them. Then she tore a spatial rift apart with her bare hands and vanished with a boom. The moment her presence tore open space, everyone nearby was so startled that their butts went cold, and even Shin Tianjie's heart tightened. But for Daxia, this was a great thing, and he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He immediately set about reconstruction. Professionals all unleashed their skills, throwing themselves into infrastructure on a grand scale, and productivity soared. In just one night, the new city began to take shape. 3 days later, the town was as steady as a mountain. Shin Tianjie temporarily took over the city lord's position, waiting for the higher-ups to arrange a new city lord. I had originally wanted to grind experience out in the wilderness, but then I suddenly remembered that Hell Academy was about to start classes, so I held my horses for the time being. The media kept hounding me every day for interviews, insisting that I accept a medal, but I flatly refused. Later, I met up with Shin Tianjie and Lu Kaixian at the new city lord's mansion. Shin Tianjie broke the news that the former city lord, Wang Hailong, wasn't dead. He had changed identities and gone to a department in Kyoto. My expression turned icy. That bastard who sold out his own countrymen actually got promoted? The internal conspiracies within Daxia were layered and perilous. Lu Kaixian was also burning with impatience, pressing Shin Tianjie for an explanation. Shin Tianjie said that there were 3 factions within Daxia. The radical faction, the 4 great academies, advocated taking the initiative and striking first. The conservative faction, the Supreme Council, advocated steady and measured progress. The neutral faction was the Night Watchers Guild with a special status. I asked whether the conservative faction was colluding with the Descent Society. Shin Tianjie gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "It's not called collusion, it's submission. The situation in Great Xia is too dangerous, and the Descent Society has experts everywhere. No one can beat them." I turned and left without another word, understanding in my heart that Wang Hailong was still alive because someone was backing him. Lu Kaixian chased after me and asked with a mischievous smile whether I wanted to go to the capital and deal with Wang Hailong. I didn't deny it, only replied to her, "Don't you want to?" She nodded and said, "I do, but killing a political rising star isn't that easy. We have to proceed steadily and plan slowly." Though he agreed with his mouth, in his heart he had already laid an ambush of poisoned arrows. Wang Hailong wouldn't live much longer. When we reached the city gate, Lu Kaixian patted my shoulder and said that resolving Qingqing's crisis was a tremendous merit, and the reward would definitely be huge. She herself was also eyeing it eagerly, ready to be promoted to a level 3 Night Wanderer god. As I stepped into the headquarters of the Beijing Night Watchers, a little scheme in my mind had already begun to churn. Maybe I could become the youngest level 3 Night Wanderer god. Don't be fooled by the ordinary-sounding level 3. That status and standing are formidable, on par with Shin Tianjie. I could even kill a big shot like Wang Hailong and no one would dare touch me. I didn't hide the chill in my heart and said faintly, "Level 3 Night Wanderer god? Something like Shin Tianjie." She laughed flirtatiously. "Of course, wandering around all day, even if I kill Wang Hailong, no one would dare lay a hand on me." I smiled faintly, but my eyes were ice cold. Too late. I don't want him to live long. As soon as the words fell, I turned and left. That killing intent in my heart was like ice needles stabbing into my chest, clear and deadly. After leaving the headquarters, the wind was so cold. The road was desolate all the way, and in the empty wasteland, the railway tracks faintly came into view. In the distance, an old green train slowly approached. The smell of rust mixed with coal smoke, making one unable to help frowning. Strangely enough, this shabby train was actually an orange-grade piece of equipment. My heart stirred, and it felt deeply meaningful. When the train stopped, a tall woman stepped forward with steady strides, holding an admission notice for verification. After confirming it, she waved at me and said, "Get on." I casually picked a seat and sat down comfortably, and the screen immediately popped up with a fate prompt. Entering a special area, spiritual power slightly increased up. I had originally thought that with a slight increase, no one would be able to provoke me, but I calmly took out the Chenkuin sword box, knowing that a sudden surge in spiritual power carried risks. After all, who am I? As steady as an old dog. The result? Fate changed. The prompt changed to, mental power has increased dramatically. Boom! It was as if a bomb had exploded in my head. My mental power surged violently, and I felt like I was about to float up, as if I'd been swept away by a fierce gale. I desperately gripped the sword case, gritted my teeth, and poured the excess mental power into it. The sword case trembled wildly, sword energy surged, and within a few minutes it broke through the 1,000-level mark. At this rate, by the time we arrived, it might explode to 100,000. A boy beside me stared at me with an odd look. What did you do? I slowly gathered my senses and pretended nothing was wrong. Nothing. He carefully gave his name. Wang Fei. I hope we can help each other as fellow students. Someone nearby gave a cold laugh. Purgatory Academy? Don't even think about having friends. It's survival of the fittest. Even biological brothers can turn against each other. Wang Fei looked so embarrassed it was like he'd swallowed a fly, but the accompanying instructor didn't stop him. That made it even clearer to me. They were afraid of Purgatory Academy. I pressed my thin lips together, secretly delighted. Survival of the fittest? Perfectly suited to me. The carriage fell silent at once, the oppressive atmosphere like a mountain pressing down, making even breathing feel difficult. People were whispering, guessing that I was above level 40, and even suspecting that I was the notorious Luke, who had stirred up the whole city. Suddenly, the lights shifted into a gloomy deep yellow. I turned my head to look out the window, where a black-purple shadow flashed past, like a soul-devouring phantom. The instructor's expression changed drastically. Enderman, with excitement in his voice, he shouted, "Open the window and kill it immediately." The new students instantly became restless, so excited they were practically grinding their teeth. While Wang Fei struggled to open the window, he whispered to me, "Endermen carry a time curse and have no offensive power. The order of time around them is extremely chaotic, so they can teleport and leap through space. If you kill one, it drops time." I raised an eyebrow. "What use is time?" The mentor replied, "It can extend lifespan, accelerate combat, and if you shatter a time pearl, you can slash out 1,000 strikes in 1 second. I inwardly praised it. "Not bad." Wang Fei sneered with a smile. "Do you understand that time-stop series from before the island nation was destroyed?" I patted his shoulder. "This kid has potential." I stared out the window. The black-purple Endermen were like a patch of walking pixelated ghostly shadows, flickering in and out, drifting unpredictably. Quite a few freshmen attacked with all their might, sparks bursting from the collisions, but it was like sinking stones into the sea. Completely ineffective. Wang Fei was eager to try and wanted me to help. I nodded, and my weapon instantly transformed into Hell's Call, setting the sniper up against the edge of the car window. Bear Cub could only cling to my shoulder, practically glowing with curiosity. "What is the time-stop series?" I answered lazily with a wicked grin. "A super powerful skill, really good for fighting." When Wang Fei saw my big sniper rifle, his eyes nearly popped out. He took out his phone to search for videos to compare, and the video was exactly me charging into the monster tide with Bear Cub. He was stunned and confirmed that I was that Luke. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him and coldly pulled the trigger. First shot. A deafening blast shook the entire carriage. The 80mm armor-piercing round, fused with a violent sword aura, hit the Enderman dead on. The Enderman instantly evaporated, leaving only a dark yellow time pearl on the ground. Bear Cub quickly reached out and, with one sweep, tucked the time pearl into his arms. Wang Fei stared in utter shock. Damn! The second shot killed another Enderman instantly. The freshmen were completely broken, and their desperate attacks were useless. On my side, the crack of gunfire and explosions kept ringing out. The third shot adjusted the angle, and the bullet pierced through 3 Endermen in a row while I grabbed all 3 time orbs in one hand. I didn't rush to fire a 4th shot. I had to save it for the final showdown with the big target in the end sequence. Suddenly, a small black-patterned Enderman flashed into view while invisible. I narrowed my eyes slightly and judged it to be an elite, maybe even a lord. Just as I was about to fire, my mentor shouted urgently, "Lords have basic awareness. If you don't get a headshot, they'll latch onto you and steal your time." But before she even finished speaking, I had already pulled the trigger. The bullet sliced through the air, and the lord sensed the invisibility and nimbly dodged. Yet it still couldn't escape the 4th shot. The end sequence activated, and quadruple critical damage, true damage, and execute all triggered at once. The level 80 Lord's health bar instantly dropped by 40%, killing it outright. A larger time orb fell to the ground, and was once again swept up by Bear Baby. With a dark expression, I asked my mentor what she had just said. She took a deep breath. It's nothing. With the Lord dead, the other Enderman fled in panic. I didn't relax. My sniping never stopped, and I racked up 32 time orbs. These time orbs would be enough to make an entire season of time-stopping blockbusters. 3 hours passed, and the green train raced across the wilderness. The scenery was actually quite beautiful, but whenever we passed ruins, a wave of heaviness welled up in my heart. Finally, the train stopped in front of a massive portal. I got off and looked up. That gate was pitch black, with a dim vortex at its center. 3 words were emblazoned on the gate: Ghost Gate Pass. A chilling aura rushed at me, and my chest tightened. So it's here again. The instructor stood before the gate, turned back to stare at us, and said coldly, "This is your last chance to regret it. Step inside, and there are only 2 endings: death or becoming the strongest." With that, she took the lead and stepped in first. I didn't panic and followed calmly. The freshmen looked ashen, but in the end, they all stepped inside. After passing through Ghost Gate Pass, the scenery changed. A massive stone stele stood there, Yellow Springs Road. On both sides were densely packed tombstones, eerie and bone-chilling. This Azura Academy really knows how to set the mood. I was walking when I suddenly stopped. Among the tombstones, there was one for Li Ping'an, died in the Great Qing Mountain Battle. Further down were Zhao Zhenbong, Lu Qing. Behind each name was a brutal battle. No photos, no biography, just a few words. Scenes of bloody, close-quarters slaughter flashed through my mind, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself and quickened my pace. The eerie atmosphere gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of security. This place is where those who died for Great Xia are buried. Walking farther in, the tombstones became scarcer and the view opened up. In the distance were the school's buildings, the villa district, the library, the teaching buildings, and that sky-piercing skyward tower. Curious, I asked, "That's the trial tower?" The mentor nodded. Epic grade. Monsters are level 180, and the rewards are extremely generous. She reminded me, when choosing a place to live, remember this: the weak are prey to the strong. Resources are won by fighting for them. If you can't fight for them, take them by force. If you can't take them by force, poison them. If the poison still won't kill them, then accept your fate. She said it all so calmly, while I was excited like a bloodthirsty maniac. This place is absolutely to my taste. In the villa district, a few upperclassmen stuck their heads out, peeking at us freshmen. There are quite a few this year. We'll be able to get more resources. I heard there are 2 dark horses, Luke and Lin Chenxue. I didn't pay them any mind and went straight to choose a villa, then barged right in. Inside, the floor emitted a dark red glow, and a gentle force spread through my whole body like rain, causing my vitality to surge wildly. It was a formation that enhanced physical strength, but the fate prompt didn't trigger. The strength of the formation is tied to the villa's location. My hands itched with the urge to grab the very first villa in the front row and see whether I could cheat my way to a boost. On the way, I ran into first years who were blocked by upperclassmen. It was clearly an extortion for protection money. A boy tearfully shoved a knife into someone else's hand. Survival of the fittest, cruel as can be. I originally wanted to go around them, but that group of people blocked me. Led by the scar-faced man. His gaze was sinister as he sneered, "You're pretty arrogant?" I curled my lip faintly. "If you can make it here and still aren't arrogant, then what else counts as arrogant?" He licked the tip of the knife and pointed it at me. "Here, people can be killed." I was not afraid at all and nodded. "Perfect. I was just about to." I pulled a time pearl from my storage bag and crushed it hard. In an instant, strange energy wrapped around my entire body. Time acceleration 11-fold. The people around me immediately seemed like turtles, dragging along with heavy, sluggish movements. This kind of acceleration was leagues stronger than even my previous battle fury. They were shocked, and I grinned wickedly. The scar-faced man let out a drawn-out, disdainful sound from the corner of his mouth, but I couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. I gently rolled my neck, and fate points were rapidly added. I kicked open the front door of the first villa in the first row, then arrogantly drove the occupants out. As I became the true owner, the formation officially activated. A fate prompt popped up, and both I and Bear Cub received the Capital Sky Spirit Gathering Array buff, granting plus 100 experience per second. I tried adjusting the parameters, but it wouldn't let me change them to absurd values. The final setting settled at plus 900 experience per second. Almost there. Get it rolling. Just as I lay down, a sudden knock rang out from outside the door. The ghost attendant had arrived. Everyone's eyes flickered as they eagerly watched me get taken away. But the ghost attendant said solemnly, "I'm from the academy, here to deliver something, not to arrest anyone." He handed over a big rod and was about to open the safe. I rubbed my hands, got up, and let him in, sneering along the way, "Don't bother me." I'd angered the ghost attendant so much that his face went pale, and he ran off to find someone. The outsiders stared dumbfounded. Even the ghost attendant had been scared off by me. Qin Huai finally recognized who I was. "You're Luke, that ruthless guy from the Qingqing battle." The rumors were instantly swept away. Just then, Lin Qianxue arrived. A prodigy of the Lin family in Kyoto, she was definitely riding high on her fame. She kicked open my door and said coldly, "Being mentioned alongside me? Me? Disgusting. You're nothing but garbage. Get back to Qingqing." The air instantly turned icy, as if an ice phoenix had descended. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her, so I flicked a finger. She was forced to retreat hastily, while the gate boomed and rattled. The finger grazed her forehead, cutting off a few strands of hair. She fell silent again and retreated to the side, looking conflicted. I knew better than to mess with me. Leaning against the doorframe, I snorted coldly, "With one finger, I'll make you scream." The crowd watching was dumbfounded. Qin Huai hurriedly asked Wang Fei, "Who won?" Wang Fei's mouth twitched. 7-3 split. In 3 seconds, Lin Qianxue was chopped into 7 pieces. Qin Huai turned to stone on the spot. I ignored them and stepped out of the villa. I just wanted to fight quickly and not waste any experience. Lin Qianxue showed no weakness and warned, "Go all out. Don't kill me." In an instant, she entered her ice phoenix fusion state. A body of ice feathers burst forth, and a phantom ice phoenix formed behind her. A giant ice lotus condensed in the air, its chill oppressive, forcing the newly awakened around them to retreat. This was no ordinary ice spell. It was an epic-grade ice crystal phoenix. I muttered to myself, "If I keep her around, I'll save on air conditioning in summer." Seeing me distracted, she sent a blast of icy energy roaring toward me. I called Bear Baby over to boil some water. With a flash, I vanished instantly. Only a streak of black shadow remained as it shot past. Terror filled her eyes as her wings were forcibly torn off by me. She was in disbelief, gasping in rage. Before she could even react, my bloodline pressure came crashing down on her. Stronger than the ice phoenix. Her gaze went blank, and she couldn't move. I held her down tightly with one hand, feeling her slight trembling. With the other, I mercilessly tore off the wing on that side. My movements were fierce and precise. Under the skin, the joints gave a sharp crack, as if sounding my victory horn. She screamed in agony again and again, blood spurting from the corner of her mouth, that hoarse, desperate cry seeming almost enough to tear the air apart. My eyes turned cold, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of my mouth. "You think you're some big shot from the capital? Looking down on a small city? If you're so awesome, why don't you go show off on the battlefield?" My voice slowly swallowed her will, carrying a hint of mockery and provocation. My grip showed no sign of loosening. My nails sank deep into her cold feathers, directly ripping out clumps one after another. The plucked feathers fell like a storm of decay, quickly stripping away the majestic insignia of her ice phoenix. In just a few moves, her once dazzling ice phoenix had become a bald vulture draped in tattered cold frost. Looking at her like that, I couldn't help swallowing instinctively. "Don't tell me this wasn't top-tier ingredients? Bear Baby?" I said in a low voice with a hint of a wicked grin. "Is the water boiling yet?" I lifted her and carried her into the house, my grip steady, as if I were carrying a dead chicken. The people outside exploded in the corner by the wall, each one stunned speechless, guessing what I would do next. They crowded to the door to sneak a peek. I could feel the sound of their hearts pounding wildly, as if their rhythm were being led by me. Inside the house, Bear Baby frowned at the 5-meter-long ice phoenix. "What if the pot isn't big enough?" The corner of my mouth hooked up. "No problem, we'll do it a few times." The people outside, hearing this, blew up on the spot, their shock turning into a roar of outrage. But all I did was calmly prepare to cut and bleed it. Seeing things take a bad turn, Lin Qianxue's eyes welled up with tears. She cried her eyes out as a cold aura suddenly swirled around her, her ice phoenix form reversing as she gradually turned back into human shape. Her expression was changing, unable to hide her terror and helplessness. I immediately lost interest, irritably flinging her aside, tossing the ice sleeves and wings back to her together. Bear Baby looked disappointed and asked, "Can we still eat her after she turns into a person?" The people outside heard that and their brains practically exploded. Lin Qianxue cried so hard it was heartbreaking, grabbing at her sleeves to cover herself, then grinding her teeth in fury. I'll definitely kill you. I directly threw a blanket at her. Come find me again after you hit Tier 7. She was formidable, 19 years old, Tier 3, level 69, a hidden mystic-type job, Ice Phoenix Fusionist, with the top-tier legendary Ice Crystal Phoenix aura hanging behind her. Prodigy no one could refuse to acknowledge. Yet right now, in front of me, she was as fragile as a paper doll, liable to shatter at the slightest touch. Just as I was about to kick her out the door, dense, urgent footsteps suddenly came from outside. A group of instructors and enforcers instantly surrounded the villa entrance, their black and white battle robes like the claws of an octopus, squeezing in tightly. The scene was grand enough that it looked like they were about to tear into each other. Qin Huai and the others saw the scene I was making, and their faces instantly darkened. They thought to themselves, this time I'm really done for. The female mentor hurried in, helped Lin Qianxue up, and, with a gloomy face, questioned me directly. What happened? Without the slightest emotion, I told the truth. I wanted to eat her, but she was too small, and after she turned human, I couldn't bring myself to bite. The surrounding mentors and law enforcers fell silent. The air froze in a strange, suffocating way. A sixth-realm law enforcer with a black face stepped forward and said, You violated the rules, killed someone in the street, and attempted rape but failed. Come with us. I raised an eyebrow, unable to help complaining inwardly. The academy actually has a license to kill? I only made my move after confirming it with Scarface. Attempted rape? Laughable. Did I ever do that? Seeing the middle-aged law enforcer's bald spot, I pressed my lips together and smirked. Uncle, you can't just eat whatever you want, and you can't just say whatever you want. The surroundings fell silent again in an instant. The uncle brushed through his sparse hair and asked me whether I was telling the truth or lying. I thumped my chest. If I'm lying, I'll call him my dad. He froze. That's not necessary. By a stroke of luck, I hadn't lied, so everyone had no choice but to review the surveillance footage. Compared against the testimony, the video made everything crystal clear. Scarface had provoked me first, Lin Qianxue had kicked the door in first looking for trouble, and I merely taught her a lesson on the spot. The result was clear. I didn't have to take responsibility for Lin Qianxue, but I did have to pay for the door she damaged. She was still indignant, but she could only nod. Although I hadn't lied, the law enforcer still pointed out that I had violated the rules. The academy's regulations were strict, private fighting wasn't allowed, and disputes had to be settled on the life and death platform. I pulled out the admission notice and saw the bold red prohibition. I said straightforwardly, Fine, then punish me. The sixth-realm law enforcer said sternly, First offense. 1 day locked in the 3rd floor. Qin Huai lay on the ground and shouted, Military training starts tomorrow. I can't be put in the 3rd floor. The law enforcer said firmly, Rules are rules, no matter who you are. I grinned. Does this come with meals? Then I went with them to the enforcement building. 10 enforcers surrounded me, while 20 new students behind them watched like they were looking at prey. At the entrance to the enforcement building, everyone was too timid to go in. Uncle Zero and I entered the hall together and headed up to the 3rd floor. The smell of blood was thick, and layers of screams rang in my ears, as if I could hear hell itself groaning. With nothing better to do, I struck up a conversation. Uncle, your name? He said. Zero. Don't mention my hair. The steel door on the 3rd floor slammed open, and a wave of stale rot hit me in the face. The floor was covered in flesh and severed limbs. It was a proper slaughterhouse. Above the door, the words were starkly written. Skinning hell. Zero introduced it. This is where alien soldiers and spies are held. I kept a calm expression, and Zero nodded in satisfaction. A look inside revealed aliens being skinned alive, flesh and suffering intertwined, enduring torment in the most literal sense. I suddenly understood. Each level of this academy held a different layer of aliens. Zero handed me a bloodied scalpel, his eyes flashing with fire. The punishment is to dissect 100 living bodies a day. He added, Some people objected, but if the aliens show no mercy to humans, we can't afford to be soft either. My eyes lit up as I thought, this isn't punishment at all. It's a reward. The knife spun between my fingers, so sharp it seemed to be slicing through empty space. Zero turned his head in surprise. You're really skilled at this? Practice makes perfect, I replied lightly. I put on a white coat and began cutting open the abyss mage. As the blade sliced through blood vessels, runes flickered with a deep blue glow. The structure was strange and intricate. The mage's face gradually twisted, and he roared in fury in the alien tongue. The horrific sight of flesh and magic entwined nearly made me swallow my saliva. Researchers and enforcers gathered around to watch, all casting me looks of admiration and awe. No one had expected this freshman to be so experienced. Zero whispered, "He's a freshman. He was punished for illegally killing someone." Everyone was stunned, their expressions shifting as they wanted to pull him in to help with the project. But Zero firmly refused. "Don't forget military training." I couldn't help asking, "What's the project about?" The female researcher revealed mysteriously, "It's mainly about extracting abyss mage skills and turning them into skill books." I jolted hard. So they had never grasped the core all along. Their slow-cut error was a scheme to use a minor force to move a heavy load. Since it involved the soul layer and skills, I stopped cutting and raised my right hand empty-handed. The abyss mage's expression changed drastically, from numbness to fear, struggling frantically yet helplessly. I directly forced my way in with fate threads, brutally taking control of his fate veins. Flesh, bones, and soul were stripped away layer by layer. All of it was forcibly dragged out by me. No, snatched away. The third floor exploded into chaos in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't touch an alien's soul at all. Those souls were protected by their race's god, and research could only be done on the body. I had actually broken through the taboo and tackled the hardest part head-on. The researchers were so excited they were almost losing their minds, and the director hurried to calm things down. "Whoever dares interrupt, I'll cut them down." Zero was about to remind me about military training, but the director pressed a blade against his neck, and Zero had no choice but to shut up. I focused on the blood-red lotus in my hand and, for the first time, unleashed the max-level skill, Mass Fascination. This time, not only was it effortless, but I could also integrate my new understanding. The skill structure was complex, with dark element energy as its main theme. Combined with dark element corrosion, its explosion also inflicted blindness. I broke it down into a second layer of petals, then layered on dark energy bombardment. Halfway through, I suddenly realized I had intended to extract a skill book. Forget it, after blasting this move apart, a skill book could still remain. Continue. The first finished black lotus of eerie thunder floated in midair, demonic and enchanting. The researchers around me were all stunned. I cleared my throat and withdrew all my attention. "Let's go. Find a place and blow it up." They were dumbfounded, not expecting this black lotus to be able to explode. I asked back, "Didn't Ember make those lotus trap bombs before?" At the mention of the word Ember, the scene fell silent, and everyone's hearts trembled violently. My identity as a fate weaver was instantly understood. The director gave me a cold glance. "Your personality is a lot like Ember's." I shook my head, secretly unimpressed. "No, I'm better than him." But the director laughed and led us into an isolation chamber specially used for high-intensity experiments. "Blow it up inside." Without hesitation, I raised my hand and tossed that black lotus into the sealed chamber. The next second, black light burst out, dark energy surged like a tide, and the layered explosions stirred up violent winds and raging waves. The surrounding barrier was corroded, full of holes. If the director hadn't reacted quickly and started reinforcing the barrier in time, the wall set up by a 7th-stage barrier master would have collapsed. A peak 5th-stage abyss mage was forcibly blown up by me into the power of a peak 6th-stage one. I'd never even imagined it could be this fierce. The explosion gradually subsided, and the barrier retracted. In the air, 2 faintly glowing skill books appeared. A diamond-grade abyss magic, dark energy bombardment, and an emerald-grade abyss magic, fear corrosion. When the director picked up the skill books, he smiled so widely he could hardly close his mouth. He said, "As long as it can be copied and spread, the mage profession will naturally give rise to an abyss path. This project has taken a huge leap forward." He was in such a good mood that he patted my shoulder. "What reward do you want?" I had thought I'd be punished, never expecting I could still receive a reward. At that thought, I pointed at the pile of abyss mages in the isolation area. "How about giving me those?" The director waved a hand casually. "Take as many as you want." My eyes lit up, and I was instantly energized. I charged in at once and kept making those lotus-like bizarre thunder traps. Beside me, number 0 reminded me, "Don't forget the time. Formation for military training is at 6 tomorrow morning, so get some rest early." I looked at the time. "What time is it?" "Him. 1:44 a.m. I gave an and remained unruly, but my hands never stopped. Number 0 secretly tried to study, but he was almost dazzled blind and simply couldn't get the hang of it. I felt the speed wasn't enough, so I took out the time pearl. 12-fold acceleration wasn't satisfying, so I casually cranked it up to 92 times. In an instant, the world seemed to nearly freeze. I was practically a streak of light. What would have taken 3 minutes was done in 2 seconds. Without stopping, one abyss mage after another was turned into black lotuses. From the 3rd floor came angry roars of souls in struggle, and even the law enforcement building trembled violently. The more I worked, the hotter my inspiration burned. When the 100th Lotus Strange Thunder was forged, I also comprehended an advanced mystic art, Abyssal Flame. The Lotus Strange Thunder automatically gained Abyssal Flames. For minutes later, all the Abyss mages on the 3rd floor had been turned into Lotus Strange Thunder. A total of 110 black lotuses hovered in the void, eerie and beautiful. Number 0 was shaken to the point of damage, terrified that if my hand slipped even a little, the entire building would blow up. With a wave of my hand, the black lotuses instantly returned to my palm. I picked out 2 and handed them to the director for research. The director's eyes lit up, and he praised me as a treasure. If you find anything good, tell me right away. I grinned from ear to ear. The law enforcement building was practically paradise for me to practice in. High-tier alien races could be dismantled at will, far more convenient than a secret realm by dozens of times. I shook hands with the director, which counted as establishing a connection. Zero's expression was complicated. He probably figured I'd be even harder to manage from now on. After chatting a few more words, I walked out of the law enforcement building alone. Just after I stepped outside, Qin Huai came up to me with a serious face, took out a golden heart-clearing pill, and said, "Can't handle the psychological pressure? Newbies can easily end up traumatized here." I refused without hesitation. No thanks. He didn't believe me and spoke from his own experience from last week. Killing enemies isn't always hard, but cutting through flesh and blood is even more tormenting than killing people. As he talked, his own face turned pale and he started gagging. I frowned, too lazy to waste words, pried his mouth open with one hand, and stuffed the heart-clearing pill inside. The medicine took effect immediately, and his complexion improved. At that moment, the door of the law enforcement building burst open, and Director Zhao ran out. "Almost forgot. This is your reward, 10,000 credit points." I had just enrolled, and the credit system hadn't been activated yet, so he took out a credit card and handed it to me. "Redeem it yourself later." I took it and thanked him with a nod. The director smiled smugly. "You should be thanking me because this project was originally on a 10-year schedule. You pushed through the key milestones in one day, and the results far exceeded expectations." He grabbed my hand and said with a grin, "Don't call me director anymore. Just call me bro. The credit card has my number on it. Keep in touch." I pressed my lips together and agreed readily, my movements crisp and efficient like a well-trained cheetah, cold light flashing in my eyes. This round, I definitely couldn't lose. Qin Huai and those new students were all dumbfounded, their eyeballs practically spinning like marbles. They thought I had gone into the law enforcement building to be punished, but instead I came out and got VIP treatment. Someone gave me credit points, handed me contact info, and every bro sounded like they were trying to curry favor with me. Even that hothead who had just been scared witless by the law enforcement building looked like he wanted to drop to his knees, pounding his chest and begging to take me as his master on the spot. What can I say? We've got backing. Before leaving, Director Zhao didn't forget to remind me, "Good luck with military training. If anyone dares bully you, just say my name, and I'll make sure to deal with them." As soon as he finished, I nodded and gave him a wicked little smile, waving as he left. The moment his back disappeared and that sense of distance vanished, I could feel the shock spreading through the air around us. These people clearly still hadn't processed what I'd just done. Qin Huai finally came over, his eyes full of suspicion. "What exactly did you do in the law enforcement building?" I narrowed my eyes and smiled mysteriously. Of course I followed Boss Zero's orders, dissected a few alien races, and helped Brother Zhao and the others with their research. I gave a cold laugh and watched him nearly choke on his words. Qin Huai was silent for a moment before squeezing out 2 words. "Damn impressive." The little brats followed me in silence as we headed toward the villa area. The atmosphere was heavy, as if they just had a bomb dropped on them and needed time to digest it. At the villa entrance, I noticed the door had been repaired, and a goofy yet strangely amusing ghost face had been painted on the peephole. I silently thought to myself, "Lin Chenshua, you little fox spirit, don't think having backing means you can ignore the rules. Paying for the door is a given." As I pushed the door open and stepped inside, the formation lit up, and a warm yellow glow instantly enveloped my whole body, soothing and comforting like an old friend. Little Bear rushed over, took off its apron, and excitedly called me to eat, especially emphasizing that it had carefully cooked the meal. I glanced at the dining table. It was plainly just roasted meat, with not a trace of embellishment. Smiling, I nodded. I'm the kind of person who treats taste like life itself, but being picky at a time like this was obviously out of place. 2 hours later, Little Bear and I were tearing into the meat in huge bites, the scene looking like a full-on meat-eating battle. Just as I was about to close my eyes and rest for a bit on the sofa, the academy bell suddenly rang, signaling that it was time to assemble for military training. The moment I stood up, Little Bear looked at me pitifully, like a child who had been left out, its eyes full of innocence and grievance. Pets were strictly forbidden during military training. Not even diamond-grade equipment was allowed. But it didn't matter. The academy issued rations every day, and the formation could also absorb experience, so it wasn't a complete loss. On the training field, more than 20 freshmen were almost all in place. With little time to spare, a woman slowly emerged from the shadows. Her figure was so hot it was hard to breathe around her. A white shirt clung tightly to her skin. Her dress pants were long and straight, and on her feet were a pair of slender high heels. Every step carried a dangerous, graceful allure. Her looks were only average, but that seductive aura made the boys' hearts skip a beat. Their faces flushing so red it looked like they could fry an egg. A wicked smile curved her lips, her expression full of teasing. "Student, do I look good?" One boy blurted out before thinking and honestly replied, "Good." The next second, she vanished, then reappeared with a cold, fierce presence. Reaching out, she grabbed him by the collar and threw him straight into a dirt pit with a clean over-the-shoulder toss. Blood streamed from the boy's nose and mouth, his head buzzing as he looked up in shock and dared to ask weakly, "Do you get hit for telling the truth?" She clapped her hands, smiling even more sweetly, though with killing intent. "If you don't have the strength, don't talk nonsense." After formally introducing herself, she said she was the counselor, Sister Kai. Tisich, in that instant, this woman made me feel a surge of murderous aura. Absolutely not someone to mess with. With a wave of her hand, a teleportation gate roared open, forcing us to follow, while she also reminded us. For schools are training together this time in a special secret realm. The Hell Academy isn't well liked, so be careful when you get there. I raised an eyebrow slightly and followed the crowd into the teleportation gate. As soon as I opened my eyes, a dense sea of people rushed into view. The freshmen from the Holy Spirit, War, and Civilization Academies had clearly arrived early, and their gazes locked onto me and this bunch of Hell Academy scum all at once, as if they wanted nothing more than to strip me bare and flay my bones. Suddenly, a deep male voice rang out over the secret realm, heavy and steady as if a boulder had fallen onto the heart. Joint training for the 4 schools begins in 10 minutes. First item, red-blue confrontation. The blue side is the 3 major academies, and the red side is the Hell Academy. For dazzling thrones hung suspended in the air, with the principals of the 4 great academies seated high above in command. The War Academy principal, looking ashen, was responsible for announcing the rules. The rules were disgusting beyond words. If the red side wins, we only need to survive for 1 hour. If the blue side wins, we are completely annihilated. The total reward is 150,000 academy points, distributed according to battle merit. Qin Huai, hearing this, could not help but stare blankly in despair and blurted out, "That's unfair." Indeed, it was terribly unfair. Our Infernal Academy had only 22 geniuses in total. The number on the other side was astonishingly large. War Academy alone had over 200,000 freshmen. Holy Spirit had 70 to 80,000, and Civilization was not much better. The disparity was so huge it made one's heart turn cold. The Infernal Academy's principal said coldly, "There's no fairness on the battlefield. Think it's unfair? Then go be a deserter and try it for me." As soon as he finished speaking, a vast pressure rolled over like a tide, as if the entire air in the secret realm had suddenly frozen. Qin Huai dropped to his knees on the spot, his face as pale as paper. Sister Kai hurriedly stepped in front, muttering, "Don't scare the newbies. What's there to make a fuss over with this little crop?" Principal Qin snorted coldly, withdrew the pressure, and then continued cursing. "What kind of wimp chooses Infernal Academy?" Sister Kai helped Qin Huai up and explained, "This kind of treatment is common. We take the behind enemy lines route, facing the alien race's strongest troops, the fiercest firepower, with no reinforcements, no rear support, and not even teammates. We can only rely on ourselves to survive." Her words were edged with a knife, and with a wave of her hand, she pulled up a holographic screen. The countdown began 9 minutes and 5 seconds. "You don't have much time. Figure out how to survive on your own," she said coldly, like a blade in a winter night. The scene suddenly fell silent. The air was filled with a mix of despair and tenacity. Everyone finally understood just what kind of toughness and cruelty lay behind the name Infernal Academy. Qin Huai took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and turned to ask, "Do we split up or cooperate?" Some said to cooperate, otherwise the enemy had too many people. Clustering together would just mean sending themselves to their deaths. Others said to split up, since Sister Kai had emphasized solo action and surviving behind enemy lines anyway. They argued fiercely, and no one could make a decision. Qin Huai finally set his sights on me and Lin Qianxue. Lin Qianxue's gaze was cold. "I don't like forming teams." I also sneered and shook my head. "Me too. My eyes swept across the surroundings. The terrain had to be a trump card for guerrilla warfare. Facing tens of thousands of alien troops in a head-on clash would be suicide. Even if my fate modification ability could defy the heavens, I still couldn't withstand being bombarded by tens of thousands of fate threads at once. My head would explode in seconds. Qin Huai sighed. Then let's each fight on our own. Taking advantage of the chaos, he quickly scanned the terrain and soon locked onto a high ground shrouded in mist and surrounded by precipitous mountains. Countdown. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Just as he was about to set off, suddenly, a movement flashed beside him. I had already taken the first step, stepping onto this unknown path of slaughter before him.